extension, excuse me, the Selman Expressway as it goes out toward Brandon. We got some people on the Selman this morning. So again, people are getting out and about, but they're still asking you, please stay inside as much as possible today. The roads are treacherous. Now, as Deanne was saying, some of the interstates are okay, but when you try to get into these neighborhoods, there's trees, there's power lines, there's a lot of debris. And it's still really breezy, so we could still see some of that debris kind of get pushed around. We're seeing a consistent wind right now, anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. Of course, doesn't compare to what was happening yesterday. These are some of the peak wind gusts that were actually reported and recorded at our weather stations. Tampa International Airport had a 93-mile-per-hour wind gust. St. Pete Airport had a 101-mile-per-hour wind gust, and the Sarasota Bradenton Airport had a 102. Now those are just those few reporting sites. There could be plenty of places and other spots where it was stronger, but these are the ones that we were able to actually measure, because usually we have to do sort of an estimate, right? Because usually the recording systems go down when they get 100-mile-per-hour wind. So we were quite lucky that we were able to keep those working. 101 in St. Pete, 102 in Sarasota. And a lot of this came from the fact that we had this eye that on the northern side of it, we had all this rain. On the southern side of Milton, almost no rain, but it was still right along here. This is the eye wall right here. This is where we had the highest wind speeds as it crashed on shore near Siesta Key. Remember, the eye is completely calm. All of the destructive winds are on the outside in that eye wall. And specifically in this storm, they were on the north and western side. So kind of here, that's what rolled through Bradenton. It's eventually what pushed up through St. Pete into portions of Hillsborough County as well. So thankfully, most of the winds are going to start to subside, but even by about lunchtime, we're still looking at 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts coming out of the northwest, and still a good amount of cloud cover out there as well. I do think the winds come down slightly this evening, but it's actually bringing in some less humid air for you. During the day, you wake up on Friday, it kind of feels a little cooler in the morning at 68. Now, I do want to tell you that tomorrow there could be 1 or 2 showers, and I want you to think it'd be a completely dry day tomorrow. Let's bring in meteorologist Amanda Holly right now, because a lot of things we talked about with those surge, how high those waters would get at that storm surge.
I am getting a lot of questions on what the surge levels ended up being. We are getting some preliminary numbers from the National Weather Service. Just know that these could change. But I want to zoom into Tampa Bay first and the Pinellas County coastline, because obviously this was an area that was going to be watched very closely. If the storm made landfall in Pinellas County, we were going to have a lot of water inside Tampa Bay. But in fact, it made landfall south of the bay. We said if that happened, well, it was going to be the opposite. And sure enough, those surge levels in Tampa Bay were less than what they were supposed to be. We call it a reverse surge. So Clearwater recorded 2 feet below what they were expecting. St. Pete 2 feet below what the tide level was supposed to be. Old Port Tampa was -3 feet. East Bay was -5 feet below what it was supposed to be, and that's because that wind was coming in out of the north and it was pushing the water out of the bay. Now, because it was coming in out of the north at some points, Port Manatee actually did get a little bit of a surge of about 2 feet. Nothing what we saw with Helene. Now, down in Sarasota, again, just some very preliminary numbers here. We did have a gauge. It's not really an official gauge there in downtown Sarasota, just to the north of the Van Wezel, and there was an estimate of a 9-foot surge there. We have to do some digging to see if that is accurate, so I'm putting an asterisk next to that one. But Venice, about a 5-foot surge, and Fort Myers also had about a 5-foot surge, Lee. So we're going to keep an eye on these numbers. I do think that they were a little bit lower than what was not coinciding with high tide. So that is some good news, but we don't have many gauges in this area, so there were spots that certainly saw higher than this.
All right, we'll take any spot of good news that we can find, and for the rest of the day, it should actually feel pretty comfortable. 79 degrees, that's below average with that breeze, as it brings in some lower humidity, guys. So that means that if you don't have power as you're cleaning up over the next couple of days, cooler air will be coming in, and we'll be dropping down into the 60s tonight and the next couple of nights as well. So if you don't have air conditioning, it'll make things just a little bit more comfortable for you.
There. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh, yeah.
I was out there and it feels a lot better. When I was actually in the hotel out in Wesley Chapel, we had the doors open. I had a blanket.
Really?
It feels that good, and the wind is that strong out there.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. All right, well, in Pasco County, Brianna Villegas has been showing us some of the damage reports there.
Yeah, let's check in with her. She's at a church in Wesley Chapel.
So we're joining you from Atonement Lutheran Church. This is in Wesley Chapel, and this church actually has so much damage. Just take a look. We're inside right now. You could see just parts of the roof just kind of caved in, and look at that big hole up there. You know, it looks like the stained glass made it through, and there's even a cross here that looks like it didn't even move during the storm. The altar, you know, is still there, and I want to kind of talk to you about how amazing it is that some certain things actually made it through the storm. And here to tell us a little bit more about it is Pastor Scott. Can you tell me, you know, what's going on through your head right now?
Well, first I have to apologize. Our housekeeping is usually much better than this, but the storm did put a big hole in our roof, but you can see through that hole that the cross is still up on top of the church, and that's a sign of hope for the whole community. God's hand has been upon us, and even though the storm was long and loud, He has protected us and given us a place to rebuild from. So we're glad for that. We've got our, like you said, our altar, our beautiful baptismal font, which is a one-of-a-kind piece, is still there.
And I also want to kind of direct our attention here. You're telling me this is called the Eternal Candle?
The Eternal Flame is still lit. So even through the hole in the roof and the pieces of the ceiling coming down, it's still lit. Again, a sign of hope. Yeah.
I think it's amazing to tell these types of stories to really, you know, encourage people that we're going to make it through, that we have to work through as a community to make it out of this. What is next for you and the church?
Absolutely. Well, the church is a building, right? But God really lives in the hearts of the people. And we have a great community around us, a great group of members of our congregation, and we're used to being out there serving the community. So we're just praying that we can get everything together in order to continue our food pantry work this Wednesday. Every Wednesday normally we're open, but this Wednesday, of course, we were closed so everybody could prepare for the storm. But we want to get back and give those people their food. We usually feed over 700 families every week that come through here. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for what you do, and we'll definitely be, you know, checking in with you to kind of see how the community can help you guys out. And again, thank you so much.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. God bless you and keep everybody safe.
Thank you, thank you. So again, this is Atonement Lutheran Church in Wesley Chapel. We're going to go around and show you the outside actually in just a little bit, but for now in Wesley Chapel, I'm Brianna Villegas, 8 on your side.
Well, it's good to see the pastor there is in good spirits regardless.
Yes, and keeping it lighthearted.
Absolutely. Well, a lot of you have a lot of questions about the storm, and we do have the answers coming in online for you this morning.
All right, let's head on out to JB Buna up in the Stream Center and meteorologist Justin Mosley.
Yeah, Deanne, Avery, good morning to you both. Let's just start first by reminding our audience that we are, of course, monitoring the photos and videos coming in to WFLA.com/reportit. Please, if you're going to send in any photos or videos, do so from a safe spot. Do not compromise your safety, of course, for any piece of content, although I know that there are going to be people that are going to be taking pictures from inside of their home, because we've seen literally, Justin, trees puncture into rooftops, into living rooms.
It's incredible.
And I also want to point out, folks, Justin is here, and now we have him on this particular newscast. Justin, the chief meteorologist at WSNN. Justin, really quickly, as we're about to get to the reported photos and videos, but Sarasota pummeled by this storm.
Taking the brunt of it. Landfall point there at Siesta Key at 8:30 last night. We were broadcasting and streaming here through that event. And again, it's going to be really interesting as we continue to survey the damage down there in Sarasota and Manatee. We know that the storm surge was around 9 to 10 feet. And again, that could have been higher if it did coincide with the high tide cycle. So a piece of silver lining there, but certainly what a job this storm did for Manatee and Sarasota counties, and really the entire Bay Area. The pictures that we're seeing coming out of St. Pete, the trop, my goodness, the crane issue that we worked last night, It's incredible. And looking at these pictures here.
Yeah, this is from Carrollwood. I'm going to read this here from Camilla. Says the photos show the aftermath of Milton in our area. Several large trees have been completely uprooted, with one falling on a car and blocking the parking lot. There's extensive debris and damage around the buildings. Yeah, this is a picture that pretty much sums it up. Let's go to Ginny in Palm Harbor and look here at the screened-in section of their backyard coming down.
It's a testament to those strong winds. I mean, wind gusts there, that's Palm Harbor. We had a report in St. Pete of 101 mile per hour winds. So again, all across the entire Tampa Bay area, a tremendous amount of wind on the backside of the storm that we noticed, JB.
Yeah, we talked about, screened-in porches. Look, we knew that this was going to be something we're going to see a lot of. Just like we talked about on stream, Justin, a lot of also damaged or destroyed vehicles as a result of rising floodwaters or storm surge.
Yeah, and a lot of this, if you were north of the storm center, is coming from freshwater flooding, meaning the rain that just continued to add up. Nearly historic levels, 10, 12 feet or inches, I should say, of rain. And this is really, it's heartbreaking to see these scenes playing out over and over across portions of Hillsborough, Pinellas, and northward along the Nature Coast as well.
Let's continue on here through the the reported queue, and that was from Ryan and Lutz. Let's go to Lana and Harbor Island, parking garage.
Yeah,
flooded out. And you know what? Actually, the best part about this photo is that it's a parking garage, and I don't see any cars here. That's
good news.
If this is the first level of a parking garage, it's great to see that people got to an elevated level of the parking garage. I can tell you that our parking garage, WFLA, for the first time ever in a Wednesday, I have never seen the first level be completely vacant of cars. But yeah, that's the situation in our parking garage at present.
I think this is a testament to Helene.
Right.
We saw so much flooding that people knew we can't do this. So, this is good news to see that, as you mentioned. We don't want to see all that water there, but it's great that we don't have any floating vehicles or vehicles underwater for sure.
Yeah, Helene was certainly a warning sign. Stefan in Dundee says, wow, it's really hard to see off there in the distance. Stephen here's a shotgun, and you can see all the way off in the distance that gas station that came down looked like it might be a Shell gas station.
Yeah, that's the way it looks to me.
Next up, Brittany in Riverview. Yep, another uprooted tree. We've seen trees that have been snapped midway up, and then we've also seen trees completely uprooted.
Yeah, a lot of this has to do with the saturation all across our region. As we know, we've had an extremely wet summer, and then you throw hurricane rains on top of it, in addition to those strong wind gusts, and it only takes those bursts of wind to bring those trees down. And my goodness, I mean, it just continues on. This is Clearwater,
Florida, from Paul. An apartment complex here under several inches of water in the parking lot. So here, what's interesting about this video is that we don't know how high these waters were before this video was taken. So based on the height of the water in this video, you would hope that these cars are relatively okay. But again, we don't know if these waters have come down. There's a good chance that these waters were considerably higher, hours before this video was taken, and that these cars suffered significant damage.
We had all types of flood emergencies out for Pinellas County because the rainfall was just relentless there for hours on end. We watched it with our Max Defender 8 radar as we surveilled the storm moving across the peninsula. And again, incredible stuff here. This is in Brandon. Looks like Topgolf.
That is very good, Justin. This is Topgolf in Brandon from Charlie. And you can see that Milton, not a fan of golf apparently, busting through the nets there. These are the nets that prevent the golf balls from flying into the parking lot. And it looks like, it's sad to see because people love Topgolf, but repairs will be needed at the location in Brandon. Moving on here to Chris on West Swan Avenue in Lincoln, and it's just a mess. This road's a mess.
And
look at the power lines. They're angled.
This is one of the reasons so many residents that may be listening to us via streaming do not have power. The trees have toppled on top of these power lines. And this is what a lot of the power folks have to get out and try and rectify this. So it's going to be a long process, and hopefully you still have battery-operated things so you can continue to get the information. But look at this is North Lakeland out in Polk County. Very old trees. I mean, these are 100-year-old trees being toppled by the intense winds from Hurricane Milton last night.
And some of these are really complex for power crews. This is not a quick process to untangle the power lines from the fallen tree and then to get the power lines back up and power flowing correctly. And then, of course, removing this enormous tree from the roadway. This is a process of just this one spot for a crew or multiple crews could take hours to get this, back to normal.
Well, first of all, it's blocking the roadway.
Right.
So you got to think about the obstruction there. So yeah, it's going to be a minute before we can get this back up and running here.
All right. Yep, and we'll send you back to the studio on this. You never know what you're going to find in the aftermath of a hurricane. As a reminder, you don't know what's under the water, but Mandy caught this, we'll say little guy in the Land O'Lakes area, curious, probably quite confused by what just happened last night.
I would think so, and that also is a great time to remind people, don't walk in flood waters. You don't know what's in there. I mean, look at that little guy. You don't want to step on that, that's for sure. There could be all types of debris. This is a time we see a lot of deaths associated with a storm. It's in the aftermath when people are trying to clean up. They're out because they're curious. So we need to continue to be extremely cautious and extremely safe as we continue to kind of survey the damage and slowly get back on our feet.
All right, yeah, my goodness, that is scary to see, and it is something you need to think about. Alligators, snakes, you never know what's in the waters there.
I mean, it's Florida.
Yep.
I don't think it would be Florida if we didn't see one, right?
Absolutely.
All right, let's head on out to Pinellas County. We've been keeping an eye on all of the damage that has happened over in that area.
Alessandra Young joining us live right now. Where are you at right now, Alessandra?
All right, good morning. We are in Belleair Beach. We have been traveling along Gulf Boulevard, going from street to street, trying to see the damages that we can see, especially since it's daytime now. What we've been seeing, a lot of downed trees, a lot of downed power lines, some of them hot. We've seen flooded streets, and what you all were just saying, do not go in those flooded waters because it is Florida and we do not know what's in it, and it is nothing any of us want a part of. That is for sure. So I actually just spoke to the county, and they say that their crews are out assessing damages, trying to fix downed power lines, and they have been seeing the exact same things that we have. So I'm going to show you some of the damage. You can see this condos right here. The side paneling has been stripped in some of these areas. This palm tree is just fallen on top of the building. And then, we've been seeing damage like this almost on all the streets that we've been to. And something else I want to point out, I'm going to get Malik to kind of pan over. We've been seeing a lot of piles of debris as well as belongings in people's yards. And I also just want to say that a lot of that has been left over from Hurricane Helene. Now, we spoke with a lot of residents here in Belleair Beach, and they tell me that just having these back-to-back hurricanes has really put everyone through the ringer. Everyone is emotional. So many people have lost so much, and people are just scared.
To have another hurricane roll in so quickly is definitely very scary. And this one being, coming right at us, stronger winds, it had everyone just in fear.
My photographer Malik and I will continue to kind of patrol the area, especially, like I said, since we can actually see things now and check out all of the damages and tell you all what we're seeing and show you and let you know the damages here in this part of Pinellas County. So for now, I'm going to send it back to you all, and just everyone, please be careful and stay safe.
Yeah, that's some good advice from Alessandra. Thank you.
You can see there the wind is still blowing there. It's sunny, but the wind is still blowing, so still want to be careful outside.
For sure.
Should I take off my sunglasses? Hey guys, take us as soon as possible. Okay, it seems like we're live on WFLA now. Right now, we are on Bradenton Beach. We are here with the incident. I'm so sorry.
Public Information Officer from the Florida Region 3 Incident Management Team.
And this is Jeremy Roberts. He's the PIO based in Jacksonville. His team came all the way from Northeast Florida to come and respond to Hurricane Helene. He's been riding out the storm, and now he's responding. His team is responding to Hurricane Milton, and now we're heading north. We're heading to Anna Maria Island. This is the first time that you are actually seeing this area. We're probably, several inches to a foot of water right now driving through, and thank you so much for letting us join you. What have you been seeing? I know that Helene was more of a rain storm surge event. That's where we see the sand. But with Milton, it's very different. It was more of a wind event. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. We've definitely seen more wind damage versus the flooding and the sand that we saw with Helene.
Tell me a little bit about just the destruction. Have you had to rescue anyone? Have you seen people evacuate this morning? Did people ride out the storm from their homes?
As far as we know, nobody rode out the storm here in Bradenton Beach in their home. We went through multiple times prior to landfall with law enforcement and the National Guard, just going home to home to make sure we were getting everybody out. And it looks like everybody did follow the evacuation order and left the island, or left this portion of the island.
That's a really good sign.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. We know that the bridges have been closed, water's out, power's out, down lines are everywhere. You could just take a look at this destruction. The rails are, trees are down, palm trees. It's a different coastline this morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we got definitely a lot more debris on the ground from the houses versus a lot of the furniture and like household items that we saw with Helene. Definitely seeing a lot more pieces of siding, wood, pieces of roof, power lines.
My photographer and I were out here post Hurricane Helene. We had been speaking with these residents that had just been out here assessing the damage after the storm, and 13 days later, they are not able to access. Look at these cars that are still just buried in the sand. I mean, this is the reality of what it is.
And this is from Helene. Those two cars that are right there have been buried like that since Helene.
It's devastating out here. I mean, it's a ghost town, and thankfully people heeded those warnings and evacuation orders. It took us a while to get to this area. We drove through a devastated mobile home park community, and those were obviously under an evacuation order because it is so vulnerable to the winds. We do know that the roofs of those mobile homes completely tore up. They were tangled in the down power lines. Just devastation. We saw the insulation just scattered everywhere. But as we're looking around, these barrier islands remain closed at this hour because first responders like yourself, Jeremy, are out here assisting in any way. Talk to me about what your team is doing right now.
So right now, the team just got back onto the island a few hours ago, and our initial actions were performing the initial damage assessments with the Chief of Police, Chief Cosby, and going up and down every street, comparing the damage, the new damage that we're seeing now to what we saw prior to the storm making landfall, taking note of any power lines or power equipment that may be down, and we're taking all that information and getting it back to DOT and FPL for restoration efforts.
After the storm, we see neighbors coming together in such a dire time. What have you noticed? People are hurting right now, but what have you noticed overall?
This community is a very strong, very hardy community. Everybody, just like you said, has been helping everybody make it through this storm, neighbor helping neighbor. People even from the mainland, family, friends, everybody's been coming out here to do what they can to get debris up and get these people up and running back with their normal lives again.
Okay, and we see another truck passing through. I've seen so many crews from Northeast Florida, and that's where I actually came from. I came from the Jacksonville area before moving to Tampa, and it's just amazing to see crews from all over Florida coming together in a time of need. I know that you've been tasked by the governor, but this is what you do. You're a first responder. It's amazing, so thank you for everything that you're doing. Look what we're seeing, just down lines. What's your reaction? Have you been up? to this point yet?
No, this is actually my first time making it up to the north end of Bradenton Beach.
Can we take a pause right here for right now?
Yeah,
I think we're gonna head out and just see what we can see. Just what are you expecting to see if we continue to drive north here?
There's an additional mobile home park that's just up here on our right. There's a lot of debris from inside the house related to Helene. So interested to see what how this community fared.
What are some of the reports that you've been responding to?
At this point, like I said, we're not really receiving any reports from the general public because there's nobody out here on the island. It's more of a finding things as we go along.
Okay, well that's a good thing, people heeding those warnings. So we're going to continue driving and we'll keep you posted as we continue here on the Belleair Islands in Manatee County. For now, we'll send it back to you.
So the youth guys you see coming through
Yeah, one tree after another out there, Beth. My gosh.
You got to feel for all the people waking up in Polk County having to deal with all of that damage right now.
All right, we're going to send it to break. Our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton's aftermath continues after the break.
The power is out.
Back here with you folks in the Stream Center. JB here with you. Hope everybody's doing okay out there. We have officially launched our new stream, getting some more folks into the Stream Center. You saw Justin Mosley there a short time ago. What I'd like to do is bring up that video from earlier. In case you didn't see it, you've got to see what happened to the Trop. Full courtesy to the UAV pilot that sent in this video. Last night, we were on stream when we saw the panels getting ripped off the home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Now we are getting daylight video and seeing into the home of the Rays, Tropicana Field right here. And you can see the enormous amount of debris that fell into this stadium in Pinellas County. This is an iconic part of the skyline, Tropicana Field. An older stadium, sure, an older venue, and one that is being phased out in the years ahead with the new stadium deal in place for the Rays. However, still home to a Major League Baseball franchise and home to so many major Rays fans that love to go to the ballpark and celebrate their only of the big four leagues, the only professional sports team in St. Petersburg, Florida. So there you can see just all of the debris scattered on the baseball diamond. I mean, even covering sections of the paths between first base and second base and third base. I mean, look, third to home is completely covered in debris. Pieces of the rooftop that just came down into the stadium itself. And so, look, Dan Lucas, our lead sports reporter here at WFLA, our lead sports anchor, he says that the Trop has never looked this way since the day they built it decades ago. I mean, going back towards the 90s. In fact, I want to get an accurate year as to when construction occurred. It might actually have been before 1990. The stadium was actually finished in 1990, so 1989 into 1990. And so the roof has, as we understand it, been intact since that point, from what we've been told. Let's go live to Brittany Muller. She's standing by.
Has debris. The storm surge just completely lifted all this debris up. You could see some of the furniture, roofs are torn off, and we just see a couch here. There's down power lines. We were also in Bradenton this morning. We saw the roofs just completely tangled in down power lines. So I'm going to hop on this cart right now, and joining me right now live is Jeremy Roberts. Jeremy, thank you so much. Tell me a little bit about your team that's been tasked by the governor's office.
Yes, ma'am. So we're the Florida Region 3 Incident Management Team, acting as the Forward CERT, that's S-E-R-T, which is the State Emergency Response Team. We were sent here by the governor about 10 or 11 days ago now to help Chief Cosby here in Bradenton Beach with all of their needs post-Helene. And so we just happened to be here on the ground and stayed here on the ground through Milton's impacts as well.
I want to show you, look at this roof. This is what we're talking about down here. So most people evacuated this area, which is a really good sign. People were listening to those warnings. But we're talking about devastation from not only Milton overnight, but also Helene. So you're seeing all of this sand because of Helene on top of the devastation from last night. And it's just a hard hit area. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. It's like you were saying, a lot of the sand that was here, there was 4 to 6 feet of sand across the roadways and in around a lot of the homes and business that was from Helene. Worked really diligent with the Florida Department of Transportation over the last week and a half to get a lot of this debris and the sand cleared out of the area. I also worked really well with Florida Power and Light, FPL, to get all the power lines back up and their equipment and power completely restored to the island before Milton hit last night.
I have to tell you, my photographer and I were out here the day after Helene hit, and most people didn't have access to their homes unless they were walking over the bridge at that point, and they were just in shock to see the status of their homes completely inundated with sand. And now that's the case right now. We're a few hours post Milton, and people are no longer able to access their homes at this point because the bridges have been shut down. They're being turned off the island at this point so first responders can respond. What would your message be to the residents here on the Belleair Islands in Manatee County at this hour?
So speaking specifically for Bradenton Beach, because that's where we're at, the town did actually fare pretty well. There is a lot of wind damage and debris that you'll see scattered about the streets and amongst the homes, but overall there was nothing overly significant that we have seen thus far. Power is down to the entire island that we're aware of right now. They're working on getting the water and sewer reestablished after it was shut off out of an abundance of caution before landfall a couple of days ago.
Jeremy, you are from Northeast Florida, the Nassau County Fire Rescue. You are so brave. Your team is so brave. We're so thankful to have you in Tampa Bay. We're in a desperate situation right now. All first responders, we're so thankful to have everyone here on the ground doing what you do best. We're seeing cars just inundated with sand, and that actually right here to our right, if you could pan off, Gordon, to our right, I'm not sure if you could see it now, but that's still from Helene. And this is the situation. This community hasn't even recovered from Helene, and now they're facing the devastation of Milton. What are you most stunned to see as the sun came up this morning?
I can tell you right now, we were the entire team and the town staff, chief of police. We were all very nervous, very concerned. I mean, the forecasted storm surge for this area was anywhere from 9 to 15 feet, and we were very worried that we were going to come back out here to a lot more of the buildings on the ground, just a lot more damage. We were quite relieved to see that the surge impact from Milton was very minimal, if any at all. Just kind of isolated pockets along the shoreline at this point that we've seen. And like I said, it's mostly wind damage. A lot of the folks boarded up; they were ready and prepared for it. But I think the residents, when they get back on the island, there may be some relief for them knowing that many of the houses are still here and undamaged.
Jeremy, when we first met last week, we saw a home that was completely off its foundation. The water pushed it down the street. Have you seen more homes like that?
Unfortunately, yes, there was one additional home, and actually in that exact same spot that came down. We're not sure if that was from wind or surge, but there was one more home that we did find on that side.
Could you take us to that area?
Absolutely.
It's just devastation. You can see some of the water is still here. We're traveling through it right now. I'm speechless. These first responders are so brave. They're protecting our community, protecting the homes right now. It's a ghost town out here, so people have been heeding those warnings. No power out here. It's something that we've been seeing overnight last night. We were actually in the eye of the storm, my photographer and I, Gordon Dempsey, and it was so calm and quiet. I've never been in the eye of a storm. Have you, Jeremy?
No, ma'am.
Can you talk to me about what you were experiencing?
So the entire Northeast Florida team, we were actually sheltering in place at the City of Bradenton Emergency Operations Center off of 59th Street. We took a good portion of the eye wall there, did lose power there, a lot of tree limbs down, but no significant damage right around that location.
This is also taking an emotional impact. You know, we got word that there's Nadine out there. There's another storm out there. And just to know that, you know, we're in the middle of hurricane season and it's been pretty brutal for the Tampa Bay, the Gulf coastline. Everyone's on edge. You can see one of these signs right here. It says, God bless AMI. This community is so resilient, and everyone keeps saying they will rebuild. They'll come back stronger than ever. What would you say to that?
I'm completely in agreement with them. Like I said, this is a very strong, very hardy community. These folks, you know, as soon as they were allowed back on the island, they spent several days walking nearly a mile just to go from where they could park back onto the main road, which is Golf Drive north and south. And they were, like I said, they were walking up and down the roads with shopping carts, shopping buggies, wagons, whatever they could find, just to, you know, bring in cleaning supplies to get their supplies out. And they have let absolutely nothing stop them at this point.
Right, and for those residents that live here on the Barrier Islands in Manatee County, it is impassable. That's why the county has shut down access to the Barrier Islands, because it's for your own safety. I know that you're probably antsy to check on your belongings at this hour, but it is closed for a reason. First responders, we've seen fire rescue, we've seen urban search and rescue, we've seen so many different types of first responders here. They're actively working. If we also pan the camera straight ahead, you see they're all lit up. They're here. They're trying to do their best, working around the clock to make sure that you can get back onto the island as soon as possible. But right now it is impassable. And as we head south, what can we expect to see?
A lot of what we saw go in the opposite direction. The buildings down this way are more of the single family, single story, or maybe 2-story homes. But they said you're still going to see a lot of significant debris that was there from Helene that we were actively working with DOT and our debris partners trying to get it up before. Unfortunately, we got 270 cubic yards off of the island. So if you're thinking about that, that's almost 3 football fields long and 3 feet high of debris off. But they said there was still quite a bit that is still here in the area.
It is unbelievable. I can't believe it. But I'm so glad that people really took those evacuations orders seriously, and we are just here. We're going to be here with Jeremy and his team, and we'll bring you the very latest. We'll be joining you again, as well as WFLA Now with JB. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Avery and Deanne.
Wow, the extent of that damage on Bradenton Beach. We kind of got a wide scope because Bradenton's actually driving through some of that damage.
Yeah, and the waves there are still so big, even hours after the storm passed. We're going to get to Lee Spann now with the very latest.
Yeah, and one of the folks here at the station took this picture from our building. I just kind of, as we see all this destruction and we're seeing all of as the sun comes up, overnight hope in a hurricane, because the Marriott on Water Street had power. Some places had power, some didn't, and they used their power to put a little heart there so that everyone could see it from a distance. So I really appreciated that. Everyone's kind of knew that when the sun came up, it would be very devastating. So through the overnight, that did shine brightly there. Now, as of the 11 a.m. update from the Hurricane Center, yes, Milton's still out there.
All right, folks, JB and Justin back here with you live. Good to see you. Good to have Justin back here with us on stream. Let's show you. These are live aerials from WTVJ. So our helicopter was moved out of the Tampa Bay region. Eagle 8 HD was moved out of the region because we wanted to make sure that our helicopter was
safe.
Safe, and that we could use it. Here we have our sister station, WTVJ. They are flying over the impact area. What I'm going to do is try to give everybody an updated location. So, Justin, you can provide some perspective here as I kind of find out exactly where this helicopter is.
Yeah, so this is WTVJ, as JB just mentioned, out of Miami in South Florida, and they're flying over the damage.
Look at that.
I mean, that's almost to be expected. We can see that that almost looks like some type of a shed or something that houses a boat, something along those lines. But this structural damage right here is very concerning. That looks like a well-built home. It's what we call the roof structure is what we call a hip roof. That is exactly what you want to have to mitigate hurricane wind damage. It helps to deflect the wind, but what I'm seeing there may be the damage of even a tornado because it's so isolated. And what I'm noticing, notice the house right across the street from it did not sustain that. And then again, you see this a tremendous amount of damage here. Again, we're efforting efforting to let you know exactly where those images are coming from, but certainly a total devastation with that particular structure that you're seeing there.
I'm
And these are live
just trying to get a
aerials.
tail number. Hey, chat, you know, we got sometimes we have some great flight radar
And we can check
savants in the chat.
WTVJ's website too.
Yeah, that's also a good point. Let's check WTVJ's website. It's a good idea, Justin.
And man, that is incredible. I mean, just a complete collapse of that particular structure there. As again, wind gusts all across the Suncoast at the point of landfall, over 100 miles per hour officially at SRQ, and we know areas right along the coastline probably saw winds even higher than that.
We asked where the chopper was, and we were told South Florida. That's all we were told, which doesn't help us really. But if I'm scanning flight radar trying to find that chopper, folks. As soon as I do, I'll let you know.
Well, if this is South Florida, like I suspected when I saw the top of that roof, this looks like this could be tornado damage because the wind gust strictly from this particular storm in South Florida shouldn't have been this strong to create this amount of damage. And as we kind of pan out, what I'm looking for is kind of a path that a tornado may have taken in the zone, and there appears to be a path of damage here on this wider shot where some homes are spared and some aren't. And notice the trees are somewhat stripped as well. And that's a signature that you look for when you're looking at tornado damage. Indeed, that the way the trees are kind of snapped there, what we're seeing with the fences and some of the roofs, incredible stuff. I mean, that car or vehicle looks like it was flipped at some point. And the cleanup efforts are continuing. Yeah, as this is more than likely now. As I look at this tornado damage, there's a distinct path in the damage that we're seeing here, JB.
Yeah, this is what tornadoes leave behind. I mean, look at all these rows of just downed trees.
Yes.
Yeah,
and if this indeed is South Florida, this is incredible. I mean, think about how far away Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach counties, that's the South Florida region, is from the eye of the storm making landfall at Siesta Key.
I might have found it.
It looks to be
I have
inland.
one news chopper in the air, and it looks like it's the area between Pembroke Pines and Hollywood, Florida. I don't know if that is this chopper. I can confirm it is a news helicopter. So that would be in the area between really, I mean, southwest of Fort Lauderdale and north of Miami and Hialeah.
So that would be Broward County.
Correct.
North of Miami and just to the west of Fort Lauderdale. But as you look at this, notice the trees.
Oh, wait, I have another news chopper in the area.
Gotcha.
And I believe this one actually might really be it. This one looks to be west of North Palm Beach, inland significantly. So, man, I'm trying to
Royal Palm Beach, Loxahatchee area.
Yes,
inland.
Yes, very
Jupiter
good.
Farms
Loxahatchee is probably the best locator I can provide. Yes.
Okay.
So this did come from Miami. I can almost verifiably confirm that is this chopper. Loxahatchee.
Yeah, so that's Palm Beach County. It's further inland from the coastline of West Palm Beach, if you're familiar with that area there of South Florida. So we're well inland, and just judging by the vegetation, I can tell that we are not at the coastline here you don't see as many of the beautiful coconut palms that kind of line the South Florida coastline there. But we do see a stripe of damage, which is unfortunate. We typically see tornadoes on the outer rain bands associated with a storm, and they can create damage. They're normally EF0, EF1, which is the lower end on the enhanced Fujita tornado scale, but certainly can do a lot of damage as we're witnessing here in South Florida. And again, we're going to continue to kind of follow the latest from this particular chopper, courtesy of WTVJ in Miami.
Yes, it's NBC South Florida, folks. So our NBC sister station to the south, and it looks like they are canvassing the area, and they hit on one area that was hit by a tornado. But, I mean, folks, as far as Milton goes, this is not an area that was hit by the eye of the storm or anywhere even remotely close to the eye. This is the southeastern to really eastern quadrant of the storm, right, Justin, that had those spin-up tornadoes.
Exactly. And as the storm came up from the south, they were in the northeast quadrant, which is notorious for tornadoes. And the tornado watch did come out from the Storm Prediction Center. You can see some of the skids there saying NBC6 out of South Florida. That's our sister station, WTVJ. As they continue to canvass, as JB mentioned. But it's something that you do expect with the landfalling tropical cyclone, but this damage is significant, which is a testament to the power of the tornado activity that we did see down there. Now, again, we'll have to wait on the National Weather Service for official word that this was a tornado touchdown. That's their job. They'll go out and take a look at the damage. Much like what I was doing, kind of surveying that from the air to see how the damage did occur. Is it twisted? Is it in one line? Is it straight line winds? But when you see a narrow path like that, that is a tell sign that indeed there looks to be tornadic damage there in South Florida.
So we'll come back to if their helicopter is above a area hit significantly. We will come back to this. In the meantime, let's get you back to WFLA News Channel 8.
A lot of sheriff's deputies, a lot of emergency response crews just in general out there risking their lives to save people in our community.
And in that video in particular, we saw several children being rescued and helped out too. And the fact that the officers just remained so calm.
Right.
It was such a hectic situation. And I'm sure those kids were so scared. Because you have to remember, this was dark. This was overnight.
Exactly.
Very scary. So very thankful for our first responders helping everybody get out.
Yes.
All right, I do believe now we're going to show you some pictures from Venice this morning of some boats and debris just laid out across the way there. The city says they're finding debris, downed power lines, and traffic signals. They say to keep off the roads while they make their way through all of the destruction.
All right, and at 11:43 on your Thursday morning, we want to check on how everything is going in Pinellas County.
Alessandra Young is continuing our coverage this morning from Belleair Beach. Good morning.
Good morning. So I actually just got updated numbers from the county, and starting last night through this morning, they've had over 4,100 911 calls for service. And also they say around 74% of people in Pinellas County are without power. Now that's through the main provider, Duke Energy, but we're just going to keep updating those numbers, let everyone know what's happening. My photographer Malik and I have been traveling through Belleair Beach, and those of you that have been watching our station have seen us kind of go from street to street. Now we're on 11th Avenue, and I just want to show you.
All right, it looks like Alessandra's shot has gone down. We're seeing that. We're noticing that pretty much across the board right now. It's hard. A lot of people without power, a lot of people without cell service right now. That includes our crews, right?
Yeah, and in Pinellas County, she was showing us earlier just a lot of trees down and a lot of flooded roadways. So we want to make sure that you are being safe. And I know you want to get home, but just stay off the roads as long as you can.
Yeah, time now to check in with 8 on Your Side's Melissa Marino, live outside of the university area. Understanding you've talked to some folks from the sheriff's office. What's going on?
Hey there. So I want to show you actually right now one of these high water rescue vehicles over here. You can see a family getting off this vehicle right now. You can see children getting off this vehicle. It has been a long morning, the sheriff tells us, many hours of them out here rescuing families from back in this community. Fowler Avenue and the cross streets, so 15th, 17th. You can see back here a number of sheriff's office employees, Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. They have been going back into this community with various boats. They have that high water rescue vehicle you saw. They also have airboats to take them into more shallow areas. We actually were on the airboat with the sheriff's office when they picked up a man and a woman and their dog and took them to safety. And I was talking to the woman and she said, you know, they were not in an evacuation zone. She thought the worst of their concerns would be power outages. They bought a generator for that, and guess what? This morning they woke up around 1 a.m. and they say their generator was floating. Here we have another high water rescue vehicle. There looks to be going back in. This is what we have seen all day for hours now. They just keep going back into this neighborhood and coming back out with families. In fact, the sheriff just rescued a boy, a 14-year-old boy who was hanging onto a piece of fence, and they got him onto an airboat and got him to safety. So just really devastating what this community is going through. And the sheriff pointed out this is a community that doesn't have much to begin with, and now they have lost everything. And when I say there are hundreds of people back here, it's several streets that are flooded and dozens of homes and hundreds of people back there. And then if you look over here, the Great American Assisted Living Facility, that was where this all started. They evacuated 135 residents from that facility. They were sitting in water. So we actually, if you look over here, they are being put onto a bus right now and they are taking them to a safer location. So that is the assisted living facility patients. We've seen them taking them actually in various trips. We've seen the bus come back and they're kind of just sitting here, you know, thankful to be dry. But again, out here now they're rescuing all these families. And when we were on that boat, as we were going through the floodwaters, the airboat, we were seeing all these families on their porches just waving to us. Some of them are on second stories, whereas others, I think they are waiting to be picked up, waiting to be rescued. And you can see this high water rescue vehicle, they just dropped off folks and now they are heading back out there to get more. They have been out here all day long helping these folks, and they are with, I see Hillsborough County Fire Rescue on their hats. So certainly a big thank you to all of our first responders. I heard them say that they've been working around the clock, and this started this morning. So they've been out here for quite some time helping these folks, and we're going to stay out here and keep monitoring this situation. But good to see that the help is here. These families very relieved, and that woman that we were with earlier that was rescued with her dog, she said they were going to go to a hotel and get dry. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Good to know that a lot of folks are getting rescued this morning. I saw Sheriff Cronister actually just tweeted out that they were able to rescue a 14-year-old boy.
That's amazing.
He was floating on a fence.
Wow, gosh.
On a fence.
Been doing it all morning long too, and like you saw, they're going back in for more.
Yeah, we do want to let folks know, again, stay home if you actually can right now, but if you have to get out, if you have to head out somewhere, the Selman Expressway is closed right now. So apparently you can actually get onto the Selman Expressway, but certain exits are closed as you make your way into Tampa. So that's mainly going to have an effect on folks who are coming onto the Selman from the Brandon area or in different portions of the Selman from I-4, from Ybor City, and parts of South Tampa. So please be aware of that if you have to get out on the roads.
That's because a lot of these places are flooded. We saw Shannon Bankin earlier this morning going past the Selman on Del Mabry, and then you could not get on because it was flooded so bad. But also it's because a lot of these areas, you don't need to be driving around. So that the police and first responders are trying to prevent anyone from being on the roads because they have to get their people out to help before you can get home. And I know that's frustrating. I want to go see my home as well, but it's just not the right time.
And I think what's happening here is I think we learned from Helene. So if you remember the massive backup that happened on the Selman Extension onto the Gandy Boulevard, it was because access points to get onto the Selman Extension weren't there. So I think law enforcement were making sure that, hey, these access points are all off. No matter if you can get onto the Selman, you will not cause a backup like what we saw with Hurricane Helene. Well, a disaster response group coming from the Midwest has had boots on the ground in Florida ever since Helene.
8 on your side's Mackenzie Laporte joining us now from Tallahassee with the crew as they gear up to head to our area.
Yeah, and the OBR crew here in Tallahassee is now waiting for Tampa Bay officials to give them the okay to pack everything up, head down south to the coastal areas that were just hit by Hurricane Milton to give their much needed hope and relief to area residents who are struggling after the storm.
We want to get in fast because that's when people need food the most.
Emmeline Thomas with Operation Barbecue Relief says his crew was originally in Tampa before Milton, but were forced to evacuate.
So we packed up everything from that warehouse, all of our equipment that was down there. We brought it up here to Tallahassee to kind of wait out the storm, and now we're getting set to redeploy into the Tampa area site. We've got a couple where we're narrowed down. It's just a matter of determining where we can do the most good and where we can do it the fastest.
During these recovery efforts, some Florida residents are living through the most difficult times of their life, and OBR prays they can provide just a little bit of hope.
It's hard sometimes when you hear somebody say, I haven't had power in a week, I haven't eaten a meal in 3 days, and we're able to give that to them and provide them with a meal that gives them some semblance of it's going to get better.
And now the OBR crew here in Tallahassee is really eager to get their boots back on the ground in the Tampa Bay area to help those who are struggling after the effects of Hurricane Milton. Reporting in Tallahassee, Mackenzie Laporte, 8 on your side.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Have you filed a claim with your homeowner?
All right, back here in the Stream Center, folks. We lost the aerials with WTVJ. Let's show everybody, though, the Max Fender 8 vehicle on the roadway. And I'm not sure if we have a current location, but Justin, perhaps I'm trying to get some things loaded up here. If you can just take it away. We're going to try to get an updated location, and these are the roads with the Max Fender 8 Storm vehicle.
Yes, we're kind of going all across the Tampa Bay area, and you have these pockets where the roadway is a little higher and you're able to get through fine, and then you run back into water of unknown depth. And again, we caution folks, if you can't see the roadways there, that you really should turn around, not drown, and experience this particular situation. But as we make our way, again, we're trying to figure out exactly where this location is. A silver lining to this, finally, look at that sky. Take a breath. We can see some blue sky. Temperatures will be cooling down tonight and will last for Friday and into the upcoming weekend, with a surge of drier air in the wake of this storm that we all really do deserve to have. And as we come up on this intersection, again, no power. So keep in mind, if you're out on the roadways, you have to get out and about. If you do encounter an intersection like this, you want to treat it as if it was a four-way stop. It kind of goes without saying, but sometimes when we're caught in the midst of things, we don't remember to do things like that. So it's a good point to just kind of remind everybody of that. But again, as we make our way on the roadways here, you can see some areas dealing with some localized flooding, a lot of ponding on the roadways, but hopefully we will be able to dry out here before too long, as the sun angle and the drier air will help to evaporate some of the waters that we're seeing here across the Tampa Bay area. And we have a lot of standing water. We had a record amounts of rain in Pinellas and also in the Hillsborough counties. But as I mentioned there, the good news is we do see some drying taking place with the sunshine peeking through the clouds there. A sign that hope is still here across the Bay Area as we all come together in the aftermath of this storm. And there is a tremendous amount of damage. We don't want to diminish that. We have to remember to take this step by step. Keep your mental stability about you. Take a moment, take a breather. We're all in this together, and we will all get through it together. Like we mentioned last night during the height of the storm, we made it through that, and we can make it through this aftermath as well, with all the standing water and so many structures that have been damaged due to the strong winds that we saw with Milton last night. But again, JB, as we watch here, it is just it's a mess over a lot of areas. Look at those folks there on the shoulder.
This is Tampa, Florida, by the way. I don't know if you said that already because I'm just sitting down.
Okay,
but this is Tampa.
We didn't know where it was, and JB working hard, getting the information to us here as we continue to stream this information out, because we do know a lot of people still are without power, and we know because of the intensity of the storm, it's going to take quite a bit of time to restore power to a lot of folks across the Tampa Bay region. We've seen numerous trees come down on top of power lines. We've seen power poles snap, trees uprooted, and all that infrastructure has to be restored in a timely fashion, but in a orderly fashion, meaning you got to get the roads cleared before you can get the crews out there to restore the power. So we all have to remember we have to be patient. Fortunately, as I mentioned, Mother Nature is cooperating with bringing that drier air in the form of lower humidity. So tonight you'll be able to open up the windows and sleep a little bit more comfortable than you would if this storm had occurred in August. And every little bit certainly does help in a situation like this. So as we can see, there's our very own Shannon Bankin there. She's in the Max Defender 8 vehicle, again, out. And this is built for this situation. This is just not a normal vehicle that is out on the roadways here. This is built to withstand the water and the wind that we went through. And we'll be getting a report from her on WFLA News Channel 8. But 8 on your side, Shannon Bankin out covering the storm for us this in the aftermath here this afternoon. And there certainly is a lot of aftermath to contend with across the Tampa Bay area and along the Suncoast as well, where that landfall point was down in Sarasota. 8:30 last night, we saw the eye of the storm with our Max Defender 8 radar moving ashore, that eye wall that we were streaming, talking about, battering portions of Sarasota and Manatee counties. Then we saw that eye wall work its way to the north into Hillsborough and Pinellas, where the rainfall was relentless. And then on the backside of the storm, as you recall, we saw some of the highest wind gusts on the backside of Hurricane Milton here across the Tampa Bay area, southward along the Suncoast. A couple factors with that. The wind direction did shift from the west and northwest, somewhat unrestricted, moving over the Gulf of Mexico. And that's one of the reasons we saw those higher wind gusts, in addition to those heavy bursts of rain that can transport those winds down to the ground. So incredible stuff that we saw meteorologically play out last night. And now we're left with the cleanup efforts as we all really kind of come together here across the Tampa Bay area and really much of the state of Florida. This is not just a Bay Area storm. This is a state of Florida storm with a lot of damage throughout Central Florida,
Justin,
the East Coast
may I
as well.
step in here for a second?
Absolutely, jump in, JB.
This is happening now. News Nation's Brian Enton is presently in that area that we've been talking about on 15th Street between Fletcher and Fowler in Tampa that has seen incredible flooding. Let's quickly go to that, and then I believe we have Shannon calling in. But first, what I would like to show is this video, if we can. We'll see if we can bring up audio here as well.
Tampa, near University of South Florida. I mean, you've been doing rescues all morning long, Sheriff.
It's been a busy morning. We had an assisted living facility that had 135 disabled elderly folk in it that we had to remove. That was quite an extensive lift. And as you can see this area, there's 4 feet of water in every apartment in every home here. This is an area that doesn't have a lot of money, that doesn't have a lot, and the little bit they did have is gone. You'll see their cars are underwater.
Oh my gosh, this is all just totally underwater.
You'll see the water comes up to the windowsill. They've lost everything.
We just went by a nursing home, it looked like, that was the water was up to the windows.
That's where we did the rescue. We had 6 boats, plus our amphibious sherps, getting individuals out. And it made it difficult as they were disabled. We had to get their wheelchairs and their walkers and everything and help lift. The men and women did an incredible job making sure that they got out of 4 feet of water, afraid that it was gonna go even higher.
Any injuries that you've seen so far? I mean, some of the people look so like old and fragile as it is.
Right before we came on air, we were out and there was a 14-year-old that did the right thing and evacuated. The problem was he was walking home, it got too deep, he wasn't a good swimmer. He was flailing his arm, getting our attention. We ran over there, he was on a board, floating because he was tired, he's not a strong swimmer. Almost like something out of the movie Castaway.
Oh my gosh.
We pulled up, rescued him, he latched onto us, he was so grateful. As you can see here, this water's up to the windowsills. I mean, they have 4 feet of water in their homes. They've been stuck on the 2nd floor the whole time. We've been up provide an opportunity for those individuals that want to get out to get them out.
So these folks, I guess, are not wanting to leave right now?
Not yet. You can see there's not many left. We got a lot of them out. Obviously, on the first floor, they had to get out. They had no choice unless they wanted to stay trapped in 4 to 5 feet of water. But you'll see these cars are underwater. Up here on the left, when we get here a minute, you'll barely recognize the fact that you can see how high the water is on the street signs here. You know, again, look at some of the cars underwater. This is horrible, and this water has nowhere to go. And it's taken way too long to recede because it struggles. I want you to look here to the left here, if we can get the camera guys' attention here.
Yeah, come to this side, Louis.
Look at these cars underwater. If you look in the far corner to the left, you can see the hood of 2 cars. You couldn't even tell that's a car. Totally submerged underwater. This car's so deep in the water that as water goes by, the back end's lifting up.
This is a church right here, it looks like.
This is a church. Again, this is a little bit of a migrant community, a Latino community. Here's their church, and it's gone. They've lost it.
Are you worried at all, Sheriff, that like there could be people that didn't make it? I'm just thinking like with the water and all the old people that we've seen.
Great question. We're out here. We have a heavy presence. We're ready to go door to door when it comes. We're giving people an opportunity to get out. There's some calls coming in that we're answering. At some point, we'll be knocking on every door to see if we can get a response to make sure that if someone's in there crying for help, that we make sure we're doing everything we can to rescue that person.
And is this an area that normally floods?
This never floods. I'll tell you a story. 33 years ago, when I became a deputy sheriff, this is where I started. This is where I fell in love with this community. In 33 years, I've never seen flooding like this. That assisted living facility, half of those individuals came and were evacuated from Bradenton and came here so they would be safe.
Because a lot of times in Florida, you think, oh, there's the places that always flood, but this isn't that place.
This isn't it. The south end of the county, over by our airport, South Tampa, never here. We've never seen flooding here.
Is it just all the rain? Because people who aren't familiar, people are watching all over the country. We're not near the coast right now. This is not like storm surge.
Great point. We're nowhere near the coast. This is 16 inches of rain that has nowhere to go. This is a heavily saturated area from Hurricane Helene, from the busy raining season that we've already had, and here's the perfect storm that's been created. This water has nowhere to go.
You guys are doing incredible work. I mean, we've been out here for probably 2 hours out on the road, and like the deputies are just incredible. I mean, it's incredible to see, and just their attitude too. With they went through the storm yesterday. We're chatting with some who don't have power, who have damage, but everybody's just trying so hard. It's really like amazing. It really warms your heart. You can't even really put it into words.
It is. This is the good side of humanity. You know, they've had a big storm 2 weeks ago they had to deal with. They're exhausted. They've been sleeping at the office, so we know they're there and they know that they're safe. They've been away from their families, and you would never be able to know that that's the case here because they're here with a smile, they're dedicated, they're committed, and they're here to lend that helping hand. You couldn't make one of these deputy sheriffs go home right now.
Yeah, you can tell. You can tell. Well, thank you, Sheriff. We're going to stay on the boat for a little while, Marnie, but you can see, I mean, it's really, really bad in this part of North Tampa, and you just feel for the people who are, I mean, their homes are totally flooded, and like the sheriff said, we're just hoping that, that they don't find people who didn't make it, who weren't able to get out, Marnie.
Wow, Brian, I mean, it's just incredibly heartbreaking to listen to the two of you talk and then to have the camera, Luis, thank you, panning over and seeing these people, women holding babies on these balconies waving, just waiting for the water to go down. I mean, it is just so sad to see so much water so fast. Brian Enton, be safe out there. Give that sheriff a pat on the back from us here at News Nation. Thank you, guys.
This is all happening live, but I'm with the sheriff here. This is
back with you live here, folks. Just wanted to share that from News Nation's Brian Enton, friend of the program. I talked to Brian this morning, and he wanted to know some flooded spots, and we had identified this spot as a really just bad area right now with the flooding from Milton. So it's good to see that Brian made it there safely and that he is speaking to Sheriff Chad Chronister. Yeah, it's good to see, folks. Let's go to Beth Rousseau live.
During the storm last night for some families, as water rose near their home and they had decided to stay and try and ride out this storm. Others are waking up this morning to some damage that's also devastating. Take a look. This tree, this giant oak tree, just snapped, sent it right onto this house, as well as some power lines because of the wind and rain that we saw due to Milton. If I walk you right over here, we're in Lakeland, just off Cleveland Heights. A lot of cleanup work underway. For the most part, it's just piles of yard debris that you're going to see folks out clearing up their yard. There is some more severe damage as far as trees down across the road. Take a look at this one. It is down, it is uprooted, but you can also see it's tangled in some power lines, totally knocked down that power pole. So again, still some scary situations unfolding. We started out the morning showing you some flooding in Lakeland near the airport, bad flooding. I want to show you some video. That is where we saw that mother of 4 who was sticking her head out the window as we were getting ready to do a live shot. She was yelling for help, telling us the water was rising. It was up past her knees, nearing her waist, and that she had 4 kids inside. Well, when we heard that, we called 911. The weather was too bad at that point for first responders to come out. So we waved down a Good Samaritan who was driving by. He was able to pull in, shine the lights on the flood water, and that gave her the courage to walk out. We were able to help her get out of the water and make her way to a shelter. Throughout the morning, we've been out assessing damage as well. Again, power lines down, trees knocked over, streets are flooding, and that's just some of what we're seeing in Lakeland. I talked to Amanda Holly. She says we've had a lot of rain in this area, from 5 inches in the southern part of Polk County all the way up to 15 inches at the northern parts of the county. Flooding was a concern for the lakes and rivers in this area, and that's exactly what has happened. Overall, though, the folks that we're talking to, including that mom who we helped out, say they're just grateful that at this point it seems everyone is okay.
When it got up all the way up the window, it got up the window and it started coming in the house from the window, and the refrigerator started floating. I turned out the power. Me and my children hopped on the oven. And once we hopped on the oven, I called my mom and told my mom, I think me and my children are about to drown to death. So we have a house that's in front of our house. I literally broke into the neighbor's house and got for higher ground. Me and my children, it was knee deep, but it wasn't waist deep. But I had to literally break into the neighbor's house to get higher level. And thank God I looked out the window. I don't know what told me to look out the window, but I saw you guys, and you guys came to save us. And we was in their water. I've been sitting in water since 9, and it's like 5 something. So I've been sitting in water with 4 children.
Just a little while ago, we were able to check in with Amber, who you just heard from. She is safe at the shelter still. Back out here, yes, families are dealing with this damage. Yes, there are power lines that are down. Power is out for thousands throughout Lakeland, throughout Polk County. But I will say we've also seen a number of crews out flooding into this area to try and help get that all fixed. So they are working just as fast as they can. They're asking everyone to remain patient. Going to send it back to y'all.
All right, thanks, Beth. And we appreciate everything that you did this morning, and I know that family is appreciative of you as well. All right, well, take a look at this new video coming in from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Just incredible. Rescuing a 14-year-old boy who was spotted floating on a part of a fence and flooded water. That's Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister right there. They were on an airboat
one of these shots
during this rescue, and at the tail end of that video, Avery, the boy is just in tears.
I bet so. I mean, because you can see in the beginning of this video, you can see him kind of bouncing, so I'm assuming that's his feet touching the bottom, and it's up to his chest. And I mean, at 14 years old, he looked like he was alone.
Yeah, terrifying.
Yes,
terrifying.
I'm so glad they got to him.
Yeah. And officers also rescued 15 people in Tampa earlier this morning. And they were staying together for the storm, and then a tree fell on their house.
So police took everyone to a shelter, even shutting off power to the home just in case. And officers sent us this video of the rescue.
Carry and start lining up. When the cars get here, we'll start getting you guys. Grab her other arm. He's going to grab her arm. I'm going to grab her arm. Okay? I mean, it's good for me to shut it. I'm going to shut it down. It's okay, Bubba. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. That's it. That's it. Let's go. We got 3.
You have 3 people with you?
3 juveniles in route to shelter. I got you, Bubba. Yeah, right behind him, right behind him. There we go. They got everyone? Is that everyone? No. Hey, Grandma coming. We got more coming.
I got you, Bubba.
It gives me chills. It gives me chills because that looked like when things were really deteriorating. The rain was coming down. It was dark, and we said a tree fell on their home. And as a child, I can't imagine. I mean, I was scared, you know, last night listening to the wind in the dark and everything, and to be a kid. Thank goodness for those officers.
Absolutely, and to be there, I know there was a sense of relief the moment they were with those officers, and we talked about this, how calm the officers were, right? Because in those situations, you can only imagine, especially a child, their mindset in that moment, and so to know that the officers, Bubba got a little nickname there too, so we were glad that those officers were there. Well, hey, take a look at this recovery in progress. Tampa Crews and emergency response staff, they are assessing damage right now and clearing roads for first responders. Now, right now, they're asking you to stay in place, all right? Just chill at home, enjoy the time off while you can. They're working to ensure evacuees can actually safely return home. And I do know you sent this out a little bit earlier, the city of Tampa, letting folks know when they can actually come home. And there is a website online that you all can check out.
Yeah, just go to thecityoftampa.gov. I believe you can find it there, because it is a big topic of discussion all over social media. Folks asking, do you know when I can get to this street? Do you know when I can get to this neighborhood? You really don't need to be driving right now because of all the down power lines and trees, but officials will definitely let you know.
I got that website for you. It's tampa.gov/.
All right, you guys, we're going to bring it back here. This is Sheriff Chad Chronister on an airboat standing by with our own Melissa Marino. This audio is coming in crazy hot. So let me lower this here a bit. And then it's coming in actually wildly hot. Let's bring it in here live.
Going on for hours, all morning long. He's here with me right now, and he was just pointing over here. Do you want to talk about where you guys got started this morning?
Yeah, we got started. This is where the call came. 135 disabled elderly individuals that got evacuated from Bradenton, did the right thing and got transferred here so they would be safe. You imagine how difficult of a task it was. They didn't walk. They were, you know, in wheelchairs, sitting in 4 to 5 feet of water. So proud of the men and women and what they've done to make sure they rescued them. And now you'll take a look as we're going through here and just see how catastrophic the 16 inches of rain and floodwaters are here. This is an area of town where they're hardworking and they don't have a lot. They don't live paycheck to paycheck. They live day to day, and the very little bit that they had, they've lost.
Incredibly heartbreaking. We've seen them waving down your rescue vehicles that have been going in and out all day long. In fact, we see one coming right here. Talk about, and let's bring something else up. You just had an incredible moment. A 14-year-old boy was hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, incredible. We were coming down. He evacuated to a friend's house, and he was walking back. Didn't realize how deep the water was. Didn't realize that he wasn't as strong a swimmer as he thought he was. It was literally like out of a Castaway movie, him laying on some top of a fence, waving us, out of breath, gasping for air as we pulled him up, took him up to up where it's a lot drier, got him off so he could finish walking home. I mean, the efforts here have been incredible. I'm so grateful that it's going well. But you're right, my heart shatters. You'll see that the water's up to the windowsills. People on the first floor of all these apartments. This is a large, predominantly Latino neighborhood, and the church is gone. They've literally lost everything.
And we were talking, you know, out here, these are people that were not in an why they went in zone.
To tell you, ago I started as a sign. Love the community. In 33 years, I've never seen flooding remotely close to what we see now. This is why a lot of people didn't evacuate. This is why people evacuated here. We never expected this. We have our usual suspect areas, but Plant City here, again, for those without power that are complaining that they're uncomfortable, I get that. listen, that pales in comparison to what this community's gone through.
And we have seen, yes, the nursing home was 100, or the assisted living facility 135, but hours of them just transporting family after family, small children, animals, everything. So this has to be in the hundreds by now.
Absolutely. I don't know what the number is. I don't know if we'll be able to keep track. We have 3 amphibious vehicles, multiple John boats, Zodiacs, and the airboat like we're on now, and they've been nonstop since they deployed here hours ago.
Wow, just incredible. And certainly, hearing the first responders, they've been on 24/7. We've seen you posting absolutely everything. Thank you so much for being out here. And I talked to a woman who was rescued with her dog, and she said when she saw you, she was very thankful for you. And she just said as soon as she saw your boat and everyone, just how grateful they were. And just talk about how much longer this is going to be going on today.
My fear is going to be going on for quite some time, because there's nowhere for this water to go. It's not storm surge that comes in and leaves. This is that crazy flood water when you get 16 inches of rain. And again, we're so heavily saturated. The rivers are already high. I'm afraid the Alafai River will crest here in the next day or two. This water, quite simply, just has nowhere to go. You'll see the cars that they've lost. If you turn the camera and look over here to the right, you can barely see 2 cars back in the corner. You can barely see the roofs of the car. This is very deep in some areas. Again, my heart breaks, my heart shatters for this portion of our community.
And something else that I thought was interesting was the fact that we are on an airboat, because it's very deep over there, but other places are very shallow, and that's the purpose of the airboat. But then you also have the higher up vehicles. How much do these vehicles help you to prepare for something like this?
We couldn't do it without the resources, the tools, and training we have. I thank the county administrator and our county commission all the time. Imagine a scenario where we don't have these resources and we're standing there wishing we could help people.
And you mentioned their church. I mean, there it is. This is their church. This is their whole community. You can see, if you pan over there to the right, they have bags over their heads. That's their belongings. They're getting out of their homes. Oh my goodness, they're floating on a mattress over here. Floating on a mattress. I mean, this is they've left with everything they have. You can see bags above their heads, and that is why, oh wow, it goes the whole way down here as well. This is just, I mean, unbelievable.
Devastating, catastrophic. It's going to take some time. This community is very resilient. We'll get through it. We will get through it together. But again, this has to make you emotional just to see individuals that suffer like these individuals are suffering.
And just so everyone knows, up ahead there are a ton of rescue vehicles up here just continually rescuing folks. And as you mentioned, just heartbreaking. As soon as we got here, I mentioned to you, I think it's very hard to hold it together, just seeing this devastation, seeing these people who are for this, just everything. Continue to watch these as folks are brought out. But thank you, Sheriff, so much for your time. Thank you to your officers, your deputies, and we've seen different agencies together. And what do you want to say to residents?
Thank you for your support. We're only as strong as the community supports us. That's why these deputies, the Hillsborough County Fire men and women that are out here that have been sleeping at the office, on the floor, wherever they can to get a little bit of rest, they would serve nowhere else but here because this community supports us. And for that, I'm forever indebted.
Thank you, Sheriff, so much. And we're going to send it back to you guys, and we'll check back in just a bit.
All right, Melissa, my goodness, it's a situation.
All right, so that's Melissa Marino doing an incredible job with Hillsborough Sheriff Chad Chronister. I just want everyone to kind of hear this and listen to this. I think that there's, hold on, let's circle this back, and this is with audio now. Let's listen in. Oh, hold on, one more time. Replay with audio. There it is. This is what Sheriff Chad Chronister was talking about. This is a rescue of a 14-year-old that they came across, a 14-year-old that was floating on a piece of fence in the water.
It's
Watch
incredible.
This.
Sorry. Let me spin around.
So that's on Sheriff Chad Chronister's page. I mean, absolutely wild what we're seeing. People
It's
floating on
unbelievable.
mattresses, on fences.
Yeah. it looks like a river they're on, right? Or a lake.
That is a flooded neighborhood, folks.
That water's incredibly deep. And I mean, the emotion that we heard from Sheriff Chronister there, it's just heart-wrenching to see these images playing out live here via News Channel 8 and through our streaming here. I mean,
and we're going to talk about Sarasota here in just a minute. I want to get back. Hold on, because we have more live interviews coming in.
This little village.
Scott, we keep hearing that time after time. People are coming together. Neighbors are helping one another. It's a beautiful thing. Talk to me about the community right now and the dire needs. It's a ghost town right now, but people are starting to make their way home. For residents that haven't been able to assess their property in this area, what would you tell them?
Just come out and do what you can do. All you can do is hope and that you didn't get hit too hard with any wind damage, which fortunately we did not. Just, stay strong.
You know, we see some fences down, power lines are down, trees are down. What have you been noticing? Piles of debris just right across from your home.
The county came out and they picked a whole bunch of it up before the storm, and I was one of the lucky ones, but the rest of the stuff that they couldn't get, it's been scattered throughout the community.
I just want to see if we could just take a peek. I know we can't go too far because cell service is spotty out here, but what would we find? I see there's a tarp on your floor right now.
Yes, this is like a lower room, and we put the tarps down through Helena to try to have a cool room to cool off before the Milton hit, because it was so hot and the conditions weren't very favorable for demolition inside of a house with no electricity.
We're glad to see that you're safe. Where did you ride out the storm last night?
Up in Bradenton. I have a sister that lives here, so we went up there and waited it out.
What was it like? What did you hear? What did it feel like?
It was kind of dicey. I heard the neighbor's roof come off their house. Things flying around, hit my truck. It was just like nerve-wracking.
It was nerve-wracking for us, too. We were in the same area, and it's heartbreaking to see. Now that the sun's up, we're getting a better picture of what this devastation really is. In terms of, we've seen so many different types of first responders on the ground, fire rescue, urban search and rescue. We've seen several different types of helicopters in the air. Talk to me about what we're seeing right now, noticing all of those things.
Right now, I've seen the fire department come through a couple of times, checking for down wires, live wires. I've seen the sheriff come through. The helicopters, like you said, been flying over, different kind of helicopters, just trying to, just make sure everyone's safe. It's, like I say, it's devastation here. I mean, it's horrible.
Talk to me about the village of Cortez. It's such a special place for people that may be unfamiliar with it. What would you say about it?
It's a tight community. Everyone comes together in times of need. Like this last 2 hurricanes, people come together. Even though Milton just left, it won't be long. There's going to be a lot of people out here cleaning up, taking care of things, and helping each other.
We were out just days ago here talking with the fishermen that are here, and obviously everything's on pause. This area is also known for several festivals. Talk to me about that.
Well, I don't think they'll have a festival this year in February. It is, I just don't know what to say. It's just, we'll have to wait and see what happens here. And it's, the fishermen, they'll get up and get going out doing their thing. We'll rebuild, but we'll just have to see what happens. It's going to take a while. It's not going to be overnight.
Scott Geyer, thank you so much for joining us right now. We are here. We've seen crews from all over the state of Florida, as well as multiple states coming here to aid and rebuild and help wherever they can. We know the barrier islands here in Manatee County remain closed. The county is asking for your patience at this time. They're trying to make it accessible for those residents to then go home and assess the damage. But for now, reporting live in the village of Cortez in Manatee County, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side.
All right, thanks, Brittany. Definitely feeling for those folks waking up in Manatee County as well.
All right, we do have some breaking news we want to get to real quick before we talk about this, about our Bay Area bridges. We just got an email that they are all open now.
Yeah, all 4 Tampa Bay Area bridges are open. So that means the Courtney Campbell Causeway, the Gandy, the Howard Franklin Bridge, and the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. So that means access between Pinellas and Manatee and Hillsborough and Pinellas counties are back open for folks.
All right. This is pictures and videos of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. As we've been showing you with Melissa Marino right now, they have been doing some water rescues. This one happened in Town and Country that you're looking at. As you can see, the department using their high water vehicles to take stranded residents to safety.
Yeah, those vehicles and those deputies have been hard at work all morning long. And hey, this morning, Hernando County Emergency Management warning folks in the area to expect long-term power outages. We're told both Duke Energy and Withlacoochee River Electric have crews on standby to respond to the area. Now, to report an outage, you can call the number you see right there on your screen.
Now, if the power does go out and you can't watch us on TV, you can still tune into our radio partners. Several stations around the Bay Area are working with us to help keep you informed. All of those partners are on the screen right now. 12:25 is your time. We're going to send it to break and see you just after that.
You're live, folks. JB and Justin. And Justin, let's talk a little bit about Sarasota, if we may.
Yes.
We've been very focused, of course, on Tampa. We're located in Tampa, and our crews are mostly located around the Tampa Bay area. We hope to get more crews down to the south. What are you hearing out of Sarasota at this moment?
That it's been just devastating. I've got a lot of friends texting me. Fortunately, we still have communication down there, which is a good thing. And our own Allison Henning is down in Sarasota, as we just saw from Brittany Muller. She's on the Suncoast as well there in Manatee County. So hopefully we'll get something from Allison here before too long. But yeah, a lot of wind damage in Sarasota is what I'm hearing. And that is understandable because the eye of the storm did make landfall there.
Yeah, so another friend of the program, Alex Capriello, who's been with us on stream before. Let's go to Alex Cap and listen in because he's been stationed in Sarasota. Here was his live appearance a short time ago with News Nation's Marnie Hughes.
Islands, but we found more evidence of that storm surge. So first, let's give you some context. There's the water, the open sea, and this is how close some of these condos and homes are. And when that storm surge came in and brought all those feet of water, you see huge items like cars all of a sudden get tossed around like rag dolls. We know that this car is a victim of storm surge for a number of reasons. Well, first and foremost, those foggy windows shows that it was picked up. And then number two, just look at how they're positioned at this moment, right? Cockeyed. You don't park your car up on a curb like that. There's another, it looks like an Infiniti that's parked sideways. Take a look at this Lexus, another victim of the storm surge. And if that's not enough evidence for you that this really powerful waters came through this area, well then, look no further than this. Here's 2 more boats that just washed up on shore. So really evidence that a very, very strong storm surge came through very suddenly, almost without notice. You might remember we were just out there. And then within about half an hour, when that eye wall was closing in on us, we really saw that water come rushing up, and we had to make a mad dash inland. So yeah, these people are waking up this morning in Sarasota, looking at their belongings, their most beloved assets like cars and boats, their homes. They're finding them in complete ruin. There's going to be a lot of work to be done here to clean it all up. Everyone I've spoken to, at least Marnie says, it's going to be very neighborly as these people of Western Florida really try to push through this and come out of it on the other side.
All right, so that's Alex Capriello.
He's pretty close to the Hyatt there as a point of reference, which isn't too far from the Van Wezel. That's a performing arts hall. It's a purple building that's kind of iconic to Sarasota. So he's on Sarasota Bay. That's the body of water that you're looking at. And the storm surge did, of course, rise there, as he's illustrating with the live images there that were a little bit earlier on News Nation. But my goodness, JB, it's incredible to see that so close to the heart of Sarasota. This isn't just the fringes. You have to think about downtown Tampa. If it was inundated with water, that's what Sarasota dealt with along Tamiami Trail, US 41, and points to the west over the John Ringling Causeway, taking over towards St. Armand Circle. I mean, look at the boats. Just, it's heartbreaking.
Wow, some live
for someone
damage
that
you should
calls
see.
that
Hold
area
on,
home.
folks. This is coming in right now on WFLA News Channel 8. Let's listen in.
And over here, you see this roof on top of this blue house. Well, if you would believe it, I'll first say this.
Manatee
Emergency
County.
leaders told us this morning that there were homes on fire in here. We're not seeing them from where we're standing, but there are hundreds of homes in this mobile home park. Now I want to get to other places. This here in Palmetto, but there are several other mobile home parks that just look like this. Honestly, even worse. I would say that this, from where we're standing, looks better than any of the other mobile homes that we've seen this morning, if that shows you how strong Hurricane Milton winds were. Some of the other mobile homes affected 90% of them flew off. Also, Sunset Village in Bradenton, that was probably the most devastating we've seen so far this morning. That was one of our first stops this morning, where people were just going down with their flashlights, trying to see if anybody was in the homes. We didn't hear anything there. And then lastly, the one we're hearing about is Colony Cove in Palmetto. We couldn't get to it at the moment as these power lines are down, but we did hear from neighbors here in Palmetto what it's like over there.
Decimated. There's no roof. You got 3,000 trailers there. Every one of them's missing a roof. Golf carts flipped over down the street. It's bad.
Now, while crews work tirelessly around the clock to fix the power in these impacted areas, which I would say most mobile homes in Manatee County were probably impacted by Hurricane Milton. As far as we've seen, we've been to both Bradenton and Palmetto this morning and only heard not great things about all the other areas. But while they work to restore all this power, county officials are asking that you conserve water throughout the entire county, because they are just trying to get the job done so they can at least get some basic needs back to people, some who just lost everything. Guys.
Chloe, that is a welcome sight that just passed right by you. A power crew just passed right by, and I know they want to see that right now.
Absolutely. We know a lot of those crews are out there on the ground. Yes, out there on the ground looking to restore power. So I'm glad they were able to see that. Chloe Sparks, live for us in Manatee County. Thank you. Well, from panels ripped off the trop to transformer explosions, Pinellas County officials, they are urging you to stay home as well, keeping off the roads while storm recovery continues.
8 on your side's Lenny Supal is live in downtown St. Pete, right there at the trop with what's the latest there.
Good afternoon. Well, Milton has definitely left its mark here in St. Petersburg, changing the face to one of the most iconic structures in the city. The dome of Tropicana Field ripped to shreds as those powerful winds tore through the area overnight. Panels of the roof were scattered across the property this morning. That wind damage widespread throughout downtown St. Petersburg. We saw several downed power lines, one car nearly clipping a power line on the street. Over on Beach Street, the park near the St. Pete Pier littered with uprooted trees and heavy branches that snapped off. Also, the bending arc hanging art structure also giving way to the fierce wind that whipped through the area. Mayor Ken Welch says that the wind plus 18 inches of rain caused a water main break that damaged the drinking water and sewer system. A boil water notice has been issued because of it.
Folks can start draining water in their home, like flushing toilets and brushing your teeth. However, due to waterline breaks, we also had to shut off drinking water last night around midnight. Crews have been out this morning making repairs to the drinking water system, and potable water is back on.
Meanwhile, all eyes will be on the St. Pete skyline this afternoon after a massive crane came crashing down, no match to those powerful hurricane-force winds that tore through the area, clipping one of the condo construction cranes that crashed into an office building near 400 Central Avenue. Now, inspectors are keeping a close watch on the wind gusts as the That crane still leans against the office building, and it will lead to some serious conversations in the future. We understand that the city knew that this was a possibility going into the storm. They say it takes a specialized crew at least 1 week to bring down the construction crane. It's a conversation they had with the developer, and that Milton formed quickly, and there just wasn't enough time to bring that crane down. However, we will see conversations about safety rules and regulations because of it. Reporting in St. Pete, Lenny Supal, 8 on your side.
Lenny, thank you so much. We want to turn our attention now to Governor DeSantis, who is giving an update on things here in Florida.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Doesn't mean there's not going to be a lot of damage. Doesn't mean there's not going to be a lot we're going to have to contend with. But just in terms of what we were prepped for, I think that we probably have an abundance of resources. My sense is we'll probably be able to release a lot of the search and rescue resources that we've had on hand very soon, and then just get back to getting everybody back online with power, making sure the gasoline's flowing and everything. So all in all, everyone's done a good job up to this point. We got a lot more work to do, and I'll let Kevin come in and say a few things.
Thank you, Governor. You know, I think in this situation here, where we're at, the strength of what happened here is organically our state mutual aid system. The very first group that was on hand here was a Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Search and Rescue Team. That's not even officially a part of our state 8-team search and rescue team system. Maybe we want to change that in the future and put them on that. But you know, that Type 3 team, which is self-funded 100% by Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, was the first ones in to this situation. Followed.
All right, we're going to send it over to Lee Span now. It looks, you know, blue skies in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, there's some clouds, there's some blue sky, and again, a new camera has come back online now. We do have our St. Petersburg camera of all places. I tried to spin it around to see if I could see the trop from our vantage point here at the California Closets camera, but I couldn't. So I just kind of spun it back around to downtown, where it's 78 degrees. Very low humidity and a breeze coming right out of the north. So there's a somewhat of a bit of a chill in the air. A lot of people have come in and said it certainly feels cooler, and we're going to keep that breeze coming out of the north. Right now, sustained winds at 14 miles per hour in Tampa, St. Pete, 18 miles per hour in Lakeland, 16 in Sebring. Obviously, we have some reporting stations that are still offline. They were working yesterday when Hurricane Milton roared ashore, and the Tampa International Airport recorded and measured a wind gust of 93 miles per hour. St. Pete at Albert Whitted Airport, which now we are starting to see some social media pictures of some damage at Albert Whitted, because it had 101 mile per hour measured wind speed, 102 in Sarasota. So certainly there was damage due to those Category 3 wind speeds, and it did make landfall with 120 mile per hour winds at around 8:30 in the evening near Siesta Key. That surge was reported close to 10 feet in downtown Sarasota. We're starting also to finally get down into the Venice community, and where that water did rise. Even we're going to have to see just how high, but certainly surge south of where that made landfall. And then the rainfall, 12 to 17 inches north of the eye. If you've been watching us, you saw Sheriff Chronister and Melissa Marino in an area that normally doesn't flood, the university area of Tampa, Fletcher, Fowler Avenues, because of the 1.5 feet of rain, extensive flooding, and unfortunately that's only going to lead to swollen rivers over the next couple of days. Notice as we head through the rest of the day, we're still gusty now, and it stays pretty breezy. I mean, yes, it gets less, but you're going to notice that breeze throughout the day, and those winds are coming out of the north. That is drawing in much drier air, and not just lowering our rain chances, but lowering that humidity value. So the air feels a little more fall-like, feels a little lighter when you're out doing the cleanup work, which I'm already dreading going home and doing, because I've seen my driveway looks like, and it is definitely covered in debris. So again, at least it won't be so oppressively hot and humid like it was after Helene, where you were doing that cleanup and it was really, really tough on your body. So we're going to keep it on the drier side. Yes, you may see a stray shower or two, a 20% chance today and tomorrow, but it would be very quick. It would be very light. I really want to focus in on how much more comfortable the air will feel when you're outside. It gets a little warmer, a little less breezy over the weekend, but we're going to see a lot of sunshine through the weekend as well. So hopefully this is Nice turn of events now. We can bring the sunshine back out.
Yeah, I know. Of course, we've been telling folks to stay off the roads. I made my way from Wesley Chapel back here, downtown Tampa. You saw folks with their windows down, kind of enjoying the fact that we do have that breeze right now.
Yeah, and we do got to talk about the rivers that are going to be flooding too. I do want to say that Pasco just sent us an email saying that sandbag locations are going to be opening up to be prepared for when that happens as well.
You know, usually we just talk about one section of our rivers in, you know, the entire Tampa Bay area. Right now, though, I'm watching all of our rivers rising and cresting at moderate or major flood stage.
Wow. So if you don't have your sandbags and you need them, several counties are helping you get prepared for that as well.
And that's over the coming days.
Yes.
It's going to keep rising.
Yeah. All right, y'all make sure you be careful and stay alert. And remember, you can always get updates on Hurricane Milton track and damage online at WFLA.com and our WFLA app. We'll be right back.
All right, back here on Tracking the Tropics, and of course, checking in with all of our various partners, from News Nation to our NBC sister stations on the peninsula. We were showing WTVJ earlier. I'm looking in this direction because that's where I see all of our feeds. I know the Governor DeSantis, he's actually started taking some questions, but I don't know how much longer he is going to be. So what I'd like to do in a moment is I would like to answer some questions out there for people. I think it's been a while since we've done that, Justin. And why don't we start calling for #HeyJB, #HeyJustin questions. Anything else that has caught your eye, anything that's on your mind the last few minutes or so?
I mean, when we first started here right around 11 o'clock, the tornado damage that we saw from WTVJ's helicopter in South Florida was just incredible. We know that the landfall point was in Sarasota, Siesta Key last night, 8:30. And we know that Manatee County, that we've been showing so much about, bore the brunt of that eye wall just being battered. And now we see the tremendous amount of flooding in Hillsborough, a county that Chad Chronister was out literally helping to rescue folks from those storm waters. It's not storm surge, that was rainfall. We had a tremendous amount of rain falling from the sky, so persistent last night. But as we just kind of look across the entire Bay Area as a whole, it's incredible what this storm has done. Now, we thought during the midst of it, like, wow, we really escaped a major event from a storm surge aspect, meaning the center of the storm did make landfall 2 hours south of Tampa, that is, in Sarasota County, which kept the historic levels of surge out of Tampa Bay. But that was just one aspect to the storm. This is multifaceted, from a tremendous amount of flooding with the rain that was so persistent to the extreme amount of winds. Keep in mind, this is a Category 3 hurricane making landfall in our viewing area here across the Tampa Bay region. And boy, aren't we seeing the damage from it up and down our coastline, well inland. It's a big problem, and the cleanup efforts are going to continue for quite some time.
Yeah, so looking here at the latest power outages. Yes, Brian, hello. Yeah, let me get ready for that. Folks, we're going to be getting ready for a hit on WFLA News Channel 8. Just want to quickly pass along that we are still in the area of around 600,000 TECO customers without power, and around 2+ million people without power in the state of Florida.
So the streaming is so important, in addition to our radio partners that are taking the feed from WFLA News Channel 8 as well, that can listen to us. And that was vital last night in the dark. And then dealing with these high winds, it can be frightening. So we're here for you. We're going to continue to be. We said that last night during the height of the storm. It's just as important to be there for folks for the aftermath as well, and to know that you are not alone, and we're all going through this. We feel it as well. And our families and friends and neighbors all across the region dealing with this storm.
All right, we got to get back to News Channel 8 coverage. We'll see you in a moment. Put in your #HeyJB, #HeyJustin questions now. We'll do our very best to answer them live coming up in the next Q&A segment on WFLA News Channel 8.
that and not only move the boat but knock down the crane. These are just a couple examples that we've been seeing over and over again driving throughout the area, especially in Belleair Beach. And county officials say that around 74% of people in the county are without power, and from last night into this morning they've had over 4,100 911 calls. In Pinellas County, Alessandra Young, 8 on your side.
Well, we are starting to see more and more damage in Sarasota County, of course, the area that actually Milton made landfall.
I know we are just now starting to be able to survey some of the damage throughout the area. Our News Channel 8's Allison Henning lives in that area. She's right outside of Siesta Key. The barrier islands do remain closed at this hour.
Right now, we are next to the South Bridge leading on to Siesta Key. Stickney Point leads up this way. Right now, this bridge, as well as all of the other bridges leading to the barrier islands here in Sarasota County, are closed to vehicular traffic. There are some folks that we've seen walking over this bridge to check on the damage, but right now, county officials are asking folks to stay off the roadway. There's a lot of debris scattered throughout the county right now, especially on the roadways. As we were heading here from downtown Sarasota, we looked left and right down US 41, and virtually on every street we did see limbs and fallen trees, so they want you to stay safe. Also right now, Sarasota County Fire Department, they're working through the backlog of 911 calls that came through overnight. Of course, during those high wind periods, they were not able to respond to those calls, so they're working through that right now. And as far as damage to infrastructure in this area, county officials confirmed to us that there is damage to at least one bridge here in Sarasota County, and that is the bridge leading over to Lido Key. Not the John Ringling Causeway, but one of the smaller bridges leading over to that key. The extent of that damage is unclear at this point. But again, at this point, county officials are asking folks to stay off the road until the roadways are clear and safe. For now, reporting in Sarasota County, Allison Henning, 8 on your side.
All right, now we know a lot of you, of course, have a lot of questions about this storm. When can I access where I live? But we are answering those questions for you online right now.
I had a lot of trouble on the roadways myself this morning, even getting back to work. So, you know, if you don't need to be on the road right now, for those who need to get a certain place, it would be helpful. It's a bottleneck out there right now. But take a look at this peacock that Pablo Caceres captured. Actually, I think we're going to do that. Oh, there it is. Ooh, looking for shelter in the hurricane.
No.
Did he make it, and is he okay? The answer is yes. And considering we are a NBC station, we protect our peacocks. By the way, it popped up near the door in the morning. Look at that. That was the night and then the morning. So we're glad to see that our feathered friend is fine.
That is so beautiful. I kind of have a bird story. I was on my way from Wesley Chapel, and I came back to the station. There was a bird whose wing, like something happened in the middle of the storm, and the vehicle behind me stopped to help the bird. So we're just out there all helping all of our little birdies.
You know what? I see more neighbors talking to neighbors right now. I actually met a neighbor I hadn't met, a new neighbor, and it brings everybody together because everybody's in the same boat wanting to help each other. And there's going to be a lot of people to the south of Tampa who really need our help. And I'm sure a lot of these questions are coming in online right now.
Oh, absolutely. And you know who's answering them? JB. He is live right now in our stream center. Heading up to him, checking in on what's going on. Hey, JB.
Hey there, Deanne. Hello there, Stacy. I love the peacocks. I drive through that area all the time, and I always stop my car and let them, you know, pass over the roadway, of course, obviously, but then I forget that there's traffic beeping behind me, like, okay, keep moving along. Welcome back to the Stream Center, folks, on WFLA.com/report it as we get in pictures from our viewers, our readers everywhere in the Tampa Bay area, and here with Justin Mosley, WSNN Chief Meteorologist. We're seeing a ton of this, Justin. This is right now some pictures coming in from Eric and Largo, just trees tangled up with power lines after Milton.
That's going to be the big concern as we move forward, trying to get all this, you know, cleared first and, you know, get our infrastructure back in place. So it may take some time. Let's all be patient as we get things back online. Floodwaters.
So yeah, Angie in Lutz, you know, a lot of these I'm seeing for the first time because they're just coming into the queue on WFLA.com/report it. Lake Charles in Lutz. I mean, just can't even see the front yard of this home. It's completely underwater.
And this is rainwater, mind you. This is not from storm surge, because we saw so much water falling from the sky, persistent rains across an entire region last night. And again, this is freshwater flooding that we're seeing there.
How about freshwater flooding plus down trees? I mean, it's a combination all over the place of freshwater flooding, uprooted trees, power lines being brought down. I mean, this is just par for the course.
Correct. Already saturated grounds, as we mentioned. It's been a very wet summer. You throw a tropical cyclone on top of it, which is Milton, and you get these high winds that we saw last night, and voila, you end up with wind damage like you see here from Lakeland.
Downtown Lakeland, Barrett sending this one in. Yeah, we've seen a lot of damage coming in from around Polk County. Let's see here. This is Melissa from Lakeland photos and from Milton. And yeah, you can see the street light kind of dangling there dangerously, but did not fall. Looks like a safety chain was in place. That is good to see. A ton of screened in backyards that have just folded in, collapsing under the weight of Milton's winds.
Yeah, this one's from Bradenton, and yeah, you can see that pool cage enclosure just completely collapsed due to those strong winds. And we typically do see this sort of thing with hurricane damage across our portion of the state of Florida.
Yeah, good to see the generator or battery backup there. So clearly
yes.
A plan in place
and
being
it's outside,
executed.
exactly where it should be.
Absolutely. Lena saying here, Parkwood Drive in Valrico. This is their neighbor's house, they say. And we've been talking about trees in living rooms. And we're not exaggerating when we say trees into living rooms, almost to the point where it's touching the ground.
Yeah, it's crazy. That's why we encourage you, before the storm season does start, you want to trim those limbs back away from your home, because this scenario, it can play out with high winds that we've had across the region.
All right,
My
so
gosh, look at that.
Yeah, this is. I mean, look at the car damage there, in addition to the house damage as well. St. Lucie is where this is coming in from. The Associated Press reporting that there are 4 people dead in St. Lucie. Also, St. Lucie is the site of where the sheriff's office there got hit by a tornado. We're waiting on updates out of St. Lucie County 2 hours south. We also had our NBC sister station, WTVJ, fly over some of those areas. We carried those aerials live on Tracking the Tropics on stream.
Right.
And we have seen some of the devastation as a result of Lee Spann noting earlier there were 98 tornado warnings in South Florida over the course of this storm.
It just speaks to the far-reaching effects of Milton, and more than likely what you're looking at on the screen there, that is more than likely tornado damage as well. Again, we'll get confirmation from the local National Weather Service office.
This is not a river, or at least it appears to be now. Darryl, with this in Tampa, Florida, this is Hanley Road and Hillsborough Avenue. That Firestone there on the right, the water coming right up to the front of that shop.
It's amazing. I mean, relentless rains last night on the order of 10 to 12 inches in some spots across Hillsborough County. Another one shot there.
There's the Firestone there directly across now, and a vehicle that is completely destroyed by the floodwaters there. Danielle says this is in Bradenton.
Look how large that tree is.
That's
incredible.
Massive. I don't know how well this is translating to folks' TVs at home or on their mobile device or tablet when they're watching, but these trees are utterly massive from our vantage point on WFLA.com/report it. And let's see here. We got 2 more in the queue. This is Brent in Lutz, just showing some of the damage there. We have heard northern Hillsborough, southern Pasco County. I mean, really, that's a focal point right now for some of the flooding that we're seeing.
Absolutely. The model data nailed it, JB. We talked about this last night here on Tracking the Tropics and on WFLA News Channel 8. And the model data just continued to show a swath of a heavy rain on the north side of that circulation. And that's what we're seeing the result of.
We'll end out here on a video from Susan in Bradenton. Showing just some of the debris scattered along the roadways. Before we send it back to the studio, I promised our audience we would get to 2 questions here on air. So let's get to this one from YouTube Live. How is the cell net, infrastructure in Sarasota? I can't reach my friends there. We'll share this, you guys. There's just widespread cellular problems. We've been seeing it with our live shots breaking up on News Channel 8, Justin, as well.
That's so true. And it is spotty because I have been able to reach folks down in Sarasota from here in Tampa. So just hang in there. Hopefully you'll get that back online.
Yeah, and power out in Spring Hill, power outages across the Tampa Bay area, across the state of Florida. We're continuing to answer questions and trying to provide some context. We are working the phones, trying to get as much information that we can get to answer questions live on the WFLA Facebook and YouTube pages. You can join us over there for the Q&A if you would like for us to answer your questions. We're going to start to do that now with Justin Mosley and myself. But for now, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, those images, they're just hard to look at because it really brings to life what took place in our area and how badly Milton impacted us.
You know, and in some cases, you just can't prepare for what's coming your way. And even though the track was pretty accurate in this case, your heart goes out to those who really, really are devastated and waking up in despair today.
Right. And without power, without water. I've been tracking a lot of our power.
Here with you live, folks, after the live appearance on WFLA News Channel 8. We are back here live with our audience. Let's do our very best to answer as many #HeyJB, #HeyJustin questions as possible. I'm trying, people are just, someone I saw ask about Eagle. Eagle AHD, our news chopper, was moved out of state.
To Georgia, I believe.
Yeah, to keep it safe.
Yes.
And if you're just joining us and you're looking for that coverage, we normally, the day after a storm passes, Eagle's up in the air, and on probably by this time in the day, they're already on to their second or third flights. However, as a result of us moving it out of state, probably
that
won't get
process
it back.
is delayed. Yeah.
Probably not
we
get
had
it back
to
till
protect
tomorrow
it.
at the earliest.
Yeah, we were in ground zero, so to speak. We had to protect the chopper so that we can get you those aerials, and hopefully soon to come. But Eagle 8 HD, we still have it safely there in Georgia at the moment.
All right, this is a question that's been making its way around social media. We got to squash this now. It's got to be squashed. Squashed, like, fast. Meek, Brittany, hey, JB, is it true another storm is working up in the Atlantic?
I don't see anything that's coming our way anytime soon.
There's a tiny disturbance that is just now emerging off the coast of Africa, Justin, from what I checked from the NHC. But, I mean, nothing there, as I understand it.
And I'm just looking at one thing right now.
I mean, I think Lily is still out there. Or is it Lily?
We currently have Leslie. We have Milton still on the map, and there is an area of disturbed weather currently has a low chance of development, and it's just emerging off of the African coastline.
Yeah, so Milton is still a Cat 1, I would imagine, right?
Yes, I do believe so. Yes, it's a Category 1 hurricane.
Good riddance.
Yes.
But, I mean, yeah. People have been asking in the comment section, what happens now to Milton? It's going to just drift off into the Atlantic, and
we're happy to say goodbye to it.
Yeah. Farewell, Milton.
Yes.
And thanks for nothing.
And let's hope, and that's all we can do at this point, given the hurricane season that we've been through, that this is it for us or anyone here in the continental United States. But the season technically goes through the end of November. So just bear that in mind. I know it's something we really can't even fathom to think about. But the hurricane season technically does not end until the end of November.
Yeah, and there's no Nadine. Nadine has not. Yeah, so
no.
So don't listen to the chat.
I'm looking at the official word
to
from the National Hurricane Center, and they have the official word.
Yeah, it's silly and ridiculous social media behavior. No, there is no Nadine out there. It is next up on the list, but it is not a storm that has formed. It's not even. Yeah, so just don't listen to the conjecture out there, folks. All right, so here's a great question. Let's get this in from GDS. And it's, how long does it take for the water to drain from the streets? It can vary. You know, what's actually interesting about this is that a lot of it can be the result of drainage being blocked by debris. I've seen a lot of videos on social media and with storms past where all it takes is, taking debris like leaves and branches away from, a drainage area, and then all of a sudden the water starts to flow and get out of there pretty fast.
Yeah, and there is, as we know, a lot of that debris could be blocking these drainages. So, and that coupled with several other factors, we've had a tremendous amount of rain, which flows into the rivers and streams and tributaries. And, during the period of high tide, that works to, lessen that process of getting all that water to flow out into the Gulf of Mexico. And there are typical suspect areas that just are low-lying, and they typically flood, and it takes even longer to get that water out of there as well. So a piece of good news that we have working for us, JB, the air above us is drying out. Dew points are coming down, and that helps with the evaporation process, and any little bit does help. So that's a little bit of a silver lining with this as well.
We'll continue to monitor the comment section, but we have live reports coming in, and these live camera feeds are something you really need to see. So we'll be back in a little bit here
come out to the
on Tracking
movies.
Tropics.
You see a lot of damage with the screen, and you can see we haven't been able to get on the property because there's flood water all around it. So we're not able to get onto the property and look, but I see a lot of metal and damage, and there's some mobile homes on the community that I think some people who are part of the family may live in or use in some way, and they appear damaged as well, unfortunately.
To see such an iconic spot there, Shannon, experience that level of damage, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, and the flooding in the area. You be safe out there. I know that there are a lot of flooded spots, street flooding. So if you can't tell how deep it is, definitely don't do it. It's not worth it. And there are a lot of down power lines still. So police are trying to get that message out as well. Just be careful, and if you don't need to be out and about, don't be out and about. We want to welcome you back. I'm Stacy Scheibel along with Deanne King, and we're glad that you're with us. We are starting another hour of coverage. We will be here with you throughout the afternoon into the evening with all of the latest information. And sadly, we want to report that the death toll has risen. Now 9 people are dead across the state of Florida as a result of Hurricane Milton.
And while none of those deaths have been reported in the Tampa Bay area, we have seen catastrophic damage. I actually want to correct that, unfortunately. It has been reported that 2 of those deaths came from the St. Pete area. Now, the storm made landfall near Siesta Key at 8:30 last night. More than 1 million people in the area are without power. There is major wind damage in downtown St. Pete. The roof was ripped off of the Trop, and a large crane came crashing down.
Officials at Tampa International Airport are assessing the damage. We received this video from the airport as they begin inspections there. Of course, they will not open the airport until they've thoroughly inspected and made sure everything's okay. There is going to be some cleanup done.
Oh, for sure.
Take a look at Tropicana Field. You've likely heard the roof of the Trop came off. That was Hurricane Milton's powerful winds. Most of that fabric covering the dome just torn right off in the heat of the storm last night.
It's just so hard to see all of those images. We're turning to 8 on Your Side's Dan Lucas with more on this. Good morning, or good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon. Whatever time it is. Daytime images just as dramatic as that nighttime video when the Trop had its lights on and the roof was flying off its cabled supports. This is not going to be an easy fix by any means. After many storms in its 30-plus years of existence, the Trop's roof finally gave way to Hurricane Milton. But built with Teflon covered fiberglass sheets, it was made to sustain wind up to 115 miles per hour. That angled roof, which prevented many a rainout over the years, was no match once the breach was made. So now the Rays and the city of St. Petersburg are going to face a difficult challenge to figure out how to get this ballpark in a safe and playable condition for next baseball season at the end of March. And I'm not looking at that. I have my doubts, but yeah, the roof, what do you do with the structure itself? That's the first thing.
Exactly.
What are they going to do? So that decision's coming soon. Can I show you one more thing? Because I mentioned the Tampa Bay Rowdies earlier, and I had some folks ask me what's going on. A lot of Rowdies fans loyal out there. Some video here. Tampa Bay Rowdies home field, Al Lang Stadium. It's about a mile from the Trop. They had a little bit of damage in the back portion of the facility. That is a roof there that collapsed on goals and other equipment used by the Rowdies. They usually use that little backfield on game days for some players not in the lineup that night. But nonetheless, that's a part of the structure there at Al Lang Stadium. I believe the stadium itself came out okay, so that's good news. The Rowdies play Saturday night on the road at Louisville City. That team, Louisville, has asked its fans to make donations. They're going to match the club is going to match the donations, Louisville. So good on Louisville City for that, and hopefully they get a lot of fan support. And I think sports fans come together at times like these.
Sure.
So that'll
Just
be
a
really
quick
nice.
note on the Trop too, Dan. It's going to be demolished, but that new stadium is not scheduled to open until what, 2028?
Yeah, there's a window of time there that's critical because I will go ahead and the argument we're going to talk about for weeks and months. Do you bother paying to fix that? If you're going to be moving out of it soon, that's one of the arguments you could make. So
I wonder if an option is just to take the roof off.
Yeah, I would have to think.
You know what I mean?
I'm not sure what the structure, the catwalks as we know them, play a role in the actual structure of the ballpark itself. I'm not sure about that. The roof is suspended by cables held on that material. As a matter of fact, overnight I mentioned it was the largest cable-supported dome in the world, not the United States, the world. The Georgia Dome was the largest, and the Georgia Dome got demolished, of course, for the new stadium. But now the Trop had the largest, but that roof is gone.
All right, well, we appreciate the update. I know you'll keep us updated on all of the sports teams, but thanks, Dan. In the meantime, we want to go to Melissa Marino. She is in Hillsborough County surveying damage there. Melissa, tell us where you are.
Hey, Stacy, I am on Fowler Avenue, and right here, I don't see the cross street right now, but it's where we've been all day. This is the extreme flooding that we're seeing out here all day long. There have been water rescues happening. I want to show you over here to my right just how deep the water is on Fowler Avenue. You can see all of these cars submerged under the water. The one, you can see just how high that water is. Now I want to take you back down here, down this street where they have been stationed, the sheriff's office, pretty much all day. We are off North 15th Avenue, by the way. So down this street, we have been down there all day long. The sheriff's office up ahead, you can see there's the high water rescue vehicle. They have airboats out here. They have blow-up boats. And off to the right, these are families that have been rescued. These are right over here. Yes, there we go. These are families that have been rescued, and they are just sitting here because right now this is the place that they have that is dry. We are told that they have been just sitting for hours in wet homes up to, you know, their knees, their waist. It just depends on where they're at. This all started, though. There's an assisted living facility down here. There was 135 residents from that facility that had to be rescued. They had actually evacuated from Bradenton, came here thinking they would be safe. This is not an evacuation zone, so they ended up having to be rescued. They were sitting in wheelchairs in the water. If you could imagine how difficult it was to get them onto boats and get them onto dry land. And then for hours, we have just seen the sheriff's office, the big Sherpa vehicle that you see up ahead. They have just been coming in and out with families, small children, animals. And we actually, the sheriff's office took us on the airboat today, and we got to witness a rescue. It was a family and their dog, and they were just standing in the water. They were so grateful to be rescued. They told me, you know, we thought we'd have to worry about a power outage. We bought a generator. We thought we'd be good, and instead they're dealing with flooding. And in here you can see they're bringing another boat in right now. They are using any equipment they can find, and they have so many first responders here on scene. If we look over here to the left, you can kind of see over here some of them stationed out here. These are ones that have just, you know, come out to take a break for a few moments. They have been out here 24/7 essentially since they deployed here to help rescue these folks. But the sheriff, you know, brought up a good point. This is a community that, you know, struggles to make ends meet as it is, and now they have lost absolutely everything. So just so incredibly heartbreaking and devastating to see them go through this. And this is far from over. The sheriff said they're going to be here for quite some time trying to get everyone out, because he said for now there's nowhere for this water to go. It might have receded a little bit, but I mean, you can see it's all around me. It's really not going anywhere. So we are going to send it back to you guys. Reporting live in Hillsborough County, I'm Melissa Marino, 8 on your side.
Boy, hard to see that, but good to see all of those rescues, the woman trying to get her dog in a vehicle, and just those folks standing on the side of the road because they have nowhere else to go. Up at USF, you were saying you were there for years. You never saw anything close to, it's not an evacuation area.
Nope, I lived there for several years while I was at college at USF. In fact, went through several hurricanes. I watched Lee report on those hurricanes, and I was right there, right by campus, off of Fletcher, off of Bears, near
Unbelievable
Fowler.
to see the level of flooding, people up to their knees and waist.
Yeah.
Well, we hope that they are able to continue to make those water rescues as quickly as possible.
Absolutely. Well, hey, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Cronister, he's been very busy today, sharing some of these photos of power lines down, blocking different roads. This was a post on X. He says, please stay off of the roads. In fact, if you don't follow HCSO on Twitter or Sheriff Chad Cronister, please do so. They are posting updates up to the minute almost with some of the damage that we're seeing across Hillsborough. And we're also hearing incredible stories of heroism in the wake of Hurricane Milton. That includes from our very own Beth Rousseau.
And Beth, when I walked in the building a little while ago, yours was the first story that people shared with me. You have an amazing story, so take your time telling us. I know you were in Polk County this morning, and it quickly went from you being a reporter to you being a helper rescuer, right?
Yeah, and it was a very, very scary situation for this family. Our primary job, my photographer Charles and I, we are people before we are reporters, before we are a photographer, is to help folks, not just to convey a message, but if they're in trouble, to lend a hand in whatever way we possibly can. So when we arrived out here early this morning, it was probably 2 or 3 o'clock, this road was completely covered in water. If you take a peek down there now, you can see there is still standing water on the road, but it has receded greatly since that time. So we were trying to tell you guys about what the impacts were for Milton. We were standing out here getting ready to go live to show you that flooding when we heard someone calling to us from this home that you see still has water up in it today at this point of the afternoon. But at that point, the water was much, much higher. A woman calling out to us, her name was Amber Henry. She says that she was stuck inside, trapped inside that house with her children, 4 of them inside. We said, okay, we'll call 911. And we actually do have some video of her hanging out the window, letting us know that. We said, we'll call 911, but at the point of time, it was way too crazy out with the weather. The first responders said that they weren't going to be able to come out for a while. So Charles and I knew that we had to do whatever we could to help. We went ahead, flagged down a car that just happened to be driving through the area, was able to pull into the driveway and shine the light on the driveway, which has a very, very deep dip in it. And because she was able to see that lighted path, she walked out to us, and then we were able to grab their hands, help them to safety. We got them to our car, got them warmed up, gave them some towels, and then we were able to take them to a shelter where I have checked in since, and they are still there. They are doing well at this point. Throughout Polk County, we are seeing that damage. We are seeing trees down, power lines down. That's why first responders are asking you to stay off the road. Overall, though, Amber, as well as every other family that we've talked to, have said they are just grateful that they are safe, and so are their loved ones.
It was very scary. We tried to, you know, stay positive in the midst of the storm, but the storm was really, 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 really strong. It felt like if it was ripping off, you know, places and things, and we saw a lot of debris and we saw a lot of stuff flying. It was a night.
And that's what Amber had to tell us, too, when we finally talked to her when we got to the shelter. Again, you still see standing water outside the home that she was in. However, she is safe. We've talked to her since that time. Now, I can tell you that they are trying to make sure that people stay off the roads at this point, and we are just so happy that we were able to help her. We know that law enforcement throughout the area have helped a lot of people throughout this flooding that we're seeing, really some that people in Polk County have never seen before.
Yeah, Beth, you're from that area, so I could only imagine how you're feeling. I want to check in with you. How are you and your family members and friends in that area? How are they doing?
So I just was able to talk to my family member. They are good. They didn't even lose power, which is crazy to me, especially when you're seeing areas like this that are so flooded, so many trees tangled in utility lines. We are so, so fortunate. I am so, so grateful for that. So I could not ask for anything more at this point. My family is safe. We were able to help Amber and her children. So overall, just very grateful.
Well, thank you for what you did, and thank you for being up all night and helping us with our coverage.
Incredible job.
Just so many stories to tell out there. Thank you, Beth. Well, the damage, of course, really the worst south of Tampa and across Manatee County, really.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to check in with 8 on Your Side's Brittany Muller, joining us live in Bradenton right now. Where are you now, Brittany?
We move to South Bradenton Trailer Estates. It's a mobile home community with extensive damage. This is Marie Berry's roof. It blew off and now it's sitting in the middle of the street right here. And this is some of the damage that we're seeing this morning. And Marie's joining us right now. Marie, I'm so glad that you're okay. We know that this was under a mandatory evacuation zone and you listened to those orders and you came back early this morning to find this.
Yes, we left. They suggested that mobile home people leave on Monday, and we left on Monday. It didn't really start until late yesterday, and we were gone, and we kept hearing that there was the hurricane was dropping in intensity, and we were all hopeful. But this morning when we came back, my house, the roof is totally off. This is part of it here. The rest of it is out in the back. I think that's probably part of mine over there in that yard.
And a major problem for you right now is that many mobile homes don't have insurance. They can't be insured.
Correct. So many people don't. My husband and I are snowbirds. We're lucky because we have an Indiana home. But so many people don't, and they don't have insurance, and their trailer is damaged and they have nowhere to go and nothing to do.
Well, I want to take a walk around this mobile home community here in South Bradenton. If you want to follow right now, we see power lines down, trees are down. The extent of the damage is severe. So far this morning, we have been throughout Manatee County. We started off with a ride-along with officials, Bradenton Beach. Then we moved to the village of Cortez, and now we're here. When you're seeing post-damage from Hurricane Helene, watch your step right there. Thank you. When you're seeing the post-damage from Hurricane Helene and now Milton, what's your response to seeing something like this?
It's pretty devastating because you work all of your life to have a home in Florida, one that you can afford, and then you come back and it's gone. You know, so many people don't have the resources to rebuild or to fix or to put a roof back on, and things are so expensive to replace now that it's so hard, and it just is heartbreaking.
It is heartbreaking. I want to take a look down this street. You could see just metal, roof, everything. You could see the insulation just covering the roadway right here. And Marie, I want to make sure that you're safe as well. We're in the middle of the road right here. But I want to continue on walking because this is just devastating beyond belief. We see some power lines down here. And obviously the sun is up, so people are checking on their homes, checking out this community right now. What would you say to residents that haven't been able to return to this community? What would you want them to know?
I think the thing that I want them to know is that we live in a fabulous community where we take care of each other. And if you need help with your mobile home, with cleaning up, whatever, everybody is willing to help outside of our park, inside the park, and there's resources available as well. And ultimately, you know, my hope is in Jesus, that all of these earthly things will go away. But the one thing in my life that I never have to worry about going away, blowing away, is my relationship with Jesus and his provision for me.
I have to tell you, so many people are turning to faith right now and praying. I want to show you this. This is beyond devastating, and we're seeing this street after street. Metal roofs have completely blown off and are tangled in the electrical lines, the down lines right behind me. Take a look at this. This is stunning, and this is just one section that we're seeing this in. When you look at this, what's your reaction?
When I drove down Florida Boulevard and I saw that, I was like, oh my word, that is somebody's life. That is somebody's home hanging from that pole. And it is just heartbreaking. It's just, you just ache for them. And then, you know, I actually thought I had heard my roof had blown off, and I thought, well, maybe that's my roof over there.
Well, there's another roof right behind you, and we have a down light. I mean, every type of debris is in this neighborhood. And I want to move over to the sidewalk just to make sure this traffic can get by right here. Talk to me a little bit about the community in itself. We have snowbirds like yourself. You were talking about your neighbor who's disabled.
My neighbor who is disabled has limited income. She works so hard, pays her bills, but she doesn't have a lot of extra. And now this has happened to her. She's lost her carport. She has lost part of her roof, her facial fascine.
All right, it looks like we lost Brittany there, just to hear her story, but also to hear the love,
and
the
her
love
faith
that she has and the faith that she has in that community with her religion. It's amazing.
You know, I think for a lot of people who may have suffered damage and various things happen, when you look down south and you see what we're going to see in the coming days, they're so grateful that it may only be a roof or a tree or something, because the process of putting some of those places back together down in Manatee County is going to take a long, long time. And Brittany doing a great job talking to her, and I loved hearing about that woman's faith and that everything material can be replaced. And I think we're going to hear that over and over.
As long as she has her faith, she is good. Well, check this out. Officers, they rescued 15 people in Tampa earlier this morning. They were actually staying together for the storm, but a tree fell on their house.
And police took everyone to a shelter, even shutting off the power to the home just in case. Officers did send us video of that rescue. Take a look.
Carry and start lining up. When the cars get here, we'll start getting you guys. Grab her other arm. He's gonna grab her arm. I'm gonna grab her arm. Okay? I mean, it's good for me to shut it. I'm gonna shut it down. It's okay, Bubba. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. That's it. That's it. Let's go. We got 3. Everyone, you have 3 people with you. 3 juveniles. They're outside shelter. I got you, Bubba. Yeah, right behind him, right behind him. There we go. They got everyone. Is that everyone? No. Hey, Grandma coming. We got more coming.
You know, we really want to give a shout out to the police officers who are out working in that, trying to rescue people. In that case, those people probably thought they were in a safe place, but a tree comes down on your home and there's not a lot you can do. Really, we want to talk about all the rescue workers out there, the police officers, the medical personnel, everybody who has to work during that storm. We want to thank them for what they've done. And oftentimes when it's the morning after the storm like it is right now, we're not going to get to show you the areas that were hardest hit because we can't even get to them.
Get access,
possibly for days. So some of the worst stories, worst damage will be uncovered in the coming days. And I do hope that neighbors stick with neighbors and communities stick together, and we will be here to share those stories as well.
We truly appreciate all of our first responders, especially taking care of the babies. A lot of those were children. Well, take a look at this recovery and progress. Tampa Crews and emergency response staff, they're assessing damage right now, clearing out different roads for first responders. They're asking that you stay in place. Do not get in their way. They're working to ensure evacuees can safely return home.
There are also water rescues happening. This is the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office starting to do rescue operations in town and country overnight. The department using their high water vehicles to get to those stranded residents and then get them to safety. You can see them in the back of the vehicle there.
And this morning, Hernando County Emergency Management, they are warning people in the area to expect long-term power outages. We're told both Duke Energy and Withlacoochee River Electric have crews on standby to respond to the area. Now, if you want to report an outage, you can call the number you see right there on your screen.
And of course, for those who have power outages, if you can't watch us on TV, we have a number of radio partners locally who are simulcasting our broadcast so you can get all of the important information. Those are listed on your screen. Just remember, if you do lose power, you can still hear us on the radio. Well, Tarpon Springs city officials say that Hurricane Milton brought in over 18 inches of rain to that area, and we're going to tell you about that after we take a quick break.
We'll be right back.
Universal Roof and Contracting.
Hello and welcome back to the Stream Center, folks. JB here with you live on Tracking the Tropics. Hope everyone's doing okay out there. Look, we know that there's widespread power outages. You saw some of the information there about how you can report a power outage on WFLA News Channel 8, how you can get a hold of your local power company to get yourself, started sort of in the process of getting yourself back up online. We know that it is a painful process to be out there without power. Hopefully, folks have generators or other supplies in place. This is why we preach on tracking the tropics for many, many months. When we don't have storms to track, we talk about hurricane education. We talk about being prepared. We talk about having your kit ready to go. It might not be, the Netflix blockbuster that, everyone's talking about. It might not be, Love is Blind or Stranger Things or the hit show of the week. We know that hurricane education is not necessarily the most wildly entertaining topic, but it is important. And if you had your hurricane kit in place, if you had your generator ready to go, if you had a battery backup, if you made a plan and you put that plan into effect, you're likely in a less precarious situation than your neighbor who did not. So, look, bottom line is that we hope everybody out there is doing okay, plan or not. We know everyone out there is concerned about where this goes from here, and we hope that things get, that communities and neighborhoods get back up on their feet as soon as humanly possible. We're going to get you back to WFLA News Channel 8. We're going to be doing more Hey JB and Hey Justin and Hey Eric. Yes, Eric Stone is back in the building. Hello there, Eric. I see him over there on the other side of the room getting ready to rejoin us. Eric Stone will be back with us soon. You can submit those Hey JB, Hey Eric, and Hey Justin questions and comments, and we'll try to get them into the queue, loaded up for the coming segments here on air and online. You can also send in videos to WFLA.com/support
does remain in effect for Pinellas County. Residents and non-essential personnel are asked to remain at home. Don't be out right now unless you need to be.
Absolutely. We're also getting a look at some of the damage this morning on South Pasadena. The city says almost everyone in that area without power and without water right now. Anyone who evacuated is asked to just wait a little bit longer before actually returning home.
We have some pretty shocking images from Venice of the boats and the debris tossed around like toys in the water across the shoreline down there. The city says they are finding debris down power lines, down traffic signals. They definitely want you off the roads in Venice while they make their way through the destruction. Their main concern, of course, flooding and down power lines that could pose a danger if you're out and about. And Hillsborough County Sheriff Chronister, you know who I'm talking about, Chad Chronister, I apologize, is sharing these pictures of down power lines that were blocking roadways. This was a post he made to X. He says, please stay off the roads. Downed power lines are a hazard.
And we're actually getting some new information in from Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. So we saw Sheriff Chronister actually out there with fire rescue crews. We know as of right now, over 500 rescues have happened from that team, 104 pet rescues, all in response to Hurricane Milton. And among these, approximately 135 civilians from an assisted living facility.
Wow.
Now, we do know that number, of course, is more than likely going to rise. But again, just a shout out and true appreciation to all of our first responders.
Wind damage is, of course, very apparent in Manatee County today, where neighbors took a very hard hit from that storm.
We're checking in with 8 on your sides. Chloe Sparks live in Palmetto with a look at the conditions there. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, guys. The amount of mobile homes Milton destroyed here in Manatee County is absolutely devastating. Now, some caught fire and some, like the ones here at Coach House Mobile Home Park in Palmetto, have been absolutely wrecked with debris. It's sad for a lot of people, but we are seeing a silver lining today. Hurricane Milton was strong, but the Manatee County communities are proving who is stronger this morning as they wake up to total destruction.
It's our neighborhood. We got to take care of it, so we got to do anything we can just to make sure everybody's all right and safe.
Massive trees blocking roadways in several parts of the county, especially in Palmetto, where Brian Drew and Ed Selko took it upon themselves to take immediate action toward recovery.
Found like freight trains rolling down my street.
They heard everything overnight, and so did Alan Toussaint.
I mean, just stuff flying. I mean, everywhere. Everything was flying. Stop signs were gone. I mean, just everything.
In Sunset Village in Bradenton, roofs of mobile homes skimming over entire communities, taking direct hits into other homes.
Have you guys seen Colony Cove?
Not yet.
It's decimated.
There's no roof. You got 3,000 trailers there. Every one of them's missing a roof. Golf carts flipped over down the street. It's bad.
12,000 people safe in county shelters, thanks to the quick action of multiple emergency leaders working around the clock.
I've never seen this much destruction around this area ever in my whole entire life, and I've been here for 46 years.
Obstacle after obstacle. Emergency leaders, looky-loos and Good Samaritans alike are all making it known there is nothing Milton could destroy that they couldn't put back together. Now, power companies have been here this morning. They are working hard to get basic needs to the people here in Manatee. The county is asking people to conserve water until they can get the job done. At that point last night, Manatee County had the most power outages reported in the entire state. Reporting live in Manatee County, Chloe Sparks, 8 on your side.
Yeah, lots of folks still dealing with those power outages from Manatee, Sarasota, Hillsborough, Polk, Pasco, you name it.
It's going to take a while to get all the people's power back on. Thank you, Chloe, for the work you're doing. We appreciate it.
Now, from panels ripped off the trop to transformer explosions, we're seeing all sorts of damage across St. Pete.
8 on your sides, Lenny Supal is in downtown St. Pete, where the most visual thing I saw right away last night was the roof of the trop being blown off. Tropicana Field, Lenny.
Oh yes, Milton changing the face of St. Pete and the most iconic landmark in the city. The dome of Tropicana Field ripped to shreds as those powerful winds tore through the area overnight. Panels of the roof scattered across the property this morning. That wind damage widespread throughout downtown St. Pete. We saw several down power lines, one car nearly clipping a power line on the street. Over on Beach Street, the park near the St. Pete Pier littered with uprooted trees and heavy branches that snapped off. Also, the bending arc hanging art structure also giving way to the fierce wind that whipped through the area. Mayor Ken Welch says the wind plus 18 inches of rain caused a water main break that damaged the drinking water and sewer system, and a boil water notice has been issued because of it.
Folks can start draining water in their home, like flushing toilets and brushing your teeth. However, due to waterline breaks, we also had to shut off drinking water last night around midnight. Crews have been out this morning making repairs to the drinking water system, and potable water is back on.
As the city continues to recover, all eyes will be on the St. Pete skyline, especially after a massive condo construction crane came crashing down overnight. No match to those powerful hurricane-force winds that ripped through the city. That crane, located at 400 Central Avenue, was actually unable to be disassembled in time for Milton's wrath. So the city now working with the contractor and developer on a plan moving forward. The city says they may instill rules and regulations when it comes to construction equipment moving forward. Reporting in St. Pete, Lenny Supal, 8 on your side.
All right, Lee, I think the silver lining here is we have blue skies. We have less humidity, something to look forward to.
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of work that needs to be done, right? A lot of people are going to be doing a lot of work outside, cleaning up the debris, taking down those shutters, and as opposed to after Hurricane Helene, there is going to be a little more comfort to the air. Now, it's still going to be warm. You're still going to need to make sure to stay hydrated and things like that. But 76 degrees right now. I'm using our Riverview camera. Now, again, I'm kind of peeking in on some of these neighborhoods just to see if they've had any damage. In this area, again, we saw very early on had garages open, which meant that has some likely has power, and I haven't seen any debris. This is again in Riverview. 76 degrees though, yeah, really nice. Breeze is coming out of the north, and it's starting to come down as far as wind speeds are concerned. This morning it was sort of an inhibiting wind, right? It was hard to do things out in it. Now through the afternoon, I think you're going to notice the breeze, but it's not going to inhibit anything. If anything, it might feel a little nice, especially if you're doing that hard work coming out of the northeast, anywhere from 15 to about 25 miles per hour, as opposed to when Hurricane Milton moved through about 8:30 last night. So less than 24 hours ago when we were seeing a 93-mile-per-hour wind gust in Tampa, 101 in St. Petersburg at Albert Whitted Airport, 102 in Sarasota. We had 79-mile-per-hour wind gust in Winter Haven, 75 in Brooksville. So a Category 3 hurricane made landfall in our area for the first time in more than 100 years. It happened at 8:30 near Siesta Key, 120-mile-per-hour winds, and then it began to make its very destructive track farther inland. The surge recorded, we've got some gauges near Sarasota that got up to about 10 feet. We're starting now to see some pictures coming out of the Venice area where it might have been even higher, or certainly very destructive with that surge on the southern side of the storm. And then on the northern side of the storm, well, that's where rainfall totals reached a foot to a foot and a half. And now we've started to see all the rescues from that. It is the rainwater that is coming into people's homes, getting up to their waist level, and they've had to rescue them in Hillsborough County in airboats. So I mentioned those wind speeds. Now they're going to stay at that 15 to 25 mile per hour wind speed as we head through the rest of the afternoon. And that's a breeze coming out of the north. And so finally drawing in that less humid air. So during the day tomorrow, couldn't take the rain chance out completely, but I really think that outside of getting a quick little sprinkle, the day is going to feel comfortable, and then it's going to stick around with nice dry conditions all the way through the weekend. I'm going to bring in meteorologist Amanda Holly because in this summer we have not had long extended periods of dry conditions.
We have not. This is not the first time that we have been looking at a swath of rainfall between 10 and 18 inches in our area, and it's actually not the first time in just a couple of months. When Debbie rolled through, we had this same story. Of course, little different setup, and we always say every tropical system is different. This one crossed right through our area. That is the official track that the center of the storm took, and you can see where the majority of the rain fell. A lot on the southern side. It was only around a lot of our areas on the southern side, only 2, 4, 6 inches, but north of there we're talking 1.5 feet of rainfall, and now that is what is leading to those lower lying areas that you keep hearing people say, well, we don't normally flood, we're not in an evacuation zone. Well, when you get 18 inches of rain over a big area, yeah, you will see abnormally high water levels get into areas that don't normally flood. Zooming in just a little bit closer on some of these harder hit areas, southern Pinellas County, upwards of 15 inches, had an actual report at the Albert Whitted Airport of 18 inches, 12 inches there in Lakeland, a foot of rain, 13 inches there in Riverview. So we are keeping an eye on that as we go forward, of course, with those rivers really starting to rise. We are keeping an eye on the rivers because they're going to crest not until tomorrow morning. Wanted to show you this, though, the Tampa rainfall, the total for this year, and this doesn't even include any rain that fell after midnight. We officially hit 77 inches, and even if we don't get another drop of rain the entire rest of the year, we will end the wettest year on record in Tampa. So certainly, Lee, it's been a wet year, and that is because we had 3 storms pass by our area. Helene and Debbie, of course, paralleled our coastline, and then Milton went through it, but Debbie brought that devastating rainfall to Sarasota and Manatee County just 3 months ago.
So unfortunately, just 20 years later, we had a terrible year in 2004 where we were hit by 4 hurricanes in the state of Florida. Here 20 years later exactly in 2024, we've now been hit so far by 3 hurricanes, and 2 of them major hurricanes. So we're going to be very thankful for this nice dry period where we can clean things up. We can kind of get our wits about us because we certainly have spent the last 2 weeks tracking major storms moving in and impacting our area. So lower humidity, enjoying that temperatures dropping into the 60s tonight, Friday night, and Saturday night. So again, while this is not cold air by any means, it's certainly more refreshing, and when you don't have air conditioning, that refreshing air where you can lift up the windows and kind of cool things down is nice.
Oh yeah, that's how I was all morning. Yeah, we had the doors open at the hotel, and just the breeze. I had a blanket.
Yeah. So it felt good for a change.
Yeah, it actually feels really good, and this is really going to help as folks clean up.
Yeah. But too bad it took this to get us that first cool front, right? Yeah. Hey, I just want to say you guys have been doing a phenomenal job. Thank you so much.
The whole team has worked really hard, all of us. We've all got our jobs, and we're all chugging along.
I mean, I think it was amazing that it stayed on the path that you kind of expected. We saw a lot of the wobbles with our tracker, but it was largely, I feel like the forecasting of these storms is getting better.
Well, and, you know, this was one of the few times we really wished our forecast would have been wrong, because we were looking at all these things going like, this has never happened before, this has never happened before. And the fact that all of those elements, all of those threats with the tropical system were coming together with one storm hitting our area. We really, really wanted to be wrong.
Well, I remember you saying early on that this doesn't take a path like this, so it's kind of unprecedented, so I didn't know how accurate the forecast would be, not for you guys, but even for the National Hurricane Center. What were you about to say?
I was just going to say, it's, you know, it is a little more unusual for us to see this powerful of a storm obviously hitting us. It's been over 100 years since we've seen this. So, you know, it's unlike anything that our generation has seen.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hurricane season, y'all, and we got to buckle up and stay strapped in until November 30th.
I hope it's done. I hope it's done. I'm going on the record.
Hey, remember, you can always get updates on Hurricane Milton. We're following the aftermath, the damage. Check us out online at WFLA.com and download that WFLA app. We'll be right back.
Back here in the Stream Center, folks. Good to see you here on Tracking the Tropics. Checking in with our comment section and seeing how folks are doing out there. I want to check in, too, with Report It. Let's see if we can do so here. So if we spotlight Report It, and the latest stuff coming in. This is from Susan in Bradenton. We showed this earlier. This is from David in downtown Sarasota. This area got hit really hard. It's just eerily quiet. David, thank you for sending that in. This is a picture from Chris on Easton Road in Lakeland. Again, we're going to try to spotlight as many photos and videos from around the area as possible coming up in our next few segments on WFLA News Channel 8. You can send in your video or photo to WFLA.com/reportit or scan the QR code on your screen. Please do so safely and responsibly. This is still a day where people should be extra cautious when it comes to going outside of their homes and you know, walking through floodwaters. And again, there could be trees that have been compromised but not fully fallen as a result of the storm, or trees that are leaning on structures or even power lines. Don't go anywhere near compromised power lines. We really want to preach safety here on this live stream. We're going to get you back to WFLA News Channel 8 in just a moment. So in the meantime, I want to tease ahead and just kind of talk a little bit about where our coverage goes from here, because meteorologist Eric Stone will be joining us when our Tracking the Tropics coverage resumes here on stream.
Sarasota, Manatee counties, Venice, those areas, boy, it's going to be rough once we start seeing all of the video out of there. News Channel 8's Allison Henning is right outside of Siesta Key as those barrier islands down there remain closed.
Right now, we are next to the South Bridge leading on to Siesta Key. Stickney Point leads up this way. Right now, this bridge, as well as all of the other bridges leading to the barrier islands here in Sarasota County, are closed to vehicular traffic. There are some folks that we've seen walking over this bridge to check on the damage, but right now, county officials are asking folks to stay off the roadway. There's a lot of debris scattered throughout the county right now, especially on the roadways. As we were heading here from downtown Sarasota, we looked left and right down US 41, and virtually on every street we did see limbs and fallen trees, so they want you to stay safe. Also right now, Sarasota County Fire Department, they're working through the backlog of 911 calls that came through overnight. Of course, during those high wind periods, they were not able to respond to those calls, so they're working through that right now. And as far as damage to infrastructure in this area, county officials confirmed to us that there is damage to at least one bridge here in Sarasota County, and that is the bridge leading over to Lido Key. Not the John Ringling Causeway, but one of the smaller bridges leading over to that key. The extent of that damage is unclear at this point. But again, at this point, county officials are asking folks to stay off the road until the roadways are clear and safe. For now, reporting in Sarasota County, Allison Henning, 8 on your side.
Well, we are seeing more and more images come in of all of the damage left from the storm, and we're also answering all of the questions you might be having right now.
And JB Buno is up in our WFLA Now Stream Center, and he is not only taking questions, but he does have a lot of the videos and pictures that have been coming in from all of our viewers. If you go to WFLA.com/report it, that's where you can send us your video and pictures, and if it's safely to do so, we want to continue to receive those and turn them around.
Yeah, and so we're going to check in with JB in just a minute. Meantime, a disaster response group coming from the Midwest has had boots on the ground in Florida ever since Helene.
8 on your side's Mackenzie Laporte joins us. She's in Tallahassee with the crew as they now gear up to head to our area.
Yeah, and the OBR crew here in Tallahassee is now waiting for Tampa Bay officials to give them the okay to pack everything up, head down south to the coastal areas that were just hit by Hurricane Milton to give their much needed hope and relief to area residents who are struggling after the storm.
We want to get in fast because that's when people need food the most.
Emmeline Thomas with Operation Barbecue Relief says his crew was originally in Tampa before Milton, but were forced to evacuate.
So we packed up everything from that warehouse, all of our equipment that was down there. We brought it up here to Tallahassee to kind of wait out the storm, and now we're getting set to redeploy into the Tampa area site. We've got a couple where we're narrowed down. It's just a matter of determining where we can do the most good and where we can do it the fastest.
During these recovery efforts, some Florida residents are living through the most difficult times of their life, and OBR prays they can provide just a little bit of hope.
It's hard sometimes when you hear somebody say, I haven't had power in a week, I haven't eaten a meal in 3 days, and we're able to give that to them and provide them with a meal that gives them some semblance of it's going to get better.
And now the OBR crew here in Tallahassee is really eager to get their boots back on the ground in the Tampa Bay area to help those who are struggling after the effects of Hurricane Milton. Reporting in Tallahassee, Mackenzie Laporte, 8 on your side.
Thanks, Mackenzie. And for those of you who are able to watch us, we know that the power outages are widespread. You've just been looking at the numbers. Can you kind of update us on what you're seeing?
Yeah, we just got an update. Lakeland, we know about 85,000 customers there with Florida Power and Light. They are out right now. I was up in Pasco County earlier this morning, about 165,000 of their customers, and that's across all of the electric companies that service the Pasco County area. TECO, that number has increased. So at last check, we checked maybe about an hour ago, it was 597,000 customers. Now it's 598,713. And so I was trying to find the amount of folks in Manatee County. Haven't been able to pull that up as of right now, but we know so many people dealing with this.
And it's going to take time in a lot of spots for the power to come back. But as the governor was saying earlier this morning, they have a lot of crews and a lot of reinforcements who will try to get things up and running again as soon as possible. We also want to point out that the state's price gouging hotline is live. So if you think someone is taking advantage of storm victims at this crucial time, there is a number to call. It's 866-9-NO-SCAM. They are not allowed to jack up the prices on essentials like gas and water during a catastrophe like this. So if you find instances of that, the state wants to hear from you at 1-866-9-NO-SCAM.
We'll be right back. It's 1:45.
The power is out. You're hot, bored, and the food is bad. You ask yourself, why didn't I get a generator? Bose Electric has Briggs & Stratton standby generators in stock now. We're a family and veteran-operated company that's been in business for over 50 years. Our certified technicians will properly install and maintain your generator, so you're always in power. Call today for your free Briggs & Stratton quote, plus get $1,000 off. Don't get left in the dark. Call Bose Electric today.
We got lucky when it came to Hurricane Irma, and Hurricane Michael became a Category 5 in less than 36 hours. So instead of worrying about boarding up your windows, be prepared. With WeatherTight, you can put no money down or even use one of our interest-free programs. Don't react to a hurricane, prepare for one.
What's your life stage? First home, kids or pets, empty nesters, or do you just want to freshen things up? Life stages change. We need more space, less space, and different amenities. Tampa Flooring Gallery offers more than residential and commercial flooring. Ask about kitchen, bath, and outdoor.
I step away for 1 second. Can't step away for 1 second, Eric.
What happened?
We go to commercial.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
We can't have that.
Can't have that.
It's going to be back.
Man, I grabbed a Gatorade, and that's all it took. Not allowed to do self-care, apparently. Everybody, can we hear it for Eric Stone? Welcome back, Eric, from the backup location, which was not entirely necessary, and that's it's good that we had a backup location, but also at the same time,
it's good that it wasn't needed.
Right.
Yeah.
So how are you, and what? We only probably have another 60 seconds before we go back to coverage on air, but what's caught your eye?
It was very interesting. The hotel lost power, and we had some lights, not necessarily in the rooms. All the outlets were out. It was pretty windy. Gusts were around 85 from what I could see. I got soaked I took 5 showers and never took my clothes off. So, wind and rain as we were doing live shots were coming in the doors. And, hey, for meteorologists, that's I'm not complaining because I'd like to be, in and around stuff that can help save people's lives with the reporting and the forecasting. And, hey, it made landfall in Sarasota, and, the prediction was good. It did save so many people here in and around the Bay, but unfortunately, so many people in Sarasota, Manatee County, even Southwest Florida dealt with a lot of storm surge and wind.
Absolutely. Eric and I will be doing more coverage in a bit. We're getting prepared to be integrated into our broadcast coverage on WFLA News Channel 8. In the meantime, let's send you back to, this is actually Shannon Benkin live.
Started in South Tampa. We went over to Town and Country. We went up to USF, Dana Shores. Now we're in the Ruskin area, and I want to show you what we're looking at here. The Ruskin Drive-In Theater, and a lot of folks in our area know this theater. It's a beloved treasure in Ruskin, and people come from all around because it's one of the last drive-in theaters in the Tampa Bay area, and generations have brought their families here, including my own family. And I was saddened to see that the theater here has been severely damaged. We're going to pan over and show you where the screen typically is. You can see there's severe damage here. There's a lot of debris here, and it's also flooded. So we can't really drive in to get a better look because it's flooded in the area in front of the theater, and the entrance of the theater is completely flooded out. But a lot of people know this theater. People have been talking about it online, and people in this area are really sad about this. I haven't been able to reach the owners, so I'm not sure what their plans are. But I know for several years the owners have talked about needing to close because it's just hard economically to keep a drive-in theater alive. They run a little, not really a restaurant, but a booth where you can go up and get some food, and they have pizza and all the things that you might want at a drive-in theater. And a lot of people in the community have supported it by going there and buying a lot of the food to help them stay alive all these years. So I know this is going to be sad for the Ruskin area. And we've been driving, like I said, all day in different areas. We took US 41 to get down to the South Shore area, and there's several areas that 41 is down to 1 lane. Trees are down, utility lines are down, and I have seen a few workers out, but from the looks of it, it's going to take a while to get some of these things back up and running in the South Shore area.
Shannon, I have many friends who are down in Riverview, in the Big Bend area in Waimama. I'm actually looking at some videos and pictures my friends sent me. Flooding everywhere, including a little further north in Ruskin, even in the Riverview area. So you definitely have to feel for all of those folks down there.
Thank you, Shannon.
Well, right now in Pasco County, first responders, they are outperforming water rescues.
8 on your sides, Brianna Villegas is in Trinity, where some of those rescues are taking place. And I have a feeling we're going to be talking about these water rescues for some time to come, because even if you didn't experience the storm surge, the amount of rain that fell in such a short period of time I wouldn't say it caught people off guard, but they probably didn't think they were going to flood, and they found themselves trapped, Brianna.
That is exactly it, Stacy, especially here in the area of Little Road and Prairie Creek Drive. So you can see behind me, there's a huge law enforcement presence from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office. You can see state, National Guard vehicles, FWC's back there too. If you want to walk with me this way, even the Pasco County Fire Rescue is here. They have these really big, tall vehicles to go into these neighborhoods. Actually, they so far have rescued about 60 people and their pets as well. So how deep is that water? So the sheriff tells us in some areas around there it's waist deep, others ankle deep, and even though some people in this neighborhood don't want to leave, they have to keep in mind they don't have power, there's no water, and while their homes might not actually be flooded, it's the streets and even the driveways that are full of water.
Especially if you have health conditions, if you have small children, if you have pets, get out. Like, there's no other way around it. Get out. If you're in there by yourself and you want to be in there, so be it. But if people depend on you, those lives are on your hand. You know, this is not going to get any better in the next hour or two or a couple hours.
And hey, you can even see over behind me some residents walking through that ankle-deep water back there. They've been out here since around 7 a.m. Law enforcement has, tried to help people out of their homes, try to encourage them. And the question is, will this water rise? I was talking to the sheriff and he says, sometimes it's a little hard to tell. This is caused by rainwater, and actually out that way near Elfers, that's over westbound, they're expecting even more water rescues throughout the whole day. They will be here for a couple of hours. So that's just something that's going on right here in Pasco County. It's a lot of that flooding. Also in Zephyr Hills, I'm being told there's a lot of streets underwater there, and obviously the debris. And you have to make sure as well, because the health department put out a statement saying, be careful wading through water like this because it could be contaminated. Stay out of pools, stay out of the ocean, stay out of the beach. So for now, I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, areas like Trinity, Dade City, Zephyr Hills, unfortunately, much of it is underwater right now, but a sense of relief because they know help is on the way.
Absolutely. They're lined up ready to help. Now we want to get to some of the damage in Pinellas County. 8 on your side's Alessandra Young from Belleair Beach.
We've been traveling all around Pinellas County looking at all of the damages that Hurricane Milton has left behind. Now, we've kind of centered around Belleair Beach once we were allowed access through, and what we've been seeing is a lot of downed power lines and especially a lot of downed trees and even some flooded streets. A great example on 11th Street right here, we have 2 trees that are down, and this is just a great example of just how strong Hurricane Milton's winds were. The county says that we got around 100 to 101 mile per hour winds during the storms. Now, we've spoken to a lot of different people that live here in Belleair and Belleair Beach, and what they tell us is that everyone was hit so hard by Hurricane Helene and now Hurricane Milton that just a storm right after the other storm has just left everyone feeling very scared.
I would say it was the wind was the scariest part. I'd say somewhere between like 8 p.m. till almost midnight. There was times that the wind was ripping so bad, I was thinking, oh my gosh, and we've got a boat behind the house, so I'm looking at the boat saying, is that thing gonna go this time?
Pinellas County officials tell us that over 4,100 911 calls for service were made starting Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And they also tell us that around 74% of people are without power here in Pinellas County, and those are people that use Duke Energy. In Pinellas County, Alessandra Young, 8 on your side.
Thanks, Alessandra. A lot of people wondering about those beach communities. Right now, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office is conducting water rescues as we continue to show you. This is for the USF area, an area that doesn't typically flood. This is at the Uptown Great American Assisted Living Facility. You could see that thigh-high water. Deputies tell us 135 people have been rescued there so far. We are going to have a live report from Melissa Marino coming up a little bit later.
And take a look at this recovery and progress. Tampa crews and emergency response staff, they are assessing damage right now, even clearing the roads for first responders. Now, of course, they're asking you stay in the house, right? Don't go out there, check out what's going on. They want to work to make sure and ensure evacuees can safely return home.
And we are seeing just how powerful Hurricane Milton was, literally ripping through Tampa Bay. This is part of Kimberly Baker's deck in Mayaca City. It just came down like Legos in that storm.
And as we get later and later into our day, we're getting some new images of Hurricane Milton's destruction. Shelly F. sent this in from Northwest Hillsborough near Lakeshore. Just honestly looks like a pile of debris, a pile of mess.
And neighbors waking up to this kind of tree down, a lot of destruction, fence down. It makes it hard to pass roads right now. Steve Charlotti said this is near the Gateway area by Bay Condo on 79th Avenue North in St. Pete. So many worried about big trees like that.
For sure. And check this out. Holly Kenton from Mulberry sharing this video of her front yard flooded. My goodness. And trees, they are down in that area. You can see that water is halfway up to that vehicle off there in the distance. So this is what a lot of folks are dealing with. So if you're waking up and your power is only out, be grateful. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people, a lot of families in our area, I think there is a lot to be grateful for because it could be worse.
Absolutely. Final thoughts before we take a quick break?
I think that we're going to get a lot more pictures like that in the days ahead. There's a lot of cleanup to do. Luckily, we have some nice weather.
And unfortunately, our rivers are going to rise for another 2 days.
Another 2 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Stay safe, everyone.
We'll be back.
Back here in the Stream Center, Eric just ran out really quickly to get ready for the 2 o'clock update. And we do have some storm-related updates to share. We're going to pass along some updates from WFLA.com coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. We have been in a state of transition here at WFLA. Please allow me just to explain why we haven't been doing much from the Stream Center. We've had a lot of the morning team that's been on since 1, 2 o'clock in the morning now transitioning to take their break. We have the afternoon and evening crews coming in, but then we also have all the crews from the backup location in Wesley Chapel making it back to the area slowly, being integrated into our workflow. So we are getting back up and running here as a full staff. We are still providing coverage on the air, and we are going to be back here on Tracking the Tropics with coverage from the Stream Center in approximately 5 to 10 minutes time with meteorologist Eric Stone and myself breaking down the latest storm impacts from Milton, and we're going to be answering your questions live. We're just waiting for a couple of more moving pieces to filter back into the newsroom, and then we will be back here with you relatively soon. So we see some comments coming in the comment section. Please stick around. We will have that coming up here relatively soon. We will be integrated into the newscast as well. That is something that we're going to be balancing in addition to, of course, our live stream audience and answering your questions. So bear with us here, folks. A lot of moving parts. We will get back to Stream Center coverage of Hurricane Milton momentarily. In the meantime, what we're going to do is we're going to get you back to the Milton Forecast HQ. Let's listen in to News Channel 8. Or let's not.
Drift into Checkers and Rallies and get the new $5 T-Pain for real meal.
WFLA.com/report it. Good opportunity to remind our audience to send in your photos and videos pertaining to, of course, Hurricane Milton and the aftermath. Please do not put yourself in a precarious position. Please do so safely and responsibly. And, of course, we will be resuming our coverage with Report It and looking at the photos and videos that you've been sending in. We might also do, just to kind of lift people's spirits up, we might also do one of our selfie segments again, but later on in the show, we'll try to show folks watching Tracking the Tropics. We would like to show some of the folks out there that have smiles on their faces that are watching the program, watching our coverage, and just wanted to show us how they are bearing through the aftermath of this storm. Hopefully, if you're in a situation where you've lost power, hopefully it's with your backup plan in place, maybe with different things to keep you entertained. And we'll try to show some of those photos and videos a little bit later on. So Milton is no longer in Florida. Milton has moved on. Our storm update is coming your way in just a little bit. Eric Stone is getting everything ready to go. And I want to bring on, hold on. I'd like to just shout out really quickly before we go back to News Channel 8. Can I get Amanda and Lee just to wave on slider cam for a second? You have to, come this way. Just as far as our morning team getting, guys did a great job. Phenomenal job. That's marathon weather coverage for sure. They are chugging along. Well, guys, thank you so much for everything that you do. Really appreciate it. Let's get you back to WFLA News Channel 8. Meteorologist Eric Stone is getting ready to rejoin us, and we'll be back in just a moment. And you know that the teams have changed when we have Keith back on the desk with Jen Lee.
State actually cleaning up from Hurricane Milton. What a 24 hours and beyond it has been.
It has been extraordinary. It feels a lot longer than 24 hours. We do have some brand new drone video that shows the full devastation of Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg. You can see, obviously, a large portion of the roof torn off, ripped off by hurricane force winds. We do know that there was a wind gust of 101 miles an hour on the ground there in St. Pete. That wind would have been even higher at the rooftop line, and the Tropicana Field roof just didn't stand a chance.
And it was a staging area, wasn't it? It was like 10,000 rescue, you can see on the ground there. They had cots set up in there, their rescue folks set up in there ready to go.
It was a makeshift shelter, but
and then they had to go to plan B, whatever that was. Hopefully they're out there doing their work and everyone is safe. I want to show you some video from the airport as well. This is through the peak of the storm. Do we not have that? No, apparently President Biden is speaking. Let's do that. Let's go to that first.
And that is often the case that more lives are lost to days following the storm than actually during the storm itself. Vice President Harris and I have been in constant contact with the state and local officials. We're offering everything they need. I must have spoken to somewhere between 10 and 15 mayors and county executives and all the governors. And in fact, starting this morning, we are getting direct assessments from the storm of FEMA, from Director Criswell as well. Also, Florida Governor DeSantis, whom I had a chance to speak. And the Vice President and I have just convened a meeting this morning with the leaders of the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, including NORTHCOM Commander, who has responsibility for providing defense support to civilian authorities. And that apparently is going very well as from the Coast Guard and from FEMA we've received reports. We focused on what the American military can do like no one else can, provide emergency support for communities in need, and we're required by the governor in required by the governor in the affected states. And I've spoken to all the governors, not today all of them, but I've spoken to all of them thus far, and how we can be ready to go in an instant when the call comes. At my direction, the Defense Secretary Austin has provided a range of capabilities both to Florida for Hurricane Milton, as well as the states impacted by Hurricane Helene. And the more capabilities are available, we assess the pressing needs, we can get whatever they need. To the servicemen and women who are on the ground responding to these disasters, thank you. Thank you for your professionalism, your dedication to every mission you're given, and you're repeating it again. This is a whole of government effort. It also includes the Department of Energy, Department of Transportation, Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is providing mortgage relief for impacted homeowners. As directed, FEMA is going to open disaster recovery centers all across the impacted communities right away. So there's one stop the residents can go to learn about the support they might need, and they'll be advertised where those places are. 3 million people are without power, but more than 40 million power line workers have come from around the country, from Canada to Florida, to restore power across the state. In addition, the Federal Aviation has authorized Florida Power and Light to fly large drones before other manned aircraft can get up in the sky to quickly assess the damage on the ground so ground crews can restore power as quickly as possible. The Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers are assessing how fast they can reopen the Port of Tampa to get fuel, food, water, and other basic goods flowing into the area again and quickly. Additionally, Vice President Harris and I said yesterday, and we'll say it again, to anyone who seeks to take advantage of our fellow Americans' desperation, whether you're a company engaging in price gouging or a citizen trying to scam your neighbors, we will go after you and we will hold you accountable. Now, not only that, our fellow Americans are putting their lives on the line to do this dangerous work and receive death penalties. Some received death penalties yesterday as a result of reckless, irresponsible, relentless disinformation and outright lies that continue to flow. Those who engage in such lies are undermining confidence in the rescue and recovery work that's opening and ongoing. As I speak, they're continuing. These lies are also harmful to those who most need help. Lives are on the line. People are in desperate situations. Have the decency to tell them the truth. So let me say this. To all the people impacted by Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, despite the misinformation and lies, the truth is we're providing the resources needed to rescue, recover, and rebuild. And rebuild. Let me close with this. I know recovery and rebuilding projects can take a long and difficult time, but as long after the press and the cameras move on, I promise you, you have to pick up the pieces still. I want you to know we'll do everything in our power to help you put pieces back together and get all that you need. But God bless you, and may God bless our troops and our first responders who are in some cases risking their lives to help. Thank you very much. I'll be reporting it again tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, you've been listening to President Joe Biden offering the words of encouragement and the words you want to hear after a disaster like that. Some reassurance that the federal government is there. Earlier, he said he had spoken with Senator Rick Scott. He's spoken with Ron DeSantis and many others around the states of Florida and others affected by Helene as well as Milton. But this emergency declaration has been approved for Florida. Thousands of federal personnel are already on the ground. And you know, all of these power outages that we are all dealing with, and hopefully some of you can see us and there are others watching online, but 3 million of you, but help is on the way. And those drones, that's huge.
That will be key, because just the very little bit that we've been able to get out and about, we can see there are trees down on lines, trees down in entire communities, roadways are impassable, and the best vantage point for some of that is from above, so they can really assess what do they need to do.
I want to show you some video now of Tampa International Airport. We saw some winds going through there. I want to show you that because we talked about it earlier. This was last night during the peak of the storm. It's kind of whipping through the airport, but you know, there's a shot of the runway.
That's where you see what's really going on.
Yeah, you wonder why the plane, I mean, you got to get these planes out of the way. A lot of times they take these aircraft, whether it's Delta and whatever, United, they move them elsewhere, out of harm's way. So you don't see a lot of planes, but obviously there was one. And the palm trees bending over just like we saw everywhere, not to mention the water coming ashore. Jen, this is parking lot area.
That heavy rain that we all endured overnight. This is the after. And so we got a good look at what kind of damage was done. You saw a damaged jet bridge there. There was some flooding on the runways. See there, that's rain flooding. And they're gonna have to wait for all of that to dissipate, make sure those runways are in good shape before they clear them for safe passage and then reopen the airport. We'll certainly keep you updated on that.
Well, we're going to see more and more pictures, so stay with us, and we'll share as many as we can. But I mean, last night when this storm came ashore, I mean, Siesta Key.
That was the landfall.
Category 3.
8:30 at night.
8:30, and it took a toll, and those people are still picking up the pieces today.
Yeah. News Channel 8's Allison Henning has a report. She's actually in Venice.
We are getting our first look at some of the damage here in the city of Venice. You can see shingles scattered across the area as well as other debris. We're standing on Villas Drive right now in Golden Beach. It's just a couple of blocks away from the Gulf of Mexico here, and it looks more like a tornado ripped through this area. That's because there was already debris piled up from Hurricane Helene, and those powerful winds and storm surge just tossed everything around, making even more of a mess out here. Homeowners here tell us with Milton's track, they were mentally prepared for complete destruction. Frank DiLorenzo says his home sits about 11 feet above sea level, and you can see compared to some of his neighbors, it is built up quite a bit. He came back home today to find the storm surge was about an inch from getting inside his home, but for some of his neighbors whose homes are not built up, that means several feet of saltwater damage for the second time in just 2 weeks.
It's too much. Lived here 30 years, you know. Helene was like that movie Jumanji. You got neighbors floating down on things, but I don't want to do it anymore.
In other areas across the city where the surge didn't have an impact, the wind certainly did. We saw city crews out today assessing the damage and clearing out roadways the best they could. All in all, the people we talked with feel thankful the damage here wasn't any worse. Again, they were mentally prepared for a much worse situation. The good news, though, is it appears everyone heeded those evacuation warnings, and we're already seeing this community coming together to begin that recovery process. For now, reporting in Venice, Allison Henning, 8 on your side.
We're joined right now with Rebecca Berry and also the chief meteorologist at SNN down in Sarasota, Justin Mosley. And you're going to be able to really give us some perspective. You've been down in that area for more than 20 years. Yeah. Covering Sarasota, Venice, and Manatee, and when we see those images, and we're still waiting for storm surge images, it's really something.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to get over to the beaches of Siesta Key, Longboat, Anna Maria Island. But once we do, and we're able to get the aerials, it's going to be a devastating situation.
Have you talked to some folks? I mean, obviously you've been there for, as Jen said, a couple decades. The Suncoast News
growing
Network.
old in Sarasota.
These are your, you're not growing old, dog, but these, have you talked to some of your friends and family members there?
I have, and the reports are devastating. Fortunately, in my particular neighborhood, things are, I'm told, okay. Of course, I'll get down there and see for myself, but yeah, it's been a devastating blow for the entire Suncoast and northward here into the Tampa Bay area as well.
Well, you've been doing a good job. You've been anchored up here with J.B. Buno and Rebecca and Jeff. And
great team here, very welcoming, and I've been on the air here before filling in, and this is the place to be, News Channel 8 for sure.
Yeah, we're getting to know you really well.
Yeah,
very intimate.
We're now roommates, aren't we? So, Rebecca, what's the latest with this storm? What's going on?
Well, of course,
the
records are going to continue to come out as far as how powerful this storm was, and in addition to, you know, from the weather side of it, also the damage side of it. That's what the story that you guys are kind of telling. But just from the weather side of it, it was an extremely impactful storm. And so some of the tropical threats, especially early on, we were talking about how tornadic this storm was. There were 98 tornado warnings. So every little red box on here was a tornado warning throughout the life of Milton. And we had extensive damage from tornadoes, even over along the East Coast from Milton. And so it was a very tornadic storm. In fact, some of the tornadoes were a lot more powerful than we usually see with tropical tornadoes. We got about 10 to 16 inches of rain to the north of the eye. So this is the path right here. And look at these radar estimated rainfall totals to the north of the eye. That's what caused most of the flooding to the north of the eye. It was not storm surge, it was rainfall, because we got just torrential amounts of rain in a very short amount of time. Then we added to that the winds. We got the ground as saturated as we could, and then we had 100 to 110 mile per hour wind gusts right through the swath there in the middle. And so if you've been out and about and you've seen the trees just toppled over, some trees broken, some trees uprooted. That was the uprooted trees were the combination of the rain and the wind. The broken off trees, that was all the wind, and 100 to 110 mile per hour wind gust will do exactly that. And so the surge numbers will still come out. They're not complete yet because we got some tidal gauges that we saw around 10 feet. But we expected between 10 and 15 feet to the south of the path, and it started in Sarasota. It kind of peaked in Venice and Port Charlotte. And so what happens is the scientists go out and they measure those water levels. They calculate what was the tide, what was the surge, and how do we get that number. And so that'll come out in the post-tropical cyclone release when that when all of that data is gathered. But this was a powerful, powerful storm in every single aspect: tornadoes, rainfall, wind, and of course that very deadly surge. And so about 3+ million without power as a result of all of that, especially those winds. And so when we're talking about rainfall totals, Temple Terrace got over 15 inches. At Albert Whitted Airport in St. Pete, they got 18.5 inches. The airport in Sarasota got 7.5, but probably got a little bit more before their power went out. Clearwater got 12.5 inches. Polk City got 11 inches. Zephyr Hills got 14 inches. Tampa got 11.5 inches. Sebring 3 inches, Northport 3 inches, Holiday 3 inches as well. And so the rainfall was certainly not as big of a factor down in Sarasota and Manatee counties. And we're going to bring in Justin now to talk about that surge and some of the really potential issues that Sarasota and Manatee saw.
Yeah, we were so fearful of that storm surge around the Tampa Bay area, but the storm did make landfall along the Suncoast, Manatee, Sarasota counties last night around Siesta Key at 8:30. And you can see the track that the storm did take. And anywhere south of that landfall point, well, that's where we saw the highest storm surge values. Now the system is well out into the Atlantic. It's post-tropical in nature and certainly something we'll monitor, but our weather will continue to improve across the Bay Area and along the Suncoast. But again, look at that path right over Siesta Key, just north of downtown Sarasota, right around the University Park area. The UTC Mall just got hit hard. And again, that northern eye wall just battered portions of Manatee County, northward in Hillsborough, and into Pinellas counties as well last night. And fortunately, the storm is off to the east. Now, looking at some of the preliminary, again, we'll get the official numbers coming in here of the storm surge. Port Manatee, look at that, plus 2 feet. Negative there in the East Bay because the winds were offshore, carrying the winds in the heaviest storm surge out into the open waters of Tampa Bay, but it's headed a little further to the south. I mentioned this last night. It's about the wind direction, driving that water and wind up against the coastline. Venice, look at that, a 5-foot surge. Sarasota, again, this is estimated nearly 10 feet of water. Back with Debbie and also Helene, we saw a 7-foot surge there in Sarasota. So this is overachieving for sure. Look at some of the peak wind gusts that we have. Again, we'll be updating this. 87 as of last report in St. Petersburg. This did update at midnight, so we did see gusts stronger than that. 101, I believe, in St. Pete, 103 down at SRQ. So incredible hurricane force winds out there. And Rebecca just showed you this graphic indicating the extreme amount of rainfall that we saw across the Bay Area, again, leading to a lot of flooding, water rescues, things of that nature out there. And as we look at the forecast, in particular for Sarasota and Manatee County, so from Bradenton, it got hit so hard out to the village of Cortez and all the way down into Sarasota, where Allison Henning has been reporting from. The breeze will be around for today, north-northeast, 15 to 20 miles per hour winds. We will see higher wind gusts across the area. And of course, the tides will be a little bit higher, but the surge risk is pretty much over. Low tornado risk, and again, isolated showers that we do see on the computer models as we head over the next 24 to 36 hours. So guys, we will continue to monitor the aftermath and look at the data coming in as far as the actual storm surge values and the wind reports here in the Max Defender Weather Center. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. You know, one thing we haven't really talked a lot about, and we will as the days go along, are the deaths that will be accumulated because of this storm.
Yes.
You always hope that there won't be many, but early on, before the storm even came ashore, we were talking about those tornadoes.
Yeah.
And in Port St. Lucie, now they are confirming that 5 people have been confirmed dead because of the tornadoes. And it was in the Spanish Lakes Country Club in northern Fort Pierce. That's in Lakewood Park. But 5 people because of these tornadoes just came out of nowhere. You think you're in an area that's sheltered, you've fled away from the storm surge.
Right.
You know, you're not relaxed, but at the same time, you're not expecting this. And
those folks got those tornadoes early in the day. I mean, that was some of the early impact. We want to go back down to our southern counties. Bradenton Beach is where Brittany Muller is standing by for us. I think, Brittany, do you have someone there that you're going to talk to?
We do, and Jen, we were out on Bradenton Beach, but we keep moving because this devastation is so widespread here in Manatee County. We do know that there are down power lines and down trees. It's widespread right now in Manatee County, but take a look. We're in a mobile home community, and this roof completely toppled off, and we're right along the Manatee River right now. There is sludge everywhere, and residents are doing what they can to get it out of their home, but it really, at this hour, it just seems like it's a big mess. We're going to slowly make our way over to Dr. Patricia Burns. She has been living here in this community for a long time, and she says that this area, this mobile home park community, has been here for over 100 years. Dr. Patricia Burns, thank you so much. I know you just found a safe place just to stay put. You're surrounded by this muck off the Manatee River. Your toes are covered. Thank you so much for joining us. Did you evacuate? This is a mandatory evacuation zone. How are you doing?
My son kidnapped me and took me to Sarasota. He lives on the 3rd floor of a condominium in Sarasota, and that's where I stayed until just a little while ago. He brought me home, and this is what I came home to. No. This, you see what you see here? It's also in my house.
I'm very sorry to hear, because this is a mess. It is slippery. It's a mess. How did you even drive over this?
Oh, the Durson was very careful. He's the other Dr. Burns, and I call him the doctor's son, Durson, and he drove through here very carefully. He got all of my things out of the house, out of the car, and brought them in the house, and it was very nice of him to do that. This community has been here, like I said, 100 years. There are people here who are fourth generation that have lived here that long. And you need to respect the fact that they have been here that long and they take care of the properties. So you see all of this damage, it won't be there very long. We will have volunteers from our community come in and they will make sure that all of this is taken care of. We lost our whole library with Helene, our whole library. So what we're going to have to do is 100 years worth of books. We're going to have to try and get those back somehow.
It's amazing to hear the history in this community. It's unbelievable to hear and share stories like your own. Talk to me about the resilience of this community as we're looking at it and bringing a live picture from this mobile home park. What do you want people to know? They're sitting at home, they're looking at all the devastation. What would you like to share?
Okay. Only 90 of the particular homes in this area are mobile homes. The rest are actual houses. They're cottages on the other side. There are 100 cottages on the other side of the park. And in there you will also find a monument to the founder of this community. And it's there. So we have a 70-foot long pier on that end. We have a short pier over here for fishing. We have areas for boats. It's a community that if you wanted to go and retire, you'd want to come here.
Amazing. Talk to me about the devastation. We see that roof just toppled over. We see the destruction. When you were driving home, what did you expect and what are you seeing this morning?
There was more damage than I actually thought there would be. And this, if we were in Egypt, the people in Egypt would be really, really happy to have this stuff, this sludge, because it's very fertile and will grow lots of stuff. But we need to get rid of it. So we're going to have to find a way to alleviate this particular issue. And that's what we are going to do within this community. And if you come back in a week, you will find this community completely changed from what you see right now.
We've had two really destructive storms back to back. How are you doing emotionally?
I'm too blessed to complain, darling. I have been a fortunate individual that I have been blessed by God to be able to be in a community like this. And if you lived in this community, you'd understand.
When you were driving here from wherever you evacuated into this back home, what did you see?
There was not as much destruction as there had been with Ian, even. Ian came through and downed trees and did all kinds of extracurricular. The big trees, I'm talking the big trees were downed. And that was worse at that particular moment in time than these two particular hurricanes. Now, I had 43 inches of water in my house from the last hurricane, not this one, but the previous.
Helene?
Yeah, Helene gave me 43 inches. This one gave me a lot of mud, and I'm going to. It'll take a big rug doctor to get all of that junk out of my house because.
Mud doctor.
Yeah, there. That's my girlfriend.
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Patricia Burns, thank you so much. You know, this is just a mess out here with all of this mud. I don't know what it's going to take, and it's very slippery, very dangerous. Are you Bob? Yeah. Bob, would you like to tell me anything to our viewers that are watching live right now from their homes and they're looking at all the destruction? Is there anything that you would like to share with us?
Thank God. Thank God. I think everybody, we had enough warning from, authorities to evacuate, and I think everybody did. And I haven't heard any fatalities yet or anything. And, but this was crazy. This is crazy.
What are you doing? I saw you were using a foam board.
Just trying to get the mud, off, so I can walk around here without
slipping
and falling.
We're right along the Manatee River, is that right? Have you checked out the boats in this area?
No, I have not. I just drove back this morning. I stayed in Gainesville last night.
Of the Manatee and the Braden Rivers.
She said they're at the intersection of the Manatee and Bradenton rivers. So we just saw a Coast Guard helicopter go by. We know the National Guard is flying. Every resource has been deployed to Manatee County, at least that we've seen right now. We've seen along Bradenton Beach. We also know that task force is out there right now, crews from Northeast Florida. It's all hands on deck, and communities are helping one another at this time. And everyone has a story to share with us right now. So we're going to different communities around Manatee County, and we're heading to the Manatee River, downtown Bradenton next. So for now, reporting live in Bradenton, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side.
It's really remarkable to hear people's personal stories and to see the sort of resilience that people have, like, well, what's next? What are we going to do?
Too blessed to complain. That's what I heard her
right.
say, and I think a lot of people are feeling that way.
Yeah.
I mean, they always say, you know, materials can be replaced and all of that, and lives are the most important, which it is. But I mean, you can either accept this and try to make the best of it, or you can let it overcome you. And these folks obviously are showing the resiliency, as you said, to overcome.
It's an encouraging sight to see.
I want to take you to Brandon right now and show you some video from there. This is a line of downed trees in the Hickory Creek neighborhood. And this is kind of what we're seeing no matter where you go. You're going to see some of this. There's just a lot of branches in the ground. This was sent to us by a family friend of one of our producers as they either walked or drove slow. It looks like they're walking through their neighborhood there. But yeah, that's something we're getting used to seeing, and it's just going to be a process like the folks you just talked about. Now, that's a big, big tree there across the road. You're not going past that unless you climb over it.
Yeah, we also want to show some photos of the flooding on Hanley Road. And if you are listening to us on one of our radio partners, or you are streaming this online, I would just want to talk you through, you know, water is at least a foot up along the sides of the buildings there in a stretch of Hanley Road. That's in right near Hillsborough Avenue. This is in the Town and Country area, a part of Hillsborough County that has seen flooding before, but this is pretty extraordinary. Entire roadways underwater.
And that was the rain, really. It wasn't the surge. It was the rain, as Rebecca and Jeff told us about all night long. It just kept coming down.
Inches and inches and inches of rain.
Of course, you who've lived through it, you know. We're preaching to the choir. I want to show you something else here. This is the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office with some of their water rescues. They rescued hundreds of people so far. Today. They've been out conducting these water rescues near the USF area. Look at them, I mean, up to their chest here in the water. This started at the Uptown Great American Assisted Living facility at Tampa and quickly spread throughout surrounding neighborhoods. And I think you were telling me, Jen, Melissa Marino, she went along with Sheriff Cronister.
She did. I think we're going to see that a little later.
And, yeah, and the what do you call it, the airboat.
Yes.
Airboat. She was in the airboat rescue. So
yes.
We'll get to her report coming up in just a few minutes.
But we are seeing similar scenes play out across many counties, including Pasco County. And Eileen Natchik has been covering things there for us. She joins us now live from Newport. Richie, I hope you got a little bit of rest overnight in the wee hours of the morning. Now that daylight has come, what are you seeing?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because it is, Jen, a beautiful day. The sun is shining and it's nice, right? But we're still seeing so much aftermath from Hurricane Milton. There's so much work to be done. And you can see, obviously, what the stories we're telling. We're right now near Little Road and Prairie Creek Drive. And I'm going to step to the side here so you can see what I'm seeing. People on the side of the road. This is where Pasco County Sheriff's Office is here, along with Pasco Fire Rescue, the state and National Guard. And according to the Sheriff's Office, around 60 people have already been rescued from their homes. They are not being forced. This is obviously willing. Officials say that this flooding is actually from rain, guys. And how deep is the water? Well, some areas around here waist deep, others ankle deep. The sheriffs say people in this neighborhood do not want to leave because their homes aren't flooded. But keep in mind, they don't have power, no water, and it's their streets and even the driveways that are full of water. Again, this flooding is from rain, not storm surge. You know, seeing people pass here through the area, and I asked one of the people who were rescued, and I'm like, hey, are you guys okay? Are you okay? And they say yes, so that is a positive here. We're seeing a lot of positive things. People are okay, people are being rescued, and that's the most important thing here in Pasco County. I'm Eileen Natchik, 8 on your side.
Thank you very much, Eileen.
I think one of the toughest things is to maintain that the frustration is there. You want to get to your place, but no power, no water, and the danger that's there is.
I want to mention the voices in my head. The producer is updating us that the Lightning just postponed Saturday's game, which happens to be a segue into this next story that is made national headlines about Tropicana Field.
Yeah, St. Petersburg obviously taking the brunt of, I don't want to say the brunt, but I mean they took a significant hit from Hurricane Milton, and Lenny Supal filed a report from there about the strong winds, so let's listen to that.
No one was injured when the fierce wind from Milton tore the dome of Tropicana Field to shreds, but the widespread damage across the city will lead to serious conversations about safety. We saw several downed power lines, one car nearly clipping a power line on the street. Over on Beach Street, the park near the St. Pete Pier littered with uprooted trees and heavy branches that snapped off. Also, the bending arc hanging art structure also giving way to the fierce wind that whipped through the area. Mayor Ken Welch says the wind plus 18 inches of rain caused a water main break that damaged the drinking water and sewer system, and a boil water notice has been issued.
Folks can start draining water in their home, like flushing toilets and brushing your teeth. However, due to water line breaks, we also had to shut off drinking water last night around midnight. Crews have been out this morning making repairs to the drinking water system, and potable water is back on.
City leaders will be working with the developer and contractor moving forward, and they say that this situation will lead to serious conversations about rules and regulations when it comes to wind speed, cranes, especially during hurricane season. At the same time, the storm caused significant damage to the drinking water and sewer system. Now a boil water notice is in effect because of it. Reporting in St. Pete, Lenny Supal, 8 on your side.
It's like we're making our way around the horn. We've been to Pasco and Pinellas, and then I guess we're going to go to Polk.
We're covering all the P counties right now. Polk County really was inundated with water. I mean, I don't know a bigger word than inundated. Places like Polk City, just outside of North Lakeland, saw 11 inches of rain. In fact, our Georgia MacArthur was covering the Polk County area for us. We saw her in downtown last
different
night.
time. You know, she hit those waves about an hour after we had them here.
Yes.
And it was intense, but you were hearing from some folks that you know in Lakeland area going, we got problems.
Yeah, they have major problems. And Georgia MacArthur is now in North Lakeland, and hopefully we can go to her there live now, and you can give us a look at what people are dealing with. Georgia.
Can you guys go that way? Yeah, please. Thank you.
Hey, Jen and Keith, I am in the area of Kathleen, and now that we're starting to see some of that devastation and damage, take a look behind me here. It appears to be a giant hole that has swallowed two homes. Both the foundations have caved in. I'm gonna have our photojournalist step over here a little bit so we can show you just how bad this damage is. It appears to be a yellow truck that was swallowed by this hole here. Also, a tree, it appears to have fell down on it. Also, we're gonna go over here to this side of the garage that is completely caved in. The roof is caved in, and more of the hole you can see that has completely swallowed their driveway here. Even their mailbox here is scattered along their driveway. Neighbors told us the homeowners actually were home at the time. They're not here at this moment, but they were home at the time this giant hole caved in.
That's unbelievable. I mean, the truck in the ground, it's not a sinkhole. It doesn't look like they're on the water. Is there a creek running through there? Was it a low place, Georgia, or was this just ground giving way?
Yeah, we're working on trying to confirm with county officials exactly if this was water or if this is a sinkhole, but it appears we do see a little bit of water running through. We talked to a few neighbors who says that they had quite a few sewage issues in the area, so they feel like the water was strong enough and kind of pushed it over. But as you can see, we got a truck here, their roof is caved in. I mean, all of their belongings from their garage currently lying in, at least about a couple feet deep here in this Kathleen area. Neighbors out here here are, you know, devastated and heartbroken because they say, like I said, the neighbors were here at the time. So we're still trying to learn more information as to what happened, or if this is a sinkhole. We'll continue to follow that information and bring it to you guys as soon as we learn more.
And what street are you on?
Yeah,
You're
I was
in
just going to
Lakeland?
ask that, because I know the
Exactly.
Kathleen area, but tell me a little bit about exactly where you're at.
Yeah, I am on Willow-Wisp Drive. I'm in a cul-de-sac on Willow-Wisp Drive in the Kathleen area.
Okay.
Wow. You know, thank you, Georgia. MacArthur reporting live for us there in Polk County and Lakeland. You think about things coming down, you think about the wind pushing. It didn't occur to me of the ground going this way and having, you know, that kind of structural damage.
Well, and you heard her say those folks had mentioned they had some sewage issues in that area before, and we have had reports. My own sister who lives in Lakeland, they also are on city utilities. They had some sewage issues along with 2 or 3 other neighbors that were having sewage back up. The city couldn't do anything the height of the storm. They had to come up and lift them and sort of let the outflow just happen and deal with the aftermath. They said it was backed up to the pump station just because it was so inundated with water. So I suspect we will see more of those issues. Now, whether that is related to that hole, I don't know, but.
Well, you know, the underground, I mean, you have these pipes, and if they do collapse, it's even...
it can be catastrophic.
I mean, it takes a while to repair all of this, for sure. We're going to take a quick break at this point and come back with more coverage from the aftermath of Hurricane Milton right after this.
How about audio? Audio's probably a good
There we
start.
go.
See, the control room, there was a mix-up there on whether or not we were going to be part of that block of news coverage, and then all of a sudden we weren't. So, yeah, making sure we could still hear the control room. So, Eric, it's good to have you back.
Good to
we're
be
about
here.
to relaunch our coverage. I know Chief Meteorologist Jeff Bardelli is getting some graphics ready, and we got a lot to discuss in the coming hour.
Yeah, we sure do. A lot of cleanup, still over 3 million people without power. The roads coming down from Wesley Chapel, there's a lot of debris, branches. You can see trees that were fallen most likely on the interstate that were obviously picked up and taken care of.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Yeah, this is the start of the cleanup. Thankfully, the weather's going to cooperate the next several days.
And we're here in Stream Center, so we're being told that our next hit is at 2:45, and then after that hit, we are going to be relaunching our coverage of tracking the tropics and answering your questions live. It is good to see everybody in the chat. Eric, did you sleep?
A little bit, yeah. Probably as much as you did, as much as we all did. But
Yeah,
this is our Super Bowl, you know. I mean, this is what we're here to save lives, help people, and inform them and give them accurate information, and that's what we're here for.
It is. We take our responsibility extremely seriously here when it comes to reporting on these storms and really the forecast of these storms. And again, the NHC's track as of that 5 o'clock update a couple days ago was significant when they made that shift south.
Yep.
You and I were both talking about it, making a big deal about that shift.
Oh, yeah.
Because we knew that was going to end up.
Because of the models, yep.
That's
The model shifted south. And
now, it was close there for a moment, but we got to get you back now to on-air coverage. We'll see you here in a little bit in this next block of news, folks. Stand by for coverage on News Channel 8.
Coming down here to South St. Pete, just south of that, we saw parts of the Tropicana Field roof, the tarp or whatever that fabric is, on 175 South, heading here to Roser Park. We're on 6th Street South here in Roser Park, historic neighborhood in South St. Pete. And I want to just kind of give you guys an idea of the damage we've seen here so far. A lot of tree damage, especially looking at this huge tree right here. They got ripped out of the ground. Thankfully, it did not fall on this gentleman's house behind him, but we cannot say the same about his car, unfortunately. And this is just kind of the scene all the way through this neighborhood. We spoke to a couple different people that have been living here for, 4 or 5 decades plus, and they all said they have never seen a storm of this strength. They've never seen damage quite like this. Actually, coming into this neighborhood, we saw one house that had several trees just stacked up on top of it. And thankfully, they were able to get some help from some friendly neighbors, and that's what we've seen here as well. A lot of neighbors have been able to come together and help each other out to remove these trees and kind of free up these roads so cars can get in and out. And also down here on the street as well, we saw another tree that fell down with such impact that it actually created like a little crater in the middle of the road. And there was a bit of a police presence over there earlier, so cars wouldn't be tempted to go through that area. But yeah, guys, a lot of damage here. Thankfully, it looks like a lot of cleanup with a lot of neighbors helping each other out as well. Live in St. Pete, Kenny Morales, 8 on your side.
Keep Kenny up for a little bit, if you would, if you bring him back.
We
Kenny,
talk to him for a second about.
Kenny, if you're still with us, I know you've been around St. Petersburg, and we mentioned the Trop. I want to put up some video of the Trop as well. Have you driven by? Have you seen it for yourself, just out of as you've been in St. Pete?
Yeah, no, we did. Yeah. We drove by it. I don't know, maybe 20, 30 minutes ago. It's an eerie sight because you can see right into it. It's a little spooky to kind of look at, right? Because you can still see parts of that roof kind of flapping in the wind, but you can also clearly see right indoors. So it was a very unsettling sight, to say the least.
We were looking at those images right now,
yeah, as you were talking.
And I was saying to Heath earlier, those images have made national headlines. I saw them in the New York Times today. It's just such a stunning thing with the. I think Kenny might have lost us there.
Yeah, unfortunately, but he's doing a nice job. All these, there's so much, cellular service. I have no power at my house, so even just trying to get a picture to come through or talk to somebody can be a challenge.
Yes.
So we appreciate all of the work that these folks are doing out there. But St. Petersburg, it's such a beautiful area.
Beautiful area.
And you see what was happening out there with the pier and the water and the trees. I mean, just so many parts. But recovery is underway, and it will come back stronger, better, and all of that.
I will be curious to see what the response is there to the Trop, though. I mean, how do you even begin to repair that? Should you? There's a new stadium coming, so
you got to do something.
Makes a lot of questions.
It's not going to be here overnight.
They can't wait in between. So.
Well, maybe it's an open-air stadium for a few seasons. I mean, people talk about that. I mean, it's not efficient for the thunderstorms we get in every afternoon, but. Who's to say? So, Cole, where would you like to go from here? I saw our producer, Cole. He's go to Lutz.
We have some video we want to show
Let's
folks
throw it up. This is in Lutz. All right.
A tree down. We are going to see these images and images just like this. I'm sure.
Actually, this is Wesley Chapel.
Let me describe again. If you're listening on our radio partners or you're not actually seeing this, you're just hearing us. It is a huge. It looks like a huge pine tree, which can tower 40 feet in the air, and it has come completely down. It looks like it's on the back of a house. I can't tell the extent of the damage to the house. We're also seeing flooding video.
Yeah. That's Wesley Chapel too, again.
And that is just a common sight in a lot of neighborhoods too. This flooding, again, not from storm surge. These flooding images that we're seeing so far are from just an absolute deluge of rain in places, double-digit inches in many places across the Bay Area.
And then you have these trees falling on power lines. Jen, you've seen some of this yourself, but this is back in Lakeland. And we talk about these 50,000 linemen who have been stationed, pre-stationed, and now are at work, flying around, and they're sending up drones to find things just like this, because from the air you can see it, and from the ground certainly you can. But look at the size of that tree. Comes down on that line goes down, and that's probably when you probably had a transformer go poop, and the sky lights up with the electricity.
You know who gets these images and can just turn them around?
J.B. Buno, I'm thinking what you're thinking.
J.B. Buno, who is in our stream center, and he's there alongside our meteorologist, Eric Stone. And you guys are fielding continued questions from our viewers. Are people largely able to connect with you? Are you really seeing the impacts of these 3 million people that are without power across Central Florida?
It's interesting, Jen and Keith, and good afternoon to you both, is that if there's one thing that has really risen in the priority list for people in recent years in their hurricane kit, it is charging the phone and having a battery backup. I mean, that might have been less of a priority more years ago, portable electronics, but now your phone is your connection to everything, and people can use their phone to stay in touch with, of course, if you're in an area and you're trapped, you're able to stay in touch with the outside world with your phone, being able to access the internet through cellular. And as we understand it, certain spots cellular-wise have had difficulty. Other areas have been much better. Sometimes it can be carrier dependent, but in large part, we've seen people being able to connect with us here in the Stream Center and being able to send in photos and videos to WFLA WFLA.com/report it. So what I'd like to do is showcase some of the videos and photos that have been coming in just recently. And yes, we're going to answer some questions out of the YouTube live comment section as well. Eric, it's good to have you back, by the way, Eric, from the backup.
Good to be here. Yeah.
Backup location.
Yeah.
Danny in Temple Terrace says this is a downed tree. In that area, we've seen tons of downed trees in the area. Check this out. Says this is from Daniel. Said this is photo of damage to a new building in Midtown Tampa. Yeah, you see the missing window panels there on the left side of the building, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, the higher up you go, the wind a little bit stronger. And even though it's a brand new building, you know, it has damage. And you can see it right there.
Yep, we've of course, been noting several damages to or instances of damage to our skyline. We've got a massive tree down in West Bradenton. Check out the size of this tree. And it says restricting our ability to drive in or out of our development, Maureen writes. Absolutely wild, the size of this tree.
Yeah, that's huge. You know, that's the result of over 100-mile-per-hour wind gust in Bradenton. And, you know, people are going to have to take a chainsaw to that and cut it, you know, step by step in order to get that out of the way and be able to go along that roadway. They're going to be trapped for a little while.
Looking here at some of the new submissions that are coming in. Again, send it to WFLA.com/reporter. Just please be safe, folks. Some more damage here from Morningside Meadows in Clearwater. Also getting in some flooding video from John in Saddlewood Estate, Wesley Chapel. We've just seen countless photos and videos just like this one. And down power lines, of course, have become a theme. Tim, look at this from Tim. This is Line Bond near 15th Street in Tampa. And yeah, trees, power lines, hurricane, all a dangerous combination.
Yeah, you're talking 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts, a lot of trees that were untested from these type of winds. And this is what we talked about over the past several days, that these untested trees, some of them were going to come down, as we haven't had wind gusts over hurricane force here in Tampa up to 90 to 100 miles per hour in quite a long time.
So we were with, of course, our team on News Channel 8 last night when we had the breaking news of the Tropicana Field damage to the roof, the panels flying off the roof. And then, of course, we also then received word that a crane had gone down. And we saw some nighttime images, but then people woke up this morning and were able to capture images like these from this one from Larry. Another one here from Larry that captures that crane that fell into the side, really the corner, Eric, of that office building.
Yeah, I mean, cranes and high wind do not go well together, and we expected this. If you remember a couple days ago, a woman messaged us from St. Pete with a crane that was sitting outside of her place. So, again, most likely any crane is not going to be able to deal with 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts or more.
And I'll just quickly share, of course, we've been reporting this on stream, but no injuries reported in the crane incident, which, of course, is very fortunate that it went into an office building and that was unoccupied rather than a residential building. Let's go to the comment section and let's take some of these. Hey, JB and Eric from Amy, any news about St. Pete Beach or Terra Verde? Thank you for the service as well. And yeah, we have some kind comments rolling in. But as far as the Pinellas beaches, Eric, what are we hearing? What's the latest?
I mean, obviously the good news is the storm surge wasn't an issue because the storm did stay to the south as we expected. But still, over 100-mile-per-hour wind and a wind gust. And the thing I'm concerned about is all the piles of debris from people's houses and how much of that debris got even blown back into the water or blown back even toward the coast or along roadways. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of cleanup. And anytime you get 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, you have widespread power outages.
Yeah, and we have other comments and questions that are coming in. And as a reminder, folks, we are still assessing the damage across much of the viewing area, and even some of our outer counties, which are harder for our news crews to get to. You know, we've heard, of course, of tremendous damage to the southeastern portion of the viewing area where a lot of those tornado warnings popped up yesterday, Eric. And so for folks, I mean, really anywhere across the state of Florida, we encourage you to use WFLA.com/report it. These damage reports help us document and assess the situation and get the word out about what's been going on in Tampa Bay and beyond.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, 98 tornado warnings, an unprecedented tornado event in regards to the strength of these tornadoes because this storm was becoming extra tropical and how many tornadoes there were.
All right. So for us in the Stream Center, we're going to send it back to you guys in the studio. Again, WFLA.com/reported. I've said it before. I'm sorry. I have to say it over and over again because it's just so important as we use this tool and allow people to, basically share what is happening in their community on WFLA News Channel 8 and on stream on Tracking the Tropics to please send in these photos. Be as safe as possible when you do so. Do not put yourself in a dangerous position for a piece of content, for a photo or video, for any reason. Just be safe out there, folks. But if you have something that you think that we should see, this is the way to do it. We'll send you back to the studio, folks, and be checking in with you periodically over the course of the afternoon.
Yeah, we appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you both very much. I know we're going to go to Clearwater in a second, but first I just got a really important update about the USF campuses. Yeah. USF just sending out an alert that all campuses will remain closed until at least Saturday, October 12th. They're sort of assessing any facilities to see what kind of damage they're dealing with, but all classes are canceled on Friday, October 11th and Saturday, October 12th for all University of South Florida campuses.
And that includes online and any other kind of campus. So a lot of times they work remotely, but not in this case.
Nothing for Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, they want to burden you with that. And boy, I don't know if we're going to get it up or not, but Jimmy Petronas put out a moment ago. This is CFO
about Verizon.
Yeah, he's outraged by the lack of pre-staging of assets by Verizon. In Polk County, had about 1 million people who did not have phone service there. He said that's just unacceptable. And then he had that little tagline, "Can you hear me now?" And JB was pointing, you rely on this
on your device
thing here in your hand.
Because many people are not watching us on television. They don't have power. They've used backup power or something to watch the stream or to catch up with updates on social media. It's a lifeline.
Yep, there you go. Well, you mentioned Marilyn Parker. Let's go to her. She's up in Clearwater. Marilyn Parker, what's it like there this morning, or this afternoon, I should say, at this point?
There's a lot of sadness and frustration because so many people live in these apartments. Look at all of this water. This is right off of US 19 and Drew Street in Clearwater. It's the standard apartments at 2690. This is their homes. The Pinellas County Sheriff's Office let us know about 2,000 people live here, and they had to do hundreds of water rescues this morning. Just look at the cars submerged in this water. It is so upsetting. I spoke with a few people here. This is a large Spanish-speaking community that lives in these apartments, and they are just devastated. They said this was so scary for them. They said the rain just kept coming and coming. It started out at about their calf muscles, and then further down, it got up to about their shoulders. I think we can show you there a motorcycle that's completely submerged. It is just devastating to look at. These cars are totaled. Again, hundreds of water rescues from the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff even said he thinks that this is one of the most major, dramatic water rescue missions that this county has seen in a very, very long time. What we're learning is that the county is working. They say there will be shelters available for the folks who lived here, and the sheriff also said the first floor of these apartments are uninhabitable. Let's take you further down here because there's a lot more to see, as you can imagine. We're noticing on each of the cars there's like marks of X's on the back of them. We're not exactly sure what that means, but we're also seeing people who are still on the second floors of these buildings. The sheriff said that a lot of people who stayed on the first floor actually went up to the second floor to stay safe. He says it is a miracle that everyone survived here. There were no fatalities from this situation, but you can imagine just how terrifying it was. There are women and children, families out here just incredibly upset. They're waiting around. I spoke with one person who says they don't know what's going to happen next. If we can swing back around, because I'd like to show them the water pump that they have here. One person also told me that the drainage system in this apartment is just not the best. They said they had this same problem with the storm a few weeks ago and weeks before that. Just a lot of water, but as you can see, there is a pump station here. It's
piping out into the drain that's a bit further down the road. Again, this is off of Drew Street. Just a lot of upset folks. Obviously, this storm came and they thought they would be safe. You can see that some people even put up boards around their windows to the best of their ability, but the rain obviously here is the problem. Again, the sheriff's office let us know that there are shelters that will be available for these folks here if they need to get to them. But again, their transportation right now, a lot of these cars are totaled. The first floor of this apartment building is totaled. We're not exactly sure how long this is going to be the reality for these folks. And so right now we're just working to speak with them a bit more about the situation. But I've been seeing a lot of tears, a lot of sadness, people holding on to their pets. They were grateful that they made it out safely. But again, this is the reality for a few people here. We'll send it back to you.
Marilyn, while we still have you, I just want to ask a couple of questions. We were just talking to the meteorologists, and they tell us that 12.5 inches of rain fell on Clearwater, and if they were already having drainage issues, the ground is already saturated. They just didn't stand a chance. Did you get a sense from anyone, did this water rise very quickly, or did it just keep coming?
Yes, so when I spoke with one woman, she said at about 2 o'clock, it was up to her calf muscle. She let us know at that point, it just kept coming and coming. I mentioned the drainage issues that they already had. She said by the time they actually tried to evacuate, it was up to her shoulder. So why don't we turn this back over and see? You see that fire hydrant there in the middle, Jeremy, if you can show them that. So you can see that fire hydrant, but if you go further back behind it, the water goes even deeper. They say the water marks actually went up above some of the stairs to the second floor. So that just gives you an idea of just how high the water got here, Jen.
It really is remarkable, and you said 2,000 or so residents that are now displaced because of this, obviously dozens and dozens of cars, on top of the hundreds of cars that were already lost during Hurricane Helene a couple of weeks ago across Florida. To lose your home and your mode of transportation is just a devastating blow. Marilyn, thank you very much. We appreciate the live report.
Yeah.
Nice job. All of these reporters showing us things that we thought we might see, but now when you see them, it takes your breath away from what we just saw there. And we saw, you know, what we don't call it a sinkhole, but clearly the ground collapsed in Kathleen.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
we've seen
people were worried about the wind in many cases. I mean, we talked about the rain risk, but we've all weathered a lot of hurricanes if you've been around for a while. And, you know, you board up your windows and you think, I hope nothing goes through the glass. But it's hard to fathom that kind of water from a rain event.
Especially in an area that's already been dealing with some water retention problems before, and then it's just amplified when you bring this much rain. And it was record rainfall, I think Jeff was saying last night. It was 5 inches in an hour at one point in certain parts of this area in Clearwater. And so, yeah, people are just doing their best today to make things better. I don't know if we have some more video we want to take out to see. Just go ahead and throw it up.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a break and show you some viewer images that have come into the news center.
From the reported link that we have.
That's right. But we'll be back with more coverage of Hurricane Milton.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily.
Well, I have to tell you, Keith and Jen, this is our job. This is after a storm. Neighbors are helping neighbors. We're sharing inspiring stories of people rebuilding and waiting to rebuild their communities right now. Joining me live right now in Palmetto is Bradenton Police Chief Melanie Bevan. Thank you for your time. I know you're a busy woman, and your department actually evacuated last night. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, that was a significant undertaking. This storm for us started 3 days ago. When we realized that it was wobbling towards us, we made the decision. We have a Miami Vice type police department. It's right on the water, very old, really only built to withstand a Category 2. When we saw us going up to 3, 4, or 5, we realized it was time to go. Not an easy undertaking. 45,000 pieces of property and evidence had to be moved from there to a very secure location. We just purchased new guns, had to move those, uniforms, everything that could keep us operating. If we lost that building, we had to move. So we've really been 24/7 for several days.
Chief, I know you're exhausted. What have you noticed? But you're going around your city. What are the major concerns at this hour?
You know, we're still coming off the heels of Hurricane Helene, and that really smacked this region and the city pretty hard. 700 homes were lost. Water intruded up to 4 feet in some houses, and so as bad as that was, here comes this. I will tell you, what we feared would be the worst didn't quite happen. I think everybody realizes it could have been a lot worse for us. We didn't get the storm surge we saw with Helene. This time we got the wind, and my, what a wind it was last night.
It's unbelievable. We're sharing those stories this morning, and people are in dire need. They're dealing with devastation from Helene and Milton at this hour. What would be your message to the residents?
Listen, I saw some great stories play out, not only with my officers this morning, who, as soon as those winds dropped below 40, they were out there with chainsaws and straps. There was a family that was pinned down. A tree had fallen on their house, and my officers went out there, and those conditions weren't great, right? We were still getting 70-mile-an-hour gusts. Sawed their way through, rescued that family, brought them to safety. But law enforcement's not the only folks doing this. Today, I was yelling at everybody, stay off the road. It's packed, it's crowded, we don't need you here. Stay in your homes. But I saw a truckload full of folks today. They all pile out when they see some branches in the road in front of a house, pulled out chainsaws and went to cutting. I asked them, do you live here? And they said, no, we're just trying to help. That's what makes Bradenton the city it is. It's awesome.
Isn't that unbelievable to see? This storm also impacted you and your family. Talk to me about that.
It did. You know, I keep saying, though, I'm blessed and I'm grateful. When the floodwaters came, I live above my garage, 3 feet into my garage. I was telling folks, when the dumpster came and I filled it up, it carted my childhood away, everything that I stored down there from my kids, my family. And so we were just recovering from some of that damage. And here came this. We actually are on the river over in Ellington. That's why I'm talking to you in Palmetto. I'm on my way there. I've already been home, and some significant damage. But again, I can still go in my front door. I don't have electricity, minimal damage to the inside of my house. I only lost one door, one window, and some people lost so much more. And just how blessed we are not to have to be dealing with that catastrophic but that we're seeing in some other places.
We know Bradenton Police, fire rescue officials, task force, urban search and rescue, the Florida National Guard have all been deployed to this area. What are the major needs right now?
I think not only do we have downed power lights or intersection lights really everywhere, and when I say downed, I mean they're dangling, right? So it's a dangerous situation. Hopefully everybody's treating it as a stop and go. But when electricity goes out, give it a couple days, people, really start getting frustrated. It's hot. It's cool right now because this hurricane brought in this cold front. I don't suspect that's going to last. I will tell you my message to folks coming into Bradenton who don't live there and are looking for opportunities to prey upon our city residents is watch yourself, because I've got a lot of cops here. We are on the lookout for people who might think about looting or stealing or anything because they realize that folks aren't into their homes yet, and stay away.
We can't have people preying on vulnerable people right now. Talk to me about emergency services were suspended last night because the winds were way too strong. Once crews were able to go back on the roads and they were safe, what did they find? Did they have to rescue anyone?
As I mentioned, we had the down tree in the house, and this morning our folks started spreading out. Not as much as you would have thought. We really suspected we would have a lot more devastation than we did. If it hadn't done that wobble to the south, I think we would be looking at a much dire circumstances. But all in all, I've been a police officer for 38 years. I've responded to recovery efforts. Probably the worst one was Charlie, and I've seen devastation. I've seen houses just completely flattened. We're not seeing that here, not in this area. A lot of downed trees, signs, all kinds of debris everywhere, but the houses, generally speaking, are still intact. And so we didn't have that life recovery that we suspected, and thank goodness for that. Thank God for that. But I will tell you, this city, the city of Bradenton, we worked tirelessly every corner of this city, from public works to fire to administration, to make sure that whatever happened today come daylight, that we were ready for it. And it was, I guess, a good exercise. It's still going to be a lot of work, but it wasn't as bad as we thought.
Chief Bevan, thank you so much for your time. We know that you're exhausted. We know that you're so busy. And, it's first responders that we're so grateful to right now across Manatee County, across the state of Florida. It's amazing to see that response, and we really couldn't do it without you and your team. So thank you for that. We're going to be live throughout Manatee County throughout the day, and we'll bring you more stories here from Bradenton, Palmetto in a few minutes. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Jen and Keith.
All right, thank you, Brittany, and thank you to Chief Bevan for taking the time. I know it's reassuring when you hear some leadership in the community where you live or you have loved ones giving those reassuring words of confidence.
And clearly, she is a leader. You can tell the way she's talking. She's been through it.
Yep.
She's overcome, and then she's going through it again. And she talked about Charlie. I was thinking, Bradenton, beautiful, beautiful place. It's right. It's South Tampa. It's along the Manatee River. A lot of homes in there that can take on a lot of water. And unfortunately, but the idea that strangers. And I've mentioned this before. You know your property, but when strangers show up, and it's like cutting trees and branches out of the road just so people can get from here to there.
It almost makes me feel emotional about it, that people are so kind and so generous.
Nothing better
to people they don't know.
Yeah, nothing better than the sound of a chainsaw.
Exactly. It's the sound of happiness.
A generator too. Parts of Hillsborough County obviously saw a lot of damage as well. Tree limbs, flooded roads, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, News Channel 8's Ty Russell is in North Tampa for us. I think you're in the University area, not far from
yes.
Fowler and 15th Street. Some very smart people just told me, Ty, we can see water in the roadway right there. My goodness, that is a flooded intersection.
Yes, indeed. And I'm off camera right now because I wanted you to see this. This is one of those school buses taking some of those seniors who were rescued in that assisted living facility. And so that's what we're seeing right now. But yes, I'm on the intersection of East Fowler and North 15, and just look at the scene over my shoulder here. When we first arrived at this scene, this is a neighborhood here, mostly Spanish speakers, a lot of families here, especially with small children. We saw a bunch of them sitting along the CSL Plasma building here. They saw the cameras, and many of them, felt embarrassed, so they moved out of the way. But this is what we've been seeing here, people trying to walk and and gather belongings in their homes. I mean, I saw some people where this water went up like waist deep. And many of them have their cars back there. Of course, there are homes back there. Many of them are stuck and they're just waiting for this water to recede. We haven't seen it go down, of course, because it was raining for hours overnight. And so these folks are just waiting here to see what is next. But I want to turn your attention back to this main street here, because if you go down this road here, you will get to University Mall, you'll get to the University of South Florida, but yes, you can see why this is blocked. And as we zoom in, we're gonna try to see if you can see it. There's a car that's mostly submerged in the roadway. This is again on East Fowler Street, a busy drag here in the North Tampa area. And so that's why Hillsborough deputies had this main drag here blocked off, because there were cars submerged in water. And let me tell you, folks, this is not the only place where we've seen this. In many streets, especially some of the neighborhood streets, and we'll show you later on throughout today's wall-to-wall coverage. But this is what we've been seeing, cars just either partially or mostly submerged in water. There was a lot of flooding in many of these neighborhoods, many of these communities where families, you can see over here, if we go to the right here, I'll just show you here, these are families here just waiting to learn what is next. I remember I asked the guy when I first arrived, I was like, ¿Tú vives aquí? Do you live here? He was like, yes, and he didn't know what to do next. He was just going from corner to corner, just trying to figure out how to get back home, because he was one of the folks in this area who evacuated, went to a shelter, and then now they are leaving, trying to figure out what is next. But this is what we've been seeing, and we are going to continue to go around and tell some of these stories here. This is a neighborhood that's dealing with a power outage as well, as you can imagine. So they are wondering exactly when they'll get power, when the water will recede. So it's a lot of heartbreak here, but people are coming together and helping each other out. I'll send it over back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Ty. But I can't believe how deep those cars are in the water behind you. I mean, I know some of these intersections get a little lower, but once you're in it, you can't go out. You can see it's got kind
of a rolling terrain, but it really was almost like a bathtub, a bowl where the water just collected. I'm curious if those people that you talked to, have they been able to get any word about whether their house or their home is completely flooded, or they just don't know?
Yeah, the two people who I first talked to in Spanish over here, they were just figuring out, trying to get home. They were like wondering, how are we supposed to get home? Because many of the folks, oh, look, there's someone in a little raft there. My contacts aren't in, but I can see someone, they're trying to escape the water here. And some people had some issues trying to walk through the water, especially when you have, small children. But that's how one person, or at least two people, are trying to escape this neighborhood. They got their little paddle and they are just going. And I don't know where they're going to go from here, but I know the two people that I talked to earlier, they were just wondering, how are we going to get in to the neighborhood, because they didn't want to walk through the water. As you can imagine, who knows what's in the water as well. There could be wastewater mixed with the flooding here. So they just wanted to be careful. But yeah, he was on his cell phone just trying to figure out what is next. Just look at that. This is absolutely heartbreaking, just watching this, honestly.
And Ty, I heard an interview with Sheriff Chad Chronister, the Hillsborough County Sheriff, earlier, and he talked a lot about that area in particular being an area where people don't have a lot. He described it as they don't live paycheck to paycheck, they live day to day. So the prospect of some of these folks losing their homes is just devastating.
Yes, indeed. Can you do something about that, please? Yeah, this is heartbreaking over here. This is a low-income community. These are folks who, mostly renters. Again, they are Spanish speakers as well. So, yeah, they are just trying to figure out what's next. These are people presumably will be leaning on state resources, leaning on FEMA. I'm pretty sure when those workers come through here, they will see the desperate need, because I'm also looking, I don't know if you can see in the camera, I'm also looking at people farther away walking through this water, trying to get out of these neighborhoods and figure out what is next. So, yes, this is a community, low-income community, mostly Spanish speakers, and yes, they do need help in this area.
You know, when I was looking at your video as he zoomed in, who's your photographer there, Ty? Who is it?
This is Pat, photographer
Pat Bramble.
Oh, Pat
yeah,
Bramble.
I could see the watermark on the walls behind you on the fence is what I was noticing. So this water's actually come down probably 3 feet or more. So this was much higher than it is now. So this is what's, this person's obviously going to get out and try to make their way to drier ground. It's crazy to think that you're on a street, you're not in like a canal as they, and this person just kind of brought them to safety. It looks like going to go back and maybe find someone else.
Right.
You never know what, you have to charge your phones, you have to stay in touch, you have to check on other family members. And there's that wall down there where I was noticing the watermark, and these people waist deep in water.
Yeah. You hate to think about that, though, walking through that water, but because, as to your point, Ty, you just don't know what else is in that water. There are a lot of infrastructure compromises across Hillsborough County, and this storm has taken an enormous toll. And so we would typically tell people just stay out of that water, don't go in that water. But it doesn't look like these people have many options.
Well, they have to find food.
They don't have
to find
many
help
options here. And I see some people, some people are walking. I don't know if, Pat, can you see them? They're walking as well. I mean, this is just
we got a glimpse of that.
heartbreaking because there are no other ways to get out. Yeah.
Well, again, and just to remind folks, because we've been talking a while now,
just before this live shot, I want to tell you.
Go ahead, Ty, sorry.
Oh, no worries, Keith. I just wanted to say, just before this live shot, we did see even more water rescue vehicles from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's leave this area. So you can tell that even for deputies, they were having a tough time accessing this area, that they needed their high-tech equipment.
Yeah. And are they letting people evacuate voluntarily, or are they requesting people leave? Are they leaving it up to the residents?
Right now, I haven't seen any sort of law enforcement officials go through these neighborhoods, make any sort of announcements. So it appears to me, at least right now, from my understanding, it appears to me that these residents are just leaving on their own, and some are have parked farther away, and they're walking to where some of the other folks over there are standing,
well, I don't know
just
where
to see if they are able to get through. I see that there are 2 gentlemen here trying to go into the neighborhood.
Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be possible, but I know we talked about how we had all of these high-wheel tactical vehicles stationed either from the federal government or local authorities who are coming to help. But I mean, what we're looking at, unfortunately, is being repeated in many areas. Melissa Marino, as Jim was pointing out, had gone out with the sheriff's office, and they were just hauling people, right and left out of their homes, because I mean, you can't live. If you see the water where it is now, and you know that it's actually come down a little bit, you can see it's almost in that apartment building or whatever is behind you in the background. I mean, it's got to be, waist high inside, so you can't live in like that. You have to get out, and it may not be life-threatening, but it could be.
Well, and I'm looking right now, Ty, at an update from Hillsborough County that said they have conducted more than 500 rescues, 104 pet rescues in response to Hurricane Milton. Among those, approximately 135 people who were rescued from an assisted living facility, as you mentioned at the top of your live shot, right there in that university area. Hillsborough County Fire Rescue had tactical units in there helping evacuate folks, and they had a lot of work to do in that area, so they have been conducting these high water rescues throughout the day, 500 across the county.
That's good news. And Ty, we're gonna cut away from you for just a moment, because Governor Ron DeSantis is giving an update in Sarasota. We want to take and listen to some of that.
Some of those newer homes that have been built with more updated building code, they seem to fare very well. So we'll see as the damage assessments come in and as the reports. Now, we have at the state level, we're continuing supporting search and rescue operations. As of this afternoon, at least 340 individuals and 49 pets have been rescued. Florida National Guard, Florida law enforcement, and urban search and rescue teams are continuing to work throughout the day. We've got a lot of rescue craft operational. Hundreds of rescuers are engaged in over 125 missions in 26 counties. Some of that's in conjunction with the local law enforcement and fire and other first responders. I know a lot of the sheriffs are doing a lot of good work. This storm came in the way it did. The dirty side of the storm was kind of Sarasota, Charlotte area. And then the northern side of the storm, it actually, instead of doing storm surge into Tampa Bay, it sucked it out. but the northern side of the storm had a lot of precipitation. I mean, they were just getting water dumped on them. So whereas Helene created a lot of storm surge in that part of the state, this one didn't do that there, but it created like inland flooding. And you're going to, so you see that in Pinellas and Hillsborough counties. You also got an awful lot of water dumped in the center and northern parts of the state on the northern side of the storm. So we're going to continue to respond for those as appropriate. Power. So as of the 3 p.m. update, we've got 3.2 million that are without power, 3.2 million accounts throughout the state of Florida. Since the storm hit, 880,000 have been restored. So we've basically had a storm that's had over 4 million power outages. I think that's probably similar to what we saw with Hurricanes Irma and Hurricanes Ian. And I know but on this one, we have 50,000 linemen. We had probably 40-some thousand for Ian. I don't think they had them presaged for Irma, but we've got over 50,000 linemen. So they are hard at work. I know this area is FPL. I know they're planning a big push. So we feel very confident that those folks are working very hard, and you're going to see some good stuff here in the ensuing time period. Sarasota County, where we are now, is about 66% out as we speak. Prior to landfall here in Sarasota, we staged thousands of sandbags, 9 high-water vehicles, 3 high-wheeled vehicles for search and rescue, 12 emergency sat phones, 4 urban search and rescue teams, and 2 swiftwater teams. And now we are continuing to help with 25 additional generators, 3 swamp buggies, FWC search and rescue boats, 3 mobile command vehicles, 4 ambulance strike teams, 4,000 gallons of diesel, 4,000 gallons of regular unleaded, 5 helicopters, additional Starlinks, 20 diesel trash pumps, and additional supplies like tarps, fans, and dehumidifiers. Cut and toss began at first light by the Florida Department of Transportation. We have 328 crews active in the field, over 350 pieces of heavy equipment, 150 bridge inspectors were dispatched immediately, and over 620 bridges have already been inspected. As I said in my executive order for Hurricane Milton, local authorities must allow residents back to their homes once the roadways are deemed safe. In Tampa, the Sunshine Skyway, Gandy, Howard Franklin, and Courtney Campbell causeways have all been inspected, cleared, and they are open for traffic. Bridges are being opened as soon as state inspections are complete. There are a couple bridges throughout the other parts of the state where they are looking at different issues. I-4, I-75, Alligator Alley are all clear and they're all open. US 1 and A1A have been cleared with the exception of A1A at Matanzas Avenue in Belleair Beach. That's over on the other coast. Assessing a few areas where damage has occurred along roadways and bridges, such as washouts and flooding. That is continuing to go. There have been 5,000 traffic signals. 280 signals in the state are not currently operational. They're working to deploy generators to get those back up. If you come to a traffic light that is out, you treat it like a 4-way stop. So just remember, that's how people are going to do. So if you're going, you got to stop, look like you would on a stop sign. There are many schools closed today, but we're working with the Department of Education to have schools resume as quickly as possible across the state, and that's going to be a little bit different depending on how you were affected by the storm. But I think the majority of those school districts that were closed probably had minimal to no impacts from the storm and should be able to resume operations very quickly. If you want to look to see what your school district's plans are, you can go to fldoe.org/storm info. Now, please remember, as you survey damage and you clean up, be cautious of any downed power lines. They can be deadly. Do not touch them and stay away from any debris that may be tangled within the power lines. Be careful of standing water. You know, we are Siesta Key. I was able to sue. I mean, there's some. It's gone down, but there is some. There's going to be some inland flooding. Just be very careful when you're talking about standing water. There could be power lines down in there. There could be other hazards, and that could cause major problems. Be careful when you use ladders. We always have injuries and sometimes even fatalities based on the use of ladders. We've got a lot of elderly residents. We have different groups that will be in Florida that will help you with some of these things. These charity groups, these church groups, they go in to help people with their homes and help clean up debris. So utilize that. Don't put yourself at risk. If you operate a generator, do not operate your generator inside your home. It must be operated outside your home. We still have Visit Florida's emergency accommodation modules on Expedia and Priceline available if people need temporary shelter. For another 2 weeks, we have extended the Hope Florida line. So that's going to be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you need help or you need some resources, like maybe helping hand with some things around your house or maybe some things with some supplies, we've got all these organizations that come to help in the subsequent to these storms. They're all plugged into Hope Florida. So you can call 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE, and Activate Hope is the disaster arm for Hope Florida, and that is up and running. We also have small business loans available. So we have $50 million. It's interest-free, very forgiving payment options. So if you need cash as a business, you can apply for up to $50,000. If you're agriculture and aquaculture, you have up to $100,000, and if you're citrus and cattle, you have up to $150,000. So please take advantage if you want. If you want to apply for that, you go to floridajobs.org/EBL. We also are accepting donations for the Florida Disaster Fund. This is a charitable, tax-deductible donation. 100% of the proceeds go to helping victims of both Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton. And so if you want to do that, you can go to floridadisasterfund.org, floridadisasterfund.org. I want to thank everybody who's worked really hard. We're still assessing the damage from this storm. I think clearly just going around that there was damage from it. I think in some areas, in terms of what was being predicted, some of the worst case scenarios did not come to pass, certainly in terms of some of the storm surge. People were predicting perhaps in the Tampa Bay area. The storm did weaken as it made landfall. And so whereas it was churning ferociously off the Yucatan Peninsula, by the time it made it to the coast of Florida, those winds were a little bit tamer. Still enough to do a lot of damage, but in terms of our assessments and being able to bounce back, I feel confident we're going to do that as a state. This power restoration effort is underway by all the major utilities. They've had the people ready, and they know that this is something that's really important. So you've got a lot of people working on that. We're very confident on reopening the ports like Tampa to make sure that fuel is continuing to flow. We have a lot of fuel in reserve in the state if we need to fill any gaps, but I'm confident we're going to be able to have an adequate amount of fuel delivered to the gas stations one way or another. If we need to use Florida Highway Patrol to help rush the trucks there, then we'll do that. But we should be in pretty good shape as far as that goes. So I want to thank everybody that's been involved. And we'll be putting out information about things like points of distribution for food and water. We're taking some of those inputs from some of the counties. Some people said before the storm they wanted pods. Maybe they don't need pods now, depending on what damage. But we do anticipate when the counties are ready, rolling out some of the pods and providing some of the resources in terms of food, water, and other supplies like tarps for people as they may need it. So, okay, Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you for everything
you
do.
have been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis giving an update. There were a few key takeaways for me. I was staggered by the number of people that at one point close to 4 million people without power in the state of Florida.
Well, he said 66% in Sarasota alone, which is where he was giving his news conference
really incredible.
today.
They have restored power to 880,000 of these homes.
Yeah, but you're still 3.2 million without.
3.2 million.
So if you're watching us on
that group.
if you're watching us on TV, Kudos. You've done well. You survived, but many people are watching on streaming and that sort of thing. But the takeaways are just amazing to think about how, I mean, you think about bridge inspectors.
Yeah.
You know, they're opening, and that's great, but 150 people out there, you know, going around making sure that you're safe to travel again, at least on the bridges, and the highways are opening back up. And
huge responsibility.
People helping people. Also good about that interest-free loans, $50 million available for people, especially you think about these farmers. When you think about what's been wiped off from flooding and the cattle and all of that, up to, you know, $150,000, $50,000 up to $150,000 on loans. Of course, that's down the road. But they're out there, and resources are available. It's just
Working
taking
to get
time.
the ports open. Manatee has a port Tampa Bay.
And fuel is key.
And speaking of big, you know, transportation hubs, TPA is set to open at 8 a.m. tomorrow, Friday. I'm not sure what day it is anymore, but Friday, 8 a.m.
Yeah, back tomorrow. You can fly again.
TPA will open. You can fly.
Oh, my goodness. So I want to go back to Kenny Morales. I think he's over in St. Petersburg, where, you know, we lost you a little while ago. We were talking about the Tropicana Field and what that looked like. But what else have you discovered in your travels there, Kenny?
Hey guys, yeah, so we were in Roser Park earlier, and that area was dealing with a lot of tree damage, a lot of downed trees because of the high winds. We've moved maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes south of that. We are now in Lake Magori Shores, and this is 26th Avenue South and MLK. And I don't know if you can see this, but it is completely flooded to the point that the National Guard is actually out here right now. And I don't know if you can tell from just down the street here on MLK, that is a National Guard truck. They've got about 3 teams out here, 20 folks in total, helping people evacuate from their homes. They have been telling folks that are trying to come back in to, you know, turn around. It's not safe to drive here, especially if you're in a smaller car like a sedan or a 2-seater. But yeah, they said earlier today they rescued about 7 people, a gentleman in a wheelchair and a dog as well, and they will continue to make trips as they can and try to rescue as many people as they can back there. I actually spoke with a gentleman who lives just down the street here. He's been here for about a year. He was here for Hurricane Helene, and he said it flooded somewhat similarly, but he said this is much, much worse. He said, if you can just tell, Lake Magori, which is several blocks down the road, and he took us down to his backyard as well. That was flooded. If you can just imagine it, all these homes right here, all their backyards totally flooded out. So it's going to take some time to recover from this area, but thankfully, as we heard from Governor Ron DeSantis, a lot of folks like the National Guard and such helping these people try to evacuate, get to safety.
Once again, you're kind of breaking up there a little bit. Kenny, nice job out there. That signal can break up from time to time. He's talking about the water rescues. The governor just said, as of the 3 p.m. hour, 340 people rescued. So right behind Kenny Morales, more rescues taking place. And that includes 49 pets, by the way. So animals also a concern for a lot of folks.
That St. Pete area is obviously home to Tropicana Field. We keep showing you this video because it's really just extraordinary to see the winds from Hurricane Milton ripping the roof off the trop. The Tampa Bay Rays just issued a statement, and I'm going to read part of it. Our priority is supporting our community and our staff. We're fortunate and grateful that no one was hurt by the damage to our ballpark last night. Over the coming days and weeks, we expect to be able to assess the true condition of Tropicana Field. In the meantime, we are working with law enforcement to secure that building.
Well, they know they've got a lot to deal with right there, and we obviously are watching and wondering ourselves how they're going to do it, but they will eventually get that taken care of. Do we want to bring in our meteorologist one more time?
I think we may want to go to Manatee County because their mobile homes there saw some of the worst damage from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, despite the grim view, people in that community are already helping one another. News Channel 8's Chloe Sparks was on the road to recovery there in Manatee County.
The amount of mobile homes Milton destroyed in Manatee County is absolutely devastating. Some caught fire, and some, like the ones here at Coach House Mobile Home Park in Palmetto, got wrecked with debris. It's sad for a lot of people, but we are seeing a silver lining the day after the storm. Hurricane Milton was strong, but the Manatee County communities are proving who is stronger this morning as they wake up to total destruction.
It's our neighborhood. We got to take care of it, so we got to do anything we can just to make sure everybody's all right and safe.
Massive trees blocking roadways in several parts of the county, especially in Palmetto, where Brian Drew and Ed Selko took it upon themselves to take immediate action toward recovery.
Found like freight trains rolling down my street.
They heard everything overnight, and so did Alan Toussaint.
I mean, just stuff flying. I mean, everywhere. Everything was flying. Stop signs were gone. I mean, just everything.
In Sunset Village in Bradenton, roofs of mobile homes skimming over entire communities, taking direct hits into other homes.
Have you guys seen Colony Cove?
Not yet.
It's decimated. There's no roof. You got 3,000 trailers there. Every one of them's missing a roof. Golf carts flipped over down the street. It's bad.
12,000 people safe in county shelters, thanks to the quick action of multiple emergency leaders working around the clock.
I've never seen this much destruction around this area ever in my whole entire life, and I've been here for 46 years.
Obstacle after obstacle. Emergency leaders, looky-loos, and Good Samaritans alike are all making it known there is nothing Milton could destroy that they couldn't put back together. Power companies have been here today, and they are working to get basic needs back to the people in all of Manatee County. County leaders asking people to conserve water until they can get the job done. At one point last night, Manatee County had the most power outages reported throughout the entire state of Florida. Please be patient with these officials. Reporting in Manatee County, Chloe Sparks, 8 on your side.
All right, now we're joined by Justin Mosley and Rebecca Berry, once again, our meteorologist, and this is kind of your neck of the woods,
yes.
Justin. We were saying Sarasota a moment ago, the governor said 66%. Chloe's saying they're the most in the state there in Manatee County.
Yeah, so. That's where the eye made landfall, you know, at yesterday 8:30 on Siesta Key, and it's around the eye. The eye wall just battered that area, so thus the power outages.
And those people who may be able to get our signal are probably doing so through either our radio partners or on a device that they are hoping stays charged so that they can stay connected.
That's a delicate dance because you have no idea when you're going to be able to recharge again or how long that backup recharging battery is going to last, unfortunately.
Well, we're looking at the damage, and if they're not watching, then maybe they're out doing what they need to do to clean up around the house, because there is a lot of work to be done. Chainsaws, generators going all over town right now. You want to talk a little bit more about this storm?
Yeah, we've seen 3 landfalls in the Gulf in 3 months, and so that's pretty historic if you think about it. And so, of course, we started with had Helene on September 26th. We had Debbie on August 5th, and now Milton on October 9th. The Cat 1, a 3, and a 4. And so 3 hurricane landfalls in 3 months in a pretty similar area, because even when Helene and Debbie went by, we felt the effects of it, but nothing like the direct hit we've taken from Milton. And so just, it's a really, really odd hurricane season for us. We do have a ton of flood alerts as well. And the secondary flooding is rainfall flooding in the rivers. And so, of course, we had the devastating storm surge to the south of the eye. Justin will be here to talk more about that in just a moment. But now that we've seen so much rain, when it rains like that and you see the standing water like Ty was just showing us, that water has to drain out and go somewhere. Most of it eventually ends up in our rivers, and that's how it gets back into the bay. And so the river levels are still rising in a lot of cases, and unfortunately it's going to continue to be a very flood-prone time. But the good news is it's a little drier. And so our observed precipitation for October is 13.82. But for the year, it's the wettest record we've ever had on year. So we're about 12 inches up for October rainfall, thanks to Helene as well as Milton, and we're about 32 inches up for the year. So when you're seeing some of the damage that's out there with uprooted trees, this is why. Trees that are broken in half, or branches that are broken off, that's wind. But when you see those uprooted trees, it's the combination of how soggy the ground is and the roots just not being able to hold against that wind. And so that's another contributing factor to not only the floods, but also the damage. And so looking at Milton, we had 98 tornado warnings, and some of the tornadoes that we could see on our radar were much bigger than we typically see with tropical tornadoes. And we saw some videos and photos, and we're including the damage reports that are coming out from these tornadoes. We just don't normally see EF2s, the possibility of EF3s within tropical systems. It's typically the weaker EF0s and EF1s, but not with Milton. Milton also dropped a devastating amount of rain just to the north of the path here. And so just to the north of the eye, we saw 10 to 16 inches of rain. And that's what's contributing to the flooding to the north of the eye. To the south of the eye, it's storm surge. But look at the wind swath here. We saw 100 to 110 mile per hour wind gusts, with the worst here in the fuchsia and the second worst here in the red. And so that's just caused widespread power outages and widespread damage. We saw possibly 10-foot plus storm surge. They're still going out and assessing that. They make a lot of measurements according to the water line and calculate what the tide was at the time. And so we'll get those reports a little bit later, but we're looking at 10-foot plus storm surge from Sarasota southward especially. And we're looking at still over 3 million people without power, even though the power is, they're working hard and getting people turned back on. And unfortunately, 3 million plus without power. And the only good news that I have to leave you with is that we're looking at some lower humidity throughout the day, and we're looking at cooler temperatures tonight. So for those that are out there trying to get their yard cleaned up, trying to get their storm shutters down without power, it is going to be one of the more pleasant nights we've seen in months. I'm going to bring in Chief Meteorologist for our SNN station, Justin, right now, because you specialize in these areas that are hardest hit with the storm surge, and man, a lot of people without power tonight.
Now, that's so true, and the good news that the humidity levels are beginning to drop, Rebecca, and again, that will provide some relief tonight and into the upcoming weekend. Look at these percentages here in Manatee County. 75.5% of the county still without any power. We saw our governor, Ron DeSantis, down in Sarasota, 66.5, and even inland areas are out in Arcadia and up towards Wauchula, nearly 98%. So it's widespread here along the Suncoast with the power outages that are still underway. There's a look at the storm moving away from Cape Canaveral. It's a Category 1. Continuing to weaken now, eventually down to tropical depression status. In fact, post-tropical with the 2 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center. It's booking out of here east-northeast at 21 miles per hour. And again, you can see the track right across portions of Sarasota and Manatee counties. And along this path, that's where we dealt with a lot of storm surge. In fact, up to 12 feet of water did rise here in Manatee County at Rye Road. So that's just devastating amounts of water moving in from the Gulf of Mexico. Meanwhile, across the Bay Area, we had reverse storm surge with this north and northeasterly flow. I saw the water coming out of Clearwater, St. Pete, Old Tampa Bay as well, beginning to rise there around Port Manatee. But as we head further south around that eye wall, the winds were onshore. And look at these values. Venice, 5.23. Sarasota, again, this is an estimate, up to 10 feet of storm surge, which is higher than what we saw with Helene and down in Fort Myers, 5-foot surge as well. And look at the wind gust. This is the other aspect of the storm. Again, that core of wind moving across the entire Tampa Bay area. Anna Maria Island, 106, SRQ 102, and then on Clearwater Beach, our beautiful Clearwater Beach there, Pier 60, a 90-mile-per-hour wind gust, in addition to these preliminary rainfall amounts. At SRQ, 7 inches, but some spots in here, we were dealing with the flood alerts and flood emergencies coming out in Pinellas County, as we saw over a foot of time, and of course that just works to exacerbate the wet conditions that we already have. Good news here, winds are calming down. Looking at the wind speeds right now, very calm. In fact, with gusts that are still being reported anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. So we will continue to improve our weather conditions with the lower humidity values coming in, helping with the cleanup efforts here across the Bay Area. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Justin. We appreciate it.
You know, I just keep getting, I haven't seen, I've seen the picture, we're everted to you now, but the Hillsborough County Amphitheater, the one that sits by the Hillsborough County Fairgrounds.
Yeah, the Mid-Florida Amphitheater.
It almost reminds me of Tropicana Field, how they've peeled off the layers.
It seems almost like a similar roofing to it.
Yeah, there's the one right across from the Hard Rock Casino. I mean, they've peeled it back, and they've got all the lighting grid up there that looks like it's going to be problematic to repair as well. So
we're going to work to get that image for you, but as we go to break, we want to show you another one of the images sent in to us by one of our viewers.
Yeah, this is 15th Street in Tampa, and tree and car, and not a good combination here.
And back here with you folks, JB and Eric. And we're getting ready. We're about to start to answer your questions on YouTube Live. Specifically, we're really honed in on YouTube Live this afternoon. We will be doing some Facebook stuff a little bit later on. My voice starting to feel the effects of endless streaming here. So doing our best here to try to balance our broadcast and Stream Center coverage. I got to update your super. Eric's back. You know, I got to get.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Got to get the name.
The name's wrong.
But folks, in the meantime, Eric, what do you want to pass along? I mean, we're getting ready to answer questions. We're about to do a hit on the newscasts.
Right.
And then we want to talk a little bit more about some of the numbers that we're seeing behind Milton, too.
You know, there are a lot of people that say, hey, is there any possibility that, you know, this could turn around? You know, are we done with this? And yes, we're definitely done with this. In fact, Milton has now become post-tropical, so it is not classified as a Category 1 hurricane. It may have Cat 1 hurricane wind, but it is now undergone that cycle of becoming post-tropical. You can see there's a lot of wind shear, in fact, from the southwest. So all of the storm activity is on the north and eastern side, as you can see right there. And, you know, this will be the latest cone. And again, it's well away from Florida, and it will stay away from Florida. The winds will die down a bit to tropical storm force, even though it's extratropical, post-tropical. But again, we are done with this one, and we don't have any more to worry about the impacts in regards to the rain and the wind. Everything is moving out. Everything has subsided, and it is a beautiful day here in Tampa Bay. Thankfully, after such a devastating storm, that people will be able to clean up, the waters will recede, and then we'll begin to rebuild.
All right, let's get you back to the coverage, folks, on WFLA News Channel 8. We'll see you in a few minutes. Please put in your hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyEric questions now if you'd like to have your question about Hurricane Milton answered on air and online. We'll see you in just a few.
Behind you, show us around.
Well, first I want to say, Jen, the county actually just got here within like 10 minutes ago, and they put orange stickers here on the door that says, do not occupy, enter at your own risk. Do not, you know, they're saying these homes are uninhabitable right now. However, the homeowner that we spoke to says he is going to stay put no matter what. But take a look at the video that we shot here, that you can see the devastating result of flooding from the storm. Heavy rain and unstable ground appears to have caused the soil to erode, taking down part of this house, leaving the structure dangerously close to falling completely. The giant hole swallowed a yellow truck. Debris is scattered throughout the yard. The homeowners tell us they were actually at home when it happened.
I thought it was a tree on the house, and I got up and I figured that the ceiling was still there with no rain coming into it. Got up at 5 when it was starting to get a little bit light, and so it was a little bit more than that.
You could have been on that side of the house.
No doubt, yeah, we're lucky that, or having a little more water would have taken both these houses in the swamp.
Yeah. And Jen and Keith, the homeowner tells us he actually parked his car in the garage here thinking that it would be safe. But as you can see, the garage is nearly caved in. We also talked to him about what his plans are to evacuate from here. He says he currently doesn't have any power, but once he gets power, gets his phone back up and running, he's going to try to find someone that can get him inside of a hotel. So I'm sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, well, it's terrible to wake up with a tree and all of a sudden you walk out and your garage is crushing your car and everything else. And the house beside it's not doing so great either. Is it condemned? I don't want to say condemned, but I mean,
they've put the warning stickers on it as well.
For no occupancy. What about that one next door?
Yeah, Jen and Keith, county officials put the orange stickers on both doors. However, we did go over to knock on the homeowners next door. They're not home at the time, but the county officials did tell us both homes are enter at your own risk and do not occupy. As you see, the county officials are still here on scene trying to, you know, figure out who's here. But as we were told, the neighbor said that the homeowners here at this brown house actually left a little bit this afternoon.
Okay, so they were there. They do know about the damage, but they're just not there right now, because you hate to think of someone coming home to that unexpectedly.
Yeah. Right.
Or somebody's going to say, hey, I think I just saw your house on the news and it doesn't look good. Anyway, thank you, Georgia MacArthur. And there are other areas of Polk County we need to focus on here tonight.
There are. Beth Rousseau spent the wee hours of the morning and well into the daylight out there in Polk County, and she has this report.
Many areas of Lakeland and Polk County have seen flooding like they have never seen before. The road we're showing you, still some water on it right now, but earlier this morning it was completely covered. Photographer Charles and I were standing out here showing you the impacts of Milton when we heard someone calling from the window at this home. It was a woman leaning out as the water rose closer and closer to the bottom of the window. She says she was trapped inside with her 4 children. In video, you can see her leaning out the window calling for us. We called 911. They told us the weather was not good enough for for them to be out and responding to calls. So we actually flagged someone down, got a Jeep to shine their lights in the driveway, which has a very deep dip in it. And then once she saw that pathway, she was able to walk out with her kids. We could take their hands, help lead them out, got them in the car and took them to a shelter where they are safe and dry. Her name is Amber Henry. Throughout Polk County and throughout Lakeland, we're seeing many of the same things: streets that are flooded with water, trees that are down, some even on top of homes. The ones that we have talked to, the family that we've talked to, say, yeah, they've got a lot of cleanup work that they have to do, but many, like Amber, say that they are just happy that their loved ones are safe.
When it got up all the way up the window, it got up the window and it started coming in the house from the window, and the refrigerator started floating. I turned out the power. Me and my children hopped on the oven, and once we hopped on the oven, I called my mom and told my mom, I think me and my children are about to drown to death. So we have a house that's in front of our house. I literally broke into the neighbor's house and got for higher ground. Me and my children, it was knee deep, but it wasn't waist deep. But I had to literally break into the neighbor's house to get higher level. And thank God I looked out the window. I don't know what told me to look out the window, but I saw you guys, and you guys came to save us. And we was in their water. I've been sitting in water since 9, and it's like 5 something. So I've been sitting in water with 4 children.
With flooding like this at the home where we helped that mother, as well as down power and utility lines, trees down throughout the city and throughout the county. As you can imagine, there are thousands without power. We have seen utility crews out since very, very early this morning. They're working just as quickly as they can to get all of those services restored. They're asking for your patience. Reporting in Lakeland, Beth Russo, 8 on your side.
Wow, what a story that family will have to tell, and what a great job for Beth and her crew to be there at the right time for that woman.
And her photojournalist, Charles. I like what I've heard her say many times. We're people first, journalists second. She sprung into humanity mode at that point.
Yeah. Good people. You want to go to JB Buno now and see what's happening up at the
I do, because the good people of Tampa Bay have been sending in videos, images to JB and meteorologist Eric Stone, and you guys are seeing really some incredible things across the Bay Area.
Photos, videos, questions too, Jen. We got a lot going on here in the Stream Center, and a hello again to our stream audience joining us across WFLA's digital platforms here in the Stream Center with the one and only meteorologist Eric Stone. You know, 2 words, Eric, that I heard Justin utter on air just a few minutes ago, and they are oh so sweet for people at home: post-tropical. But I'll tell you, Keith and Jen, in relation to Milton, perhaps a top 3 question that we have had just time and time again come in on social media, Eric, is whether or not this has any chance whatsoever to impact the United States again in the future, whether it hooks back around to Florida or the Northeast. I mean, the social media comment section is pretty wild about all the different ideas that are out there. So is it even remotely possible?
No, not with this one. And we've seen it in the past with 1 or 2 storms, but no. This one is really being steered out to sea by a frontal boundary. It's become extra tropical. Even though you see that number 1, this is not a Category 1 hurricane anymore. This has become extra tropical. There's now a cold core rather than a warm core storm. And again, it is mixing with a front, and this thing may have hurricane force wind, but it is not a hurricane, and it is not going to affect the U.S. anymore.
You know, it's interesting. I like post-tropical rather than extra-tropical. It makes me feel like, you know, the extra-tropical doesn't sound all that, you know, encouraging. But, okay, back here talking about Report It, right? WFLA.com/report it. That's where we've been getting in photos and videos all day long by the thousands. And yes, this is the highest volume really of photos and videos that we've ever received from our audience using this tool. So let's get to it and show some of the things that have been coming in from around the Tampa Bay area and really beyond, really across the Florida Peninsula. Check out this from Ercan. This comes in from Palmetto Beach, and it looks like the entire side of this structure is gone. It almost reminds me of one of those toy homes that you would open up and see all the multiple levels inside.
Oh, I remember that.
I mean, my goodness, this is not what you're used to seeing in the aftermath of a storm in Florida, at least not in our area in recent years.
Yeah, and this is obviously not one of those typical block homes, right? Made of concrete. So this, unfortunately, is what happens to maybe some older construction and some poor structures that yet again with 90 and 100 mile per hour wind gusts really don't stand a chance, JB, and you can see it right here.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to Mario in North Lakeland. Okay, another down tree. I have been speaking to family members, friends, in between these hits on WFLA and talking to them. And one thing I keep hearing about, Keith and Jen, are people driving through neighborhoods and coming across exactly this. And then it's like, okay, well, now I have to pivot and drive around this somehow. And sometimes those detours can take 15, 20 minutes in certain neighborhoods to get around just one blockage like this.
And that's if you're lucky. Sometimes you'll come across floodwater. I dealt with this with Helene when I left work. I took 2 detours, but you know what? To me, it doesn't matter time-wise. If it takes 30 minutes, 45 minutes, if I can get home or where I want to be safely, then I'll do it no matter how long it takes.
Yeah, we've seen, this is actually coming in from Kelly. Kelly Laster sending this one in from Sunset Park. This photo is just absolutely wild. Kelly, known to us here, of course, at WFLA. And this one, I mean, again, we're talking about photos that you cannot believe are real.
Yeah, I mean, you know, some of these trees and whatnot, they're just not tested for wind of 90, 100 mile per hour gusts. And this is what happens, unfortunately. You might think, hey, this is really sturdy, but hasn't been tested yet. Some of that has now, unfortunately.
Yeah, and then almost like the top of a thing of canned soup. I mean, ripping off the aluminum or metal rooftops on certain structures. This is Mario from North Lakeland, and we've seen a ton of this from really all the way from certain sections of Pinellas County through till Polk County, as Jen was mentioning earlier.
Yeah, I've got a couple really good friends in the Lakeland area, and one of them had the roof leak. Another one had several inches of water in their house. So again, just wind damage in regards to roofs and water damage as well with all the freshwater rain over 12 to 15 inches.
All right, so before we send it back to the studio, really a question that we keep getting asked repeatedly today, specifically this afternoon, in the digital comment section on social media, especially on YouTube Live, where we are live right now. Questions like this from Christian, hashtags for us both. Is it safe to re-enter South Tampa from Northwest Florida, from the Panhandle? We've had so many people that went in that direction, moving into the Panhandle, even beyond into coastal Alabama, Mississippi. Or if you're Christopher, you evacuated all the way to Texas and saying, do you think that Wednesday is a good day to return to Terracea Island? So a lot of questions coming in, Eric, about when it's safe to return to the viewing area.
You may be able to get to your home today or tomorrow, but there may be debris, power lines on the road. There's still no power for many of us. I would wait until this weekend or even early next week to be safe.
All right. Meteorologist Eric Stone and I will be answering your questions coming up right now on the WFLA Facebook Live and YouTube Live pages. We will send it back over to you in the studio. Lots of questions still coming in, and, of course, a lot of photos and videos on WFLA.com/reportit.
All right, thank you, JB. Nice job in there, as always, showing us all the latest and greatest photos.
Yeah. That's going to do it for the 4 of us for this moment. I think you guys are going to make a comeback for the 4 o'clock show here in just a moment.
Justin and Rebecca back in a moment.
Yeah. Yes. But we're going to take a break. We'll be back after this.
Universal Roof and Contracting.
When it comes to roofing in Florida, the difference is universal.
Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric, will begin momentarily. Live from our hurricane headquarters with real-time analysis from some of the nation's top meteorologists, this is Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric.
Milton officially post-tropical, moving out into the Atlantic for good, but not without leaving behind widespread flooding, damage, and power outages across the state of Florida. Our coverage continues here on Tracking the Tropics, evaluating the damage and answering your questions live now that Milton has vacated the Sunshine State. Welcome back into the Stream Center, folks. JB here with you live alongside meteorologist Eric Stone, who has had a whirlwind 24 hours going from Stream to the backup location in Wesley Chapel, back to the Stream Center here in Tampa. But we are here to break down a little bit of fortuitous news in that, yes, Milton, as expected, is no longer a hurricane. It is post-tropical. It is look, it is about to be history for us. I mean, leaving behind a lot of damage, Eric, but we're grateful to see this moving well off into the Atlantic.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of damage. You know, things take time to clean up. There's so much debris on the roadways. Just coming in from where I was at in Wesley Chapel, you could see along 275 and I'm sure along I-75 up and down the West Coast. Many trees that are down. Basically, in rural areas on the interstates, there's just walls of trees on both sides of the road. So when you have a storm like this, a lot of those trees are blown down, sometimes blown into the roadways. There's a lot of branches and debris blown into the roadways as well. Some of the off-ramps, especially coming into downtown, a lot of palm fronds and a lot of branches just littering all over the place, the roadways. So you want to take it easy out there. I know people are going to want to come back. There's going to be a mass influx of people over the next day or so coming back to their homes to check, to see what's there, if there's any damage or whatnot. So power lines an issue. There's still 3 million people without power, and a lot of that is due to power lines possibly on roadways. I saw in Lakeland an actual traffic light that was knocked right off the wire into the roadway. So there's a lot of debris possible in the roadway. You want to take it easy. And I would say if you could wait till the weekend or even early next week to come back to check on things, I would do that.
If you're in a good spot, maybe with family, perhaps, well off and out of the viewing area with power and the luxury of being able to stay in that spot for an additional period of time, you really might want to strongly consider staying for an extended period. The area is in large part for many neighborhoods underwater or completely without power. We're not even talking about individual sections of neighborhoods. We're talking about entire communities, entire neighborhoods, entire towns, largely, that do not have power. 3.2 million, I believe, was the last count of people without power, and it's just an enormous amount of the state. Look at the power outages map, Eric. This is significant.
Yeah, we're gonna keep that up there. And this is an improvement, right? Almost 1 million people's powers have been restored, yet we're still looking at almost 1 million people without power between Hillsborough and Pinellas counties. And then Pasco County northward, it does come down a bit. But where I was at in Wesley Chapel, and I recorded a couple hits last night, where you could see complete Wesley Chapel just in the dark. The only light you saw was from any hotels or whatnot that might have generators. But of course, that doesn't generate parking lot lights and stuff like that. Traffic lights are out. in so many places, and you want to be careful at intersections. And like I said, traffic lights themselves being blown off the wires. And, most people from up north, they don't realize how a lot of our traffic lights are wired. We don't necessarily have the posts and the, I don't know what you want to call them, the anchors with the lights being on posts. They're actually on wires in many areas on purpose because of the wind. If the wind blows the post down where the lights are, there's a big mess. But a lot of times some of these lights can withstand the wires, but up until a certain point, now you got a hurricane force wind gust and they just blow right off and they're on the roadways. So still a lot of people in the Bay Area without power and a lot of debris on the roads.
Let's get to some of the questions that are coming in right now. You can use hashtag HeyEric, hashtag HeyJB, and we will bring up your questions live. Cookie Dough says, hashtag HeyJB, how long do you suspect people will go without power? We're going to answer this in just 1 second, but first, a live interview. Let's listen in.
I can help them, and I get with my niece, and my niece, they'll bring them to the boat, and they'll bring them out here to this apartment here, and we take them to University of South Florida, to the school.
And how many people have you rescued so far?
We done rescued 7 right now, but we got some coming right now. We're going to take the university now.
And another person said that there were people still there?
It's still some more people there.
And what's going on with them? Are they trapped?
No, they're waiting for the boats to come back and get them, to bring them bring them right here.
And when did law enforcement arrive? Because I see those sirens down there.
That's been about 45 minutes ago, but it's been happening all day.
And when did you start rescuing people?
Man, we've been out here, about 4 hours.
And you live in this neighborhood?
I stay in Temple Falls.
And have you ever seen anything like this?
No.
And where do you think this water is coming from?
This pond, it's a pond around from the hurricane. But the pond, it's a pond right around the corner, right? But the pond act like they got it blocked. And the water ain't going down, it's steady rising.
So it's still rising?
It's still rising, yes.
Are there families with small children over there?
Yes.
In the apartments?
In the apartments, yeah. We just took some children and a family to university, to where they can get some food and shelter.
All right, thank you so much for your work over here. I know that there are so many people.
Why don't we start there? We're going to answer the question about power outages in just a second. They're saying that the water is still rising in that community there in North Tampa where Ty Russell's reporting from. Eric, why do you suspect that is?
So, when water's taken out of Tampa Bay, all right, then, you have that northeast wind and the water's being rushed out. But then when the wind starts to subside, combined with all the rain that fell over Tampa Bay and any of those waterways, the water comes back, JB, right? When the wind subsides, you start to see that water come back. You add that water with the rainfall plus the high tide cycle, and you may see slight rises in some of the waterways. Again, I don't expect this to last after today. Things should become a little bit more normal as we head into Friday. But again, when that water is pulled out of Tampa Bay and that northeast wind calms down, the storm moves to the east. What happens? The water has to go back in. And with all the rainfall that we had, sometimes it's going to overflow the banks, whether it's Tampa Bay, whether it's the rivers, any waterway that's attached to that. And plus, 12 inches to 15 inches of rain, period, is going to really not help that situation.
Let's get to some of the questions that are coming in. Now, we took this one. How long do you suspect people will go without power?
So, back in the day, JB, I remember 2-3 weeks. It would take a long time. But these linemen, they come from all over, and they are absolutely amazing. Shout out to them always. I believe almost 1 million people have had their power restored already. There were well over 4 million people without power. And we're just talking about day one, okay? So I think most people will get their power back by tomorrow. But there's going to be areas where the crews can't get to. We saw a lot of pictures of those, big down trees on the roadways. And if the crews need to get past that, right, to restore your power, then it's going to take several days. But for the most part, I think probably 75% of the people, in my opinion, will have power back by tomorrow, if not Saturday.
I was going to say something relatively similar. I was going to say something close to that. Really quickly, live interview. Let's listen.
Or water damage inside, just debris. We had a neighbor's roof shingles blow into
switching
our
sources.
yard
Stand
and the
by.
pool, but everyone's
Oh, no, it's
good.
fixed.
Everyone on the street seems to be okay.
What do things look like as you've been driving around?
That we're not used to seeing it like this down here, and all the trees down and driving down, and the water's like rushing through all the canals. So it's definitely a big mess. It looks like a huge storm. I'm glad I wasn't here to be in it.
Well, photographer Joey Capistrano and I were driving around this area last night. We saw that there was flooding in this area. Tell me how you guys kept up with tell me where you evacuated to first off and how you kept up with things.
Yeah, we went to Perry, Florida. That's where my wife's parents live, where Helene touched ground, and we evacuated there. They were fine, didn't have a lot of wind, but all around that area you see the damage from the storm, and so we kept abreast of what's going on through multiple channels and through streaming
On YouTube. Yep, we saw you guys streaming on YouTube last night driving around. So it was great to be out of town but still able to see all the local stuff that was happening, and then our friends ring cameras, and it was a combination of those two that helped us know.
So what went through your mind as you were kind of watching it all unfold?
I think that the whole thing that's hard is that you're wishing for it to miss you, but you know that when that happens, it's going somewhere else. And so it's like this kind of sick feeling of like it's not going to be good no matter where it's at, whether it's my house or a neighbor in, Sarasota. So it's just really, there's nothing good about it. It definitely was really heartbreaking last night.
Well, I suppose the fortunate thing is you have your beautiful children with you. You're all well. You're all safe. Minor damage to the house, but you'll get over that, right?
We will.
All right. Be well.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, this is just the story as we're seeing repeated over and over. There's homes in this area that have been flooded out. There are people who have suffered great damage, first during Hurricane Helene, then last night during Milton. We're just beginning to get out and see what is going on in this area, and we will continue to bring you what we see as it unfolds as we can. Live in South Tampa, Jeff Patterson, 8 on your side.
So back here live, threw up the thumbs up because, what's interesting about YouTube Live? Everyone's commenting back and forth, and all of a sudden you might see that person in real life. It's like, oh, that's the person that you've been chatting with. So yeah, that person has been watching, or that couple has been watching our coverage live on YouTube. That's great to hear, and hopefully it was helpful. Back to power outages. I mean, millions of people. What did you say? You said 24, 36 hours. What did you say?
I would say, some power will be restored today, but I really think it'll amp up tomorrow when some of that debris maybe is cleaned up and everyone has the green light to come back, linemen and so forth. So by Friday, I think a good, 50 to 70% of the people probably have power, maybe even more than that, because I tell you, those linemen are restoring power at record levels, it seems. Already almost 1 million people have been restored, and so we've got 3 million to go.
I was going to say, just because of the sheer volume of how many people have lost power, I was going to say it's going to be more into the weekend based on, look, we've covered a lot of storms here on Tracking the Tropics, covered a lot of power outage situations. I was going to say by the weekend, about 2/3 maybe of people. Here's the thing. There are going to be some communities in difficult to reach areas, in troublesome spots that are going to be that fringe 15 to 20%. That are going to be, it's going to be
several days.
Several days or longer. You hope not too much longer, but fingers crossed that everybody gets their power back as soon as possible. Adding some questions to the queue here. Really quickly, I've been asked to do this several times, and I would like to take an opportunity to do it now. Let's all show some love, heart emojis or applause emojis or whatever your however you would like to express yourself with an emoji for all the linemen and first responders that are out there. There are countless linemen and women right now working in Florida, not only obviously assessing the damage, but getting power back up and running. And it's a job where you don't often see it actually take place, the miracle of your power being restored. You just see your lights come on, but you never see the hero behind it. and that's the linemen and women that are working extraordinarily long hours, and it's a grueling job to get power back up and running. So whether you're from Florida or out of state, we appreciate you, and thank you. As somebody who has been informed that I slept here at the station last night, as someone who does not have power at his house, I just want to say thank you. Whoever the crew is in the power company, whomever it is that is restoring power to my house eventually, I just want to say a heartfelt thank you.
Yeah, I agree. And even where I'm at, just southeast of here, there's no power. In fact, there was about 2 to 3 foot of floodwater right outside in the street. And this is in the Progress Village area. But thankfully, it didn't make it into the house. So that's good news. And maybe the power will be restored in the next day or two.
Yeah, seeing a lot of love in the comment section for our first responders and for our line crews out there. Let's, you know what? I'm going to invite, and I'm going to see if he's available, because these next 2 questions in the queue are one that Chief Meteorologist Jeff Barradelli, Jeff, I have a funny feeling you're going to want to be part of this discussion. Okay, would you like to? Is there any chance you could join? Well, his vocal cords are okay. There's 2 that talk about the historical context of this storm. The first one comes in from Becky, and it's, are Milton's hurricane patterns similar to all past hurricane patterns? What Becky is getting at whether or not Milton was unique of a storm, Eric.
It was definitely unique. First of all, it was unique that it came from the Pacific as a tropical depression, crossed over the southern tip of Mexico, and then made an almost west to east movement. It was also unique because it became extratropical as it interacted with the jet stream and a frontal boundary right before it made landfall, which caused unprecedented big tornado damage reports and so many tornadoes around the state.
Yeah, it was, Eric. I totally agree with that. I mean, we had a trough that picked up the storm, and in doing so, it transitioned extratropical. It injected energy into the storm. So while weakening it as a tropical entity, it was strengthening it as kind of an extratropical entity. And so these tornadoes weren't your grandmother's tornadoes. I mean, typically during, hurricanes around here, we have EF0s maybe and EF1. These were full-blown EF3, EF2, EF3 tornadoes through Florida. So that was interesting about this system for sure. And then the fact that it became a Cat 5 twice, the pressure dropped below 900. This is the first time ever that a storm has ever had their pressure drop twice below 905 millibars. So in October to see a Cat 5 in the Gulf of Mexico like that is pretty amazing.
Next question, and again, I'm glad that we have both of you here because it's going to be a fascinating discussion. It comes in from Mr. South Beach on YouTube Live. Hey, JB, has this been the worst hurricane West Florida has seen?
No, definitely not the worst hurricane, but it's one of the worst here in Tampa that we've seen. Obviously, Ian was very bad for the west coast of Florida, but as for Tampa, it was a long time ago, Jeff.
Yeah, Ian made landfall a little further south. It was a bona fide Cat 4 when it made landfall. It was moving more slowly. So for many reasons, Ian was a stronger storm and a bigger impact. This storm is the strongest storm to hit Tampa in about 103 years.
Since 1921.
Right. Now, with all that said, had it hit 20 miles further north, it probably would have been the worst storm since 1848, the Great Gale of 1848. Again, you talked about it before, but just 15 or 20 miles made the difference between no storm surge. Actually, it was -5 reverse storm surge in the north part of Tampa Bay. So water went out or drained out. But just a 20 to 30 mile difference in the track really, I think, was a change in our fate here in Tampa and St. Petersburg. It would have meant probably 15 feet of surge into the bay. And I say that because Sarasota had about 10 feet of surge, but that's also Sarasota. The water isn't funneled into Sarasota. Once you funnel the water through the narrowing bay, it ends up getting to about 15 feet. So if this storm had gone 30 miles further north, we would have seen what was a life-changing storm in Tampa and St. Pete. Can you imagine that our fate was hanging on a storm that, just just could have went 20 miles further north, and it would have been a totally different day in Tampa and St. Pete. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of problems in a lot of areas, and Sarasota got hit hard. But Tampa and St. Pete dodged a major bullet when it came to storm surge, at least.
And, it was that wobble to the east, right around 5, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, we have the wobbler.
It was that one wobble to the east that I had said yesterday that may have saved Tampa Bay. Because if it didn't wobble to the east at that given point, boy, it was making a beeline right for the bay.
Can you show it, JB, the wobble tracker?
Yeah, no, actually, I can. Let's look at it.
So now you notice that before it makes landfall, it goes north, and it's going straight north. And if you trace that line, it goes.
Look at the blue line here, folks.
That's right. Look at the blue line. You see those? It's wobbling, but you see one distinct one where it starts going north for about an hour, and we were a little concerned that it maybe was going to get to St. Pete Beach, and then all of a sudden, bang, takes that right turn.
Yeah.
If it didn't take that right turn, we'd be.
And it really took two rights because the first time it was moving pretty close to due north for several hours. And we thought, oh my gosh, this is going to Clearwater. Although, again, we did figure it was going to eventually correct itself. But then you see that almost due east movement for a good hour to hour and a half before it made the northerly movement and then eventually to the east. And I think that first easterly movement is what really, really saved at least the bay, because I think without that, this would have tracked right through at least the middle to the southern portion of Tampa Bay.
And I want to just kudos to all the forecasters out there. National Hurricane Center did so well, so far out with this system, but also a kudos to you, Eric. And a kudos to me, because Eric and I pretty much agreed that it probably was going to come onshore just south of Tampa Bay, right around Bradenton, and it did right over Sarasota Bradenton Airport.
Yep.
I mean, this was our feeling on the storm. A National Hurricane Center did a wonderful job. Honestly, they took a big chance because by putting that track south of Tampa Bay, they're telling Tampa Bay, hey, you may not get this surge.
Right.
Although we told everyone to evacuate just in case anyway, because it could be anywhere in the cone.
So let me ask you this, because the tornadoes were an interesting characteristic of this storm. I'd like to also point out that was a pretty astute observation that that Chief Meteorologist Ed Bloodsworth from WKRG made. He felt that there was going to be a wild amount of tornadoes. We talked about it as well, but there was a moment on our stream where he looked at Milton and said, watch out, this is going to be a prolific tornado producer.
I'd be curious
to do so.
I'd be curious to pick his brain as to why he felt that way ahead of it. Because I wonder if it's because he realized that interaction of the jet stream and the trough with the storm transitioning extra tropical kind of during its passage over us. I wonder if that was his clue as to this being, because a lot of hurricanes are prolific tornado producers, but usually just a lot of tornadoes, not a lot of really strong tornadoes. When we saw these tornadoes yesterday on our radar, JB, on the air, I was telling people, listen, folks, I know you've heard me say this a million times. Get inside your safe place. This time you really need to do it because these are not Florida tornadoes. These are real tornadoes.
Like Oklahoma tornadoes?
Well, maybe not Oklahoma.
Not quite, but maybe Midwest, northern Midwest. These are at least EF2s. Yeah. And, Jeff and I were talking behind the scenes or maybe even on here about how the interaction of that jet was going to cause this to become extratropical. I mean, we were going to see more spin-ups compared to usual, but I'm not sure if anybody, was really predicting EF3s coming out of this.
You never see it. You never see it. And I feel bad because a lot of people were sent to the East Coast to get away from this storm, and there were a lot of homes damaged. I was even briefly concerned. My dad lives in Wellington. My wife was in Vero Beach. My mom was in Stewart. I mean, these were all the places that were surrounded by these big tornadoes. So, I was a little concerned there. I mean, sometimes you just got to go really far if you want to get away from a hurricane.
Certainly a twist, pun not intended, with Milton. I'll ask this one more with Chief Meteorologist Jeff Barardelli, and then we got to get him to get ready.
I got to drink some coffee. I got to maybe drink some honey. I brought a whole thing. I'm going to be hopped up on honey. I brought a whole thing of honey.
A lot of sugar in that.
Looking out for Jeff's vocal cords here really quickly, just because I thought you might want to be involved in this one as well. Milton's size. Is this a small, medium, large, or extra large hurricane?
By the time it got to us, it was medium to large. It was very small when it was in the Western Gulf.
Yeah.
Very small. In fact, the eye was only 4 miles wide. Wilma's eye was 2.3. You don't get eyes that are that small. No. It was overall a very small storm, but it was growing in size as it was interacting with the jet. So it was smaller than Helene by a significant amount, but it was much bigger than like a Charlie, and it probably was a little bigger than an Ian too.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to leave. You
Thanks,
guys
Jeff.
enjoy. I'm
Yep.
going to save my voice for the 5.
Chief Meteorologist Jeff Barradelli. You'll see him on News Channel 8 at 5 o'clock. And yeah, honey. Make sure you got to get that honey. Would you be offended if I called you honey?
No, not at all. I mean, I kind of feel like your roommate after the last 2 weeks.
We've been together quite a bit.
I feel like we live together.
Guys, yeah. Well, Chelsea in our comment section, Jeff, for what it's worth, says that you're sounding a little bit better. That's great to hear. Let's get back to some of the comments and questions that are coming in on YouTube Live and Facebook Live. Let's get to Jacob's question. Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. When will Eagle 8 be heading to the Barrier Islands? Have either of you? I've been asking questions all day about when we're getting Eagle down here.
I've wondered this myself, but definitely wouldn't happen today, and maybe unlikely that it would happen tomorrow, just because of any kind of debris,
I'm getting an update. Hold on.
All right, we're gonna get an update on that. But meanwhile, the update on Milton is it is gone. It is now in the Atlantic. It's now post-tropical. We are just dealing with the after effects, and thankfully, Mother Nature once again giving us some good weather to help clean up and rebuild today and even into the weekend. Rain chances very, very low here. Rainy season. Maybe this was an end to it, and that's pretty much what Jeff and I predicted, that once this passed, much cooler air was coming into play, much drier air, and again, very good weather conditions, especially for people that might not have power, might not have AC. Could be a lot worse. It could be 95 with a heat index of 110. So what did you find out, JB? Anything good?
All right. So here's the deal with the Eagle. It actually ties to a question that I had seen earlier about the airport. We have to be able to get it back to the airports here locally.
True.
At Peter O'Knight Airport, on Davis Islands, we of course have TPA, and we have to be able to launch from somewhere, and so. Eagle 8 HD is not yet coming back from Georgia. I was hoping that by the end of today, maybe they would start moving it in this direction to get closer to Tampa. We're keeping it in Georgia until we can safely and confidently get it back to Tampa and guarantee that it's coming right back here without having to stop anywhere along the way. So Eagle, we will keep you posted, folks, because we want to be able to fly and show everybody the area. We have not been able to see much outside of drones. Drones have really been it for aerial coverage. We haven't seen too much from helicopters. You might be seeing some videos from public officials like the mayor or the sheriff, in their helicopters. But as far as a tour of the area that we do on this show on Tracking the Tropics with Eagle and showing you areas with a very specific focus on storm damage, that will have to wait until Eagle is back in the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, I saw pictures earlier at TPA, and there was still a lot of standing water. So I'm not even sure that airport's open yet. So obviously, it's going to take a while before we can get Eagle back down here.
Yep. All right. So looking here at some other questions that have been coming in. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, this is it. So let's get to this one. It comes in from Rhyme Time Tots. Okay. Hey, Eric, when do you think the airports will be open? So TPA is flooded. There's flooding at TPA, and they are waiting for those waters to go down to the point where the runway can ensure a safe landing. We had some video on the stream earlier where you could see what appeared to be a couple of inches, maybe several inches of rain covering the runway at Tampa International Airport. Eric, do you have any idea as to how long it'll take for those to go down? And they have to dry the runway, right?
No. Well, it's not like a racetrack, though, where you have to dry the racetrack for the cars to go. Obviously, planes do take off in the rain and whatnot, but they don't take off when there's any kind of flood water like that. So I think by tomorrow, we'll start to see that water subside. If there's any damages to the buildings or to the surrounding area themselves, then they're going to have to repair those damages first before the airport opens.
I have some news here. Kevin, our DCP, just told me they have announced recently TPA will be opening up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Okay. So they are confident that the runway will be good to go and everything will be able to resume normal airport traffic operations at 8 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The water should be all have receded by then.
All right, let's get to a couple more before we got to get back to our on-air coverage and contribute to our on-air coverage. Steppenwolf, hey, JB and Eric, are there any more big hurricanes in the forecast?
I don't see anything. Even the crazy models that, predict 14 days out that we're going to get hit, which they do that a lot more than we say because we think it's just ridiculous what some of these models predict 10 to 14 days out. Nope, they're right now, knock on wood, there's nothing out there. There is one wave off the African coast that's not really going to do much. It's moving northwest. We're not concerned about that whatsoever. But right now, I would definitely focus more on the Caribbean and the Gulf, as those water temperatures are still pretty warm, especially in the Caribbean. But right now, we're not seeing anything developing there in the near future.
I'll tell you what, Robert, we don't have time for this question, but I do want to emphasize it. I think it's a fascinating question that perhaps would make up, tracking the tropic streams every Tuesday during hurricane season at 12:30 Eastern, 11:30 Central. And when we're not tracking the storm actively, we still have episodes where we talk about hurricane technologies, hurricane models, in particular developing models, and how we can prevent catastrophic impacts in the United States. So Robert asking, is anyone studying how to disrupt these storms before they become hurricanes? What are the potential options and timelines for this technology to appear? If we can see clouds, why not this? Look, the bottom line is that as we evolve, right, and as we become more technologically advanced, look, what options do we have to prevent loss of life, to prevent hurricanes from mowing down communities in certain respects, like we've seen with past storms? What can we do to mitigate future loss of life, Eric? Maybe it makes up a future episode we can talk about.
Yeah, he says if we can see clouds, why not this? And, seeing clouds is the easy part. 50 years ago, did we think that we'd have electric vehicles and this and that? And did we think we'd have people up in space for months at a time? Did we think we'd go to Mars? You can't really fathom what's going to happen in the next 50 to 100 years. But as for now, I'm not aware of any serious studies on, how to do anything with storms. They're so big and they're three-dimensional. It's not like, you're on the floor and you're trying to disrupt something. This is something that goes miles and miles and miles up into the atmosphere. So definitely not in our lifetime, definitely not in the next lifetime, the next generation. But I don't think it'll ever happen, but never say never. But I don't think people are actively studying this now.
I think that there's certainly a climate discussion that is part of that question as well. Is not necessarily about how we blow hurricanes out of the sky, but perhaps understanding more about our climate, our world's climate.
I knew he was coming back.
And then all of a sudden...
I just want to be honest about all this.
Our climate specialist and chief meteorologist, Jeff Berardelli.
There are going to be a few people who hate me for saying this, but it seems as though there are a number of people who would rather believe that there's some conspiracy that meteorologists or the government are doing something to make hurricanes stronger or send them in a certain direction than there are people willing to believe that it's just that there are 8 billion people on this earth. We're burning a lot of fossil fuels. We're releasing a lot of greenhouse gases, and those greenhouse gases are trapping a lot of energy. And we have increased the temperature of the earth by about 2.5 degrees Fahrenheit already, and the oceans too. And that's a lot of energy. It's like just billions and billions of nuclear bombs worth of energy that we've added to the oceans and to the atmosphere, and things are going to change. It's like it's a chaos theory. A butterfly flaps its wings in California, it somehow changes the weather in New York. That is it. The bottom line here is we are, in fact, manipulating the weather, not on purpose, but it's because we're releasing so much heat into the atmosphere that's being trapped by greenhouse gases. and it's causing storms to get stronger, and especially storms to drop a lot of heavy rain. In fact, I'll just say, this summer alone, we've had 4 historic rainfall events. We had 2 in Sarasota, one from Debbie, one another day where it's like 12 inches or 10 inches in a few hours. Then we had the Tampa and St. Pete thunderstorm rainfalls, and now we've had this one. These are spiked by warmer climate, and not just by 10 or 15%, in some cases more than that.
Yeah, and a lot of the question was, are people trying to figure ways to disrupt these storms?
I know, and
I don't think there's any organized.
Not yet.
But, I mean, who knows what 100 years, who knows what somebody's going to think of.
Maybe one day. The problem is that a hurricane is not like one nuclear bomb worth of energy.
Right.
It's like thousands of nuclear bombs of energy. And by the way, if you drop a nuclear bomb, you're going to do something bad.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. With all that said, okay, now I'm leaving.
Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli, Chief Meteorologist and Climate Specialist Jeff Berardelli, lending his expertise. Folks, we're getting you back to the coverage on WFLA News Channel 8. Our segments with hashtag #HeyEric, hashtag #HeyJB. We're going to continue to answer your questions. That segment is coming up. This is Georgia MacArthur.
It wasn't until about 5 o'clock this morning, they say, when they heard the noise and they came out and noticed what had happened.
All right, thank you very much, Georgia. That is a sight unlike any other we have seen there. I appreciate your coverage. Thank you so much.
You start to see some of this stuff, you think it's, wow, that's crazy, and then the next images come in, and you just keep stacking it, and your mind is just blown at what we're seeing as the time moves along.
Right. There's more to come, too, in the areas hardest hit.
All right, coverage of Hurricane Milton's aftermath. We're returning in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
If you filed a claim with your homeowner's insurance and now they're giving you the runaround, it's probably time to get Reed & Reed involved. As always, we'll maximize your recovery. Visit needreed.com now to learn more. Reed & Reed. It's like having a lawyer in the family.
It's an unimaginable trauma. A woman or girl is raped and gets pregnant.
Hey, so again, we are looking at the cone track, whatever you'd like to call, post-tropical cyclone Milton. And again, this has really no chance whatsoever on making any kind of a loop and affecting the United States again. But again, it does hold Category 1 hurricane force wind right now, although it's not a tropical system, so we don't call it a hurricane. This is the brand spanking new update. So now it looks like, and this just barely came in a minute ago, 70-mile-per-hour wind. So now even not a tropical, or really not hurricane force wind. This will continue to weaken as it moves along a frontal boundary that's really going to propel this into the Atlantic. So what we're dealing with is massive power outages over almost 1 million people in Hillsborough and Pinellas County alone. And well over 100 to 200,000 people in Polk County, as well as Sarasota, Manatee, and Pasco counties. And it's going to take a little while for all of us to get the power back. I do think by tomorrow, and especially into Saturday, I think the vast majority of us will have power. But again, places that are inundated with trees and even some water on the roadways now, linemen can't get there. So it's going to take a couple of days for the water to recede, maybe in those neighborhoods. Mostly not necessarily the water. That should recede by tomorrow morning. But I do think the debris, the trees, and there's some big trees that are laying across roads as well as power lines. So it's going to take a little while to get those out of the way so the power crews can get to them. And eventually, you'll have power back, and, we'll continue to clean up and rebuild from this.
Meteorologist Eric Stone here with us. And we're going to get you back now to WFLA News Channel 8 coverage. We're trying to figure out our coverage plan. I believe that we are staying on the air through the 7 o'clock hour as of right now. That's what I've been told. So our coverage of Hurricane Milton, it really, from a damage perspective, continues on for several hours here on WFLA.com and our WFLA digital platforms. So we're about to get you back, everybody, to the newscasts, but be mindful that we're still accepting photos and videos with WFLA.com/report it. And we'll continue to. I mean, look, here's the thing. people are going to be returning home in the days ahead. And that's still a valuable tool because people might be returning to their home and then all of a sudden they want to share something with us, something that you think that we should see. Let's get you back. And Josh Benson is back in the studio.
Kenny Morales, he's standing by live in South Straub Park. Obviously some trees down, Kenny, but you guys had some wicked winds, a gust of 101 miles per hour in St. Pete yesterday. That's just incredible.
Yeah, it really is, Josh, and you can kind of see the effects of those 100-mile-an-hour plus gusts. Just the trees here, as you mentioned, we're in South Straub Park here in downtown St. Pete, just near the water here, the marina, and it just absolutely destroyed and uprooted some of these bigger trees throughout the park. And you're familiar with the area, you know it's a beautiful spot. I know personally my wife and I usually come out here during the holidays. It's all lit up with Christmas lights, and right now it's just, you know, torn up. With branches everywhere, debris everywhere, and all these trees down. It was kind of a similar sight as we've seen kind of going through downtown St. Pete, and we were in Roser Park earlier, Lake McGorry Park. Whether it's down trees, if that's not the issue, then it's a lot of flooding. We've seen a lot of flooding in South St. Pete. The National Guard's been out here for that as well. So it looks like it's going to be quite a bit of time before things return to normal here in St. Petersburg. Live in St. Pete, Kenny Morales, 8 on your side.
Max Defender 8, the most accurate weather radar in Florida.
And what a difference a day makes. We've got some clouds in St. Pete, but temperatures are really pleasant, and it's been breezy throughout the afternoon hours. And so it is helping with the cleanup, the fact that we're not battling the forecast. We don't have any chances for showers out there. Our temperatures are the most comfortable they've been in months because of the cooler, drier air being pulled down in the wake of that low pressure exiting. A lot of our temperature sensors not working. That'll start to come online slowly, but temperatures that are showing up in between the 70s and low 80s at this point. We've got some wind speeds around 10 to 15 miles per hour sustained and some gusts closer to 20 miles per hour. It'll continue to be on the breezier side, but nothing like what we've seen as we head into the evening hours. Once the sun sets at 7:05, it starts to get really comfortable out there. So for those that are without power, it's windows open weather as we head into the overnight hours. And so that's going to make for a little bit of relief from the heat. By 7 o'clock, we're still in the mid to low 70s to the north of I-4, mid to upper 70s to the south of I-4. Our temperatures start to see the 60s trickling in our northern counties by 10 o'clock. And then they make it down through most of our area. Most of us get into the 60s, certainly cooler across the Nature Coast than anywhere else. General mid to upper 60s to the south of I-4. Tomorrow, the breeze continues out of the northeast. That's drier, that's less humid. It's helping things out a little bit. Temperatures will make it into the mid 80s and low 80s for an afternoon high. We can't rule out a stray shower or two, but it's just not going to define the day. It's not going to interrupt much. It's not going to be a big factor in your forecast. Our temperatures cool down once again very nicely Friday night into Saturday morning, waking up in those mid to upper 60s. And Saturday we climb back into those mid 80s with the tiniest chance for a shower to wander by, but most of us staying on the dry side, getting into the less breezy areas by the time we work our way into Saturday and Sunday, the breeze starting to fade a little bit. Our average low this time of the year is 71, and we're not going to get there for the next 5 days. We're going to stick to those mid to upper 60s for an overnight low, and so that's going to be the best thing for our forecast to start to recover from Milton, is that we don't have any big chances for rain, we don't have any big windy days ahead, and we also don't have any super hot days ahead. You know, we were still topping out in the upper 80s and low 90s during the week before Milton, and then we're looking at, you know, a big change in our forecast. So ironically, the last tropical system we'll most likely have to deal with this season has really kicked off our fall. And so I know for everyone out there starting to clean the yard up, starting to get things back online, with the temperatures in the 60s a night is really going to help those without power.
Yeah, a lot of neighbors helping neighbors out there.
And it's the little bonus of anything that's nice after a hurricane is the cooler temps. Hey, we want to introduce you to a new face here at News Channel 8, the Max Defender 8 team, Justin Mosley. Good to see you.
Great to be here,
Hey, by the way,
Josh.
great job. You've been helping out with our coverage and doing an excellent job.
Thank you.
Bringing
It's
us all the
my
info.
honor and pleasure to be here. And we took a hit at the station down in Sarasota.
You're the chief meteorologist there, we should say.
That is correct. Been there quite a bit of time. And it's just a rough go of it over Sarasota and Manatee counties right now.
Have you gotten any word from friends or family what you're seeing there?
A lot of damage. We're still waiting to hear and see the images along the coastline, Siesta Key, Longboat, those areas. So beautiful beaches, just kind of torn up. So.
And a 1-2 punch, some of them took a lot in Helene, right?
Absolutely, a lot of storm surge. In fact, a 7-foot storm surge in Sarasota. This is going to top it. The estimates we were looking at in the Max Defender Weather Center, about 10 feet of storm surge preliminary in portions of Sarasota.
Do you have an update on the outages down there?
Yes, let's get to that map, and you can see that we do have the power outages in percentage now. We'll begin in Manatee County. 75% of the county is still without power. Rebecca mentioned the forecast that is improving with the drier air and lower humidity. That's really going to come in handy here as we get into the next couple days as we get the power back online. 66.5. We heard about that from Ron DeSantis, and high numbers inland as well. So this is the last advisory. I'm happy to report that to you on Milton as it moves out over the open waters of the Atlantic, but we can see the track. A storm did take right over Sarasota and Manatee counties and right along that eye wall. That's where we had the worst amount of damage, crossing places like Longboat Key and Siesta Key. Now, along and south of the center of circulation, or the eye, look at the storm surge here, up to 12 feet in Manatee County at Rye Road, and that's what caused a lot of issues there in portions of Sarasota and Manatee counties. Now, we did have storm surge to the south, but it was kind of anti-storm surge here across the Bay Area with that northeasterly flow. The water was driven out of Tampa Bay by 3 feet with that northeasterly wind, but a southwest wind piling up the water at the coastline. Look at these values, 5 feet of surge there in Venice, and as I mentioned, 10 feet around Sarasota and Bradenton. So looking at the rainfall amounts, that was another big headline we were tracking. Over a foot of rain in a short period of time. We had all types of flood alerts coming out from the National Weather Service. In addition to these very strong winds, Anna Maria Island, a wind gust of 106 SRQ, 102 and 101 in downtown St. Petersburg. We saw the report from Kenny Morales there with all the trees that are down. Our soils are saturated, and those quick bursts of wind, that's what does the job when you have 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the region. The good news, the winds are beginning to calm down and things are improving all across the Bay Area. We'll look at it again for you coming up in just a few minutes. Back to the desk.
All right, thanks so much, Justin. We appreciate that.
We'll be right back after this.
When severe weather hits, report it. We want to see your pics and videos because they help us do a better job covering the storm. Send them to Report It on the WFLA app or at WFLA.com/reportit.
2022.
So the biggest thing right now is watching the power being restored. And there's still a good 3+ million people in and around the Bay Area, from Citrus County down towards Sarasota County, even more so further south. Not as many, but still in Southwest Florida down to Fort Myers, and even on the East Coast, as you can see. Every single county from Levy southward and eastward has power outages right now. So, again, linemen are already restoring power. Over 900,000 people, almost 1 million people have had their power restored, but we still have over 3 million people that need it. So again, over the coming hours and the next couple of days, we will start to see power being turned on. And again, Pinellas and Hillsborough County still with just under 1 million people without power. So roughly 30% of the state that's without power come in these two counties, Hillsborough being Tampa Bay and Pinellas being St. Pete, Clearwater. So again, a lot of people in Manatee and Sarasota County, the hardest hit areas, almost 400,000 people without power there. Pasco County, our next county to the north, about 150,000. So when you add that together, you're talking almost 1.5 million people in just those 5 counties without power. So again, if you're wondering when is it going to be restored for you, tomorrow, Saturday, and if there's any debris blocking roadways, any flood water, it takes time to recede. And the power crews have to be able to get to your neighborhood to restore power. But I really think, as JB had mentioned earlier, by the beginning, definitely by the end of the weekend, but I think leading up to the weekend, we're going to see a lot of people with power restored. Don't you think, JB?
Yes, I hope I'm one of them.
Yeah,
I gotta be honest.
Me too.
Hoping that I get power. Have you heard about your situation at your place?
I know the floodwater has receded. There were 2 to 3 feet in the street, and again, I live pretty much southeast of Tampa, a decent amount away from the bay, but it's a low-lying area. So that was the freshwater flooding from the rain. So there's no flooded roads in that area. My roommates had their car in the garage, so that's safe. Water, thank God, did not get in the house. And as far as my friends and other roommates in Fort Myers, they fared pretty well as they didn't get nearly as much rain and dodged those tornadoes.
Well, I hope that power is restored for you, I, and everyone as quickly as possible. Shout out to the linemen and women, the line crews out there doing extraordinary work. Let's get you back to News Channel 8.
Boy airs on the CW Tampa Bay, and our Paula Suro and Belle Simpson join us live in studio.
That's right. You know, we had continuing coverage in Spanish all day yesterday to inform people about Hurricane Milton in our streaming center. They're actually live right now. We also have our newscast Tampa Hoy, which airs Monday through Friday, as Stacy mentioned, on the CW at 10:30 p.m. We give you the news you need to know in Spanish and español.
Puede encontrar nuestro noticiero Tampa Hoy de lunes a viernes en el canal The CW a las 10:30 de la noche. También nos puede encontrar en nuestro medio de streaming digital, donde estamos en vivo ahora mismo. Es un espacio interactivo donde usted puede hacernos preguntas, dejar comentarios en tiempo real. We also in Spanish with Gerardo Sierra. It's an interactive space where you can ask us questions and leave messages in real time. You can find it in tampahoy.com as well as Facebook and our YouTube page.
Yeah, you know, we've heard a lot of our WFLA reporters say today there are so many Spanish speakers in different communities. They're not sure where to go, what to do in moments like this one. So our newscast and digital stream is a way we try to get this crucial information out to them. Es muy importante poder conectar con nuestra comunidad en español para poder informarles. ¿Verdad que sí?
Sí.
Muy bien.
Sí.
But I'm glad. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to add something else to that, just so that, and I'm going to say it in Spanish.
Okay.
So don't be surprised. Let's see how much you guys know about this. Y sepa que en momentos urgentes como los que estamos viviendo tras el huracán Milton, estaremos en vivo a toda hora. Nuevamente nos puede encontrar en nuestro noticiero de lunes a viernes a las 10:30 de la noche por el canal The CW.
This is why we have both of you.
Correct.
You don't leave it up to Stacy and me.
When urgent things happen, you'll be there at 10:30?
Yes.
You did catch that,
You did not know that.
She's a
years
loyal
of
viewer,
Spanish.
actually.
I can't speak a lick of it, but I somewhat understand.
That was really good.
Somewhat.
But yes, a great tool to have that. Thank you guys.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
absolutely.
We appreciate you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, well, as Milton started to make its way inland, many of you had questions about the storm cutting across the state last night.
Yeah, now we're working to answer those questions in real time on the WFLA Now live stream. So let's send things up to JB Buto and meteorologist Justin Mosley. They've joined us now. Actually, no, Justin's down here with us. They threw me a curveball. There's Eric Stone, my buddy from last night. Eric, hope you're doing well. Hello, gentlemen.
We are switching them around quite a bit, Josh. It's like musical chairs. Here, I'll show you. We'll show you the stream center. Yeah, it's like musical chairs up here, Eric, because we're always bringing in new voices, but it's great to have your steady voice here on the live stream. I'm going to bring in your steady voice here on this question that just sparked a fascinating conversation on tracking the tropics. Becky wants to know, hey, JB, are Milton's hurricane patterns similar to all past hurricane patterns? And basically what Becky is getting at here, Eric, is Milton, from a pattern perspective, a unique storm?
Right. And first of all, yes, Josh, I'm glad we both made it back. It was definitely interesting and a pleasure yesterday. So I'm really one of the kings of patterns because all my life I've noticed patterns, whether it was weather patterns or anything really, statistical patterns. This one does not follow any pattern I've ever seen. In fact, I have only seen a storm cross from the Pacific into the Gulf of Mexico maybe once or twice, but I've never seen it really develop. So this was Tropical Depression 11E in the Eastern Pacific, just to the south of the southern tip of Mexico. This crossed over Mexico, but a very, very small area of land, and then made its way into the Gulf of Mexico. Then it already had a circulation going. The warm water and the extra energy in the Gulf really caused this thing to blow up like crazy, reaching a Category 5 storm twice. Okay, that is historic in and of itself. The fact that it went below 900 millibars, did an eyewall replacement cycle, and then went below 905. No storm's ever done that. So you think that takes the cake. But this is really the important part, is when it interacted with a jet stream, the energy that jet pushed into that storm caused devastating tornadoes. We had 98 tornado warnings, several EF2 or greater tornadoes, things you would see in the Midwest, not from a hurricane. So this was definitely not your typical grandma storm, as Jeff likes to say.
As folks know, I just press the buttons and ask questions here on Tracking the Tropics. I am not a meteorologist, but I'm going to give our meteorologists a lot of credit, because as Milton was making its approach in the Gulf of Mexico, our team of meteorologists, our panel, said that Milton was going to be a prolific tornado producer, and boy, did Milton turn out to be a tornado producer, the likes of which we have not seen in Florida in a very long time. Let's get to some of the questions. Actually, you know what? Let's get to Report It. We want to spotlight some of the folks that have been sending in pictures this afternoon, pictures and videos from around the viewing area. This is from Avery in Bradenton. We've seen a lot of downed trees. We showed this earlier from Kelly in Sunset Park. Alexander in Brandon. That looks like a street light, Eric. That's come down.
Yep. And traffic lights, too, are down. So you got to be careful on the roadways. There could be debris. If you're going fast down a road, and then all of a sudden, you never know if there's going to be a tree down, a power line down, or even a light post down.
Val in Palm Harbor sending in another tree just snapped, I mean, really midway up. And then, oh, yeah, look at that, coming down onto that Chevy. And then one last one here that we'll get in. Look at the sinkhole. Can you just explain this for 2 seconds? Because we're about to run out of time here, but we're seeing a lot of this around the viewing area.
I wish I had more time to explain. But again, the water just erodes what's underneath the roadway, and everything just collapses. We saw that in Asheville, North Carolina, and we're seeing that to a very lesser extent here. But still, you can't drive over that.
No, you cannot, but you can send in photos and videos to WFLA.com/report it. We just ask that you do so safely and responsibly. We've received thousands of submissions. It helps us to understand our coverage area. It helps us to understand what's going on out there. So please continue to send them in. It helps us do our jobs and send our crews to the right locations. For now, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Yes, incredible images and video people are sending in. Thanks, guys. We appreciate that very much.
And News Channel 8 at 5 is straight ahead.
Stay safe and be prepared this hurricane season with News Channel 8 and the Max Defender 8 weather.
All right, back here on stream for a moment as we get ready to tee up the 5 o'clock news. Eric, really quickly, let's come back to this photo. I want to give you the opportunity to really expand on this, so take it away.
Yeah, so, you know, the water table obviously in Florida is very high, meaning you can't really dig too far underground before you reach water. That's why we don't have basements around here. So when waters and rivers and streams and whatnot raise up a little bit toward the surface, it erodes the dirt and everything that's kind of holding roadways up, because you've got the layer of dirt underneath asphalt, right? And then underneath that, far underneath that, you've got a water table, or you've got a level of water where if you dig that far deep, you're going to encounter water. Well, as the ground is so saturated from such a busy rainy season, that water level starts to go up, right? And it starts to get into the dirt and erode that dirt right below the waterway. So there's nothing for that asphalt to really prop itself on. So what happens is it just collapses, the asphalt, the dirt, and everything, because of that water that erodes what's right underneath that asphalt. And that's what, again, we saw that in Asheville, in North Carolina, in Georgia, Tennessee. And unfortunately, that's how roads get washed out.
It's been wild to see how many photos just like this one have popped in from across the viewing area. Let's just show one or two more in the queue before we send it back to News Channel 8 and the top of the 5 o'clock hour. Victor sending this one in says that this is actually, says that this is a water main break in West Chase. Let's listen.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, wow. Victor, thank you for sending this one in. We'll try to get one more in here really quickly. Look at the size of this tree. My goodness. This is from John in North Pinellas County, a large oak coming down.
I was just going to say, you know, some of those big oak trees, they could be 100, even, there's one in New Hampshire that was over 200 years old. And, you don't know what's on the inside. You don't know if there's rotting going on, if it's weak. And as I said before, these trees haven't been tested with wind gusts over 90, 100 miles an hour. And I mean, this one was just uprooted, JB. Look at that. I mean, that is something a tornado would do, uproot a tree like this. But still, a strong wind gust over 100 would do the same. But we've seen so many of these around the area. And unfortunately, a lot of these are blocking the roadways, even for power crews to try to get your power back.
All right, so we're going to send it back over to News Channel 8 when the start of the 5 o'clock hour. We are streaming through the 7 o'clock hour tonight, bringing you coverage from around the Tampa Bay area, around Florida, showing you exactly what Milton has left behind in the aftermath of a category. It was a Cat 3 at landfall, if I'm not mistaken. Correct, Eric?
Yep.
And then weakened to a 2. Did we ever get a weakening to a 2? I believe we did. It didn't go from 3 to 1. We did get 3 2 1.
No,
right?
yeah.
It's all a blur to me now.
Right. Yeah, I mean, storms gradually decrease in strength, so you wouldn't get a 3 to a 1. Maybe between 2 updates between 8 o'clock and 11. But at that point, once a storm makes landfall, the National Hurricane Center will update every single hour. So, and it also updated at 8:30 when it made landfall at Siesta Key.
All right, so we're going to send you back to News Channel 8. A reminder, you can send in your photos to WFLA.com/report it, your videos as well.
On your side.
Lived here 30 years, you know. Belleair was like that movie Jumanji. You got neighbors floating down on things, but I don't want to do it anymore.
He doesn't want to do it. We don't want to do it, but here we are. The wrath of Hurricane Milton remains tonight as residents are finally able to see just how much damage was caused. They saw it firsthand when they returned. Good evening, I'm Keith Kate.
I'm Jennifer Lee. Thank you for joining us. Milton has uprooted the lives of countless people across the state. And here's what we've learned as cleanup efforts begin. Right now, we know at least 12 people have died from the storm. Of those 12, 2 were in Pinellas County, 1 was in Citrus County.
Governor Ron DeSantis has deployed multiple agencies, including the Florida National Guard, FWC, the FDLE, many others, to help with these relief efforts. And the President, Joe Biden, also approving disaster declarations to help speed up the recovery efforts.
One of the areas hardest hit by wind and rain from Milton was Pinellas County.
News Channel 8's Marilyn Parker joins us now live from Tropicana Field, which we know and have seen saw some massive, extensive damage. Marilyn.
That's right. It's a landmark in our city just ripped apart on the roof. Take a look behind me. So many people driving down 16th Street North are slowing down, even pulling over to take pictures of, again, the landmark of this city. You know, I remember being a teenager working there. That was my first job. So I can't imagine what it's like on the inside, all the rain and what it even sounded like. The roof just being ripped off in those high wind speeds. It's definitely something to see. I spoke with one woman who stopped and took a picture. She said, all the talks about getting a new Tropicana Field or a new stadium for the Rays, well, this might be an advance. This might be another way to get that going. She said it's just amazing to see people living here for so long taking it in. Now, also, we know that this is a big part of the city, but there are a lot of people who need help in this area. So many trees reported down. We can show you just a little bit of what we see here on Burlington Avenue North. We know that it's way worse in other spots. The city wants you to know that if you see down trees, they want you to report it on the See-Click Fix app, and they'll have their crews get to them as soon as possible. But another face of what the city is, just going through at this time, keep in mind, this storm did a lot of damage to the infrastructure. They actually have ground and aerial surveillance going on to try and fix water main lines and identify the problems. Late last night, they had to cut off the water supply, but the potable water is back on. There is a boil water advisory happening. They also had to cut off 2 of the wastewater treatment plants. We know from Hurricane Helene, that a lot of people did see sewage in their homes. That's likely a possibility after this storm. But the mayor did say that we are in the early stages of recovery. He's actually speaking right now on Facebook. So once we wrap up here, we're going to be taking a listen to what he says, giving an update on the status of everything going on. The main thing tonight is that people need to remain safe. I know lots of folks are eager to get home and start cleaning up, but safety is the priority. We're live in St. Pete. Marilyn Parker, 8 on your side.
Thank you, Marilyn. We'll be anxious to hear what the mayor has to say as well. We'll have that at 11. And we mentioned at least 12 people died from Milton, and that includes a woman in her early 70s in Tampa. Police say that they got a call around 11 a.m. this morning about a tree branch on a home on North Nebraska Avenue, and when they arrived, they found that woman under the branch. She was pronounced dead at the scene. Police say that they believe the death happened during the cleanup process, and it is being called an accident. Hillsborough County saw a wide range of damages throughout the worst of this hurricane.
News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson joins us now live. And Jeff, you have given us basically a front row vantage point of some of the damage, some of the most extreme conditions at the height of the storm. Where are you right now and what are you seeing?
Good evening, Jen and Keith. Well, just moments ago, you mentioned how Hurricane Milton had uprooted lives, and there's no question about that. This storm has changed lives and people's future because of the devastation here. We are currently on Oklahoma, just east of West Shore in the Sun Bay South neighborhood. And I want you to take a look at this. We're seeing this on street after street after street. A huge tree has fallen across Oklahoma Avenue, just uprooted. It's upheaved the sidewalk here. People are stopping off of West Shore to take pictures just because of this massive tree. But the amazing thing to me is there's a home over here, there's a home over there, there are homes right across the street. And as large as this tree is, and as big of an impact as it had, it did not hit any structures. Obviously, the sidewalk has been messed up, but that can be repaired. We see fencing here that has been messed up. That can be repaired. By and large, it looks like a lot of the homes here fared fairly well last night, although photographer Joey Capistran and I were in this Sun Bay South neighborhood last night, and we could not drive down this street because of the floodwater. We got to Gandy and Manhattan, and the water just simply became too deep. You know, don't drive in, drive around, or turn around and save your life. That's exactly what we had to do because the water was rushing down Manhattan. And it just became too dangerous. So we came into this neighborhood today not knowing what we would find. We're seeing still a little bit of water on the streets, but by and large, all of the floodwater has now dissipated. So we've been driving through this neighborhood, kind of watching people try to clean up their yards, pick up the debris, get on with their lives. But the other thing about this is, as we were driving around and we're seeing them pick up the branches from last night, we clearly can see that there was major damage here from Hurricane Helene. So it's 1, 2, just hitting these people one right after the other, and it's really difficult for them to try to get back in order. Now, one thing we did see, unfortunately, as we were driving down Mayberry Highway is the Home Depot there is closed. South of Gandy, the Home Depot is closed, and the sign says closed indefinitely. So we're not sure if they had floodwater in there. We also saw there's a medical marijuana dispensary. We saw a number of Tampa police officers that were there. It appears that that business has been broken into. So there's a lot of recovery that will have to go on in this area, and we're going to keep bringing you this story as it unfolds. Jen?
Yeah.
Keith?
Jeff, real quick question. Last night you were driving around. I mean, this scene you're standing in front of is repeated again and again and again. You actually helped me get home last night. I was watching you like, if Jeff can go this direction, I can take this. I was doing the same thing. But these trees that are on these sidewalks, I mean, the root structures, they just don't have any room. And they're top heavy. They're beautiful, but they eventually will come down in a storm like this. We appreciate all you've done out there, Jeff. You've done a great job. And keep up the good work, and we'll see you again just a little bit later on.
Thanks to your photojournalist, Joey, as well. You guys have been doing some hard work and been up many, many hours. We appreciate you both. Well, Manatee County found itself very close to the eye of this storm. News Channel 8's Brittany Muller joins us live from Bradenton Beach with the latest that's happening there. Brittany, you've brought us some really emotional stories throughout the afternoon, tales of resiliency, and also the hardship that folks are facing. Tell us what you've got for us tonight.
Right. Well, we're in downtown Bradenton right now, down power lines, down trees. We're in front of a home right now, and it's devastating to see the destruction left behind from Hurricane Milton. Take a look. There's one tree on its side, the other hold on to the home, down power lines in the backyard, and homeowner Elizabeth is joining me right now. Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, here for 10 years now, have you ever seen anything like this?
No, not at all. This was crazy. Probably the scariest thing I've ever endured.
You didn't ride out the storm here, did you?
No, I did it across the street at my office.
And if you want to pan over here, you could see that down power line. You haven't had power. What is the severity of your situation?
Pretty much worrying about them not getting the power line, like either secure or reattached to the house before they turn on the grid. My house is almost 100 years old, made of wood, so I don't want them to, it's a spark or bark or whatever it does when it goes back on and catch my house on fire.
Right, and I know that you and your family are safe at this hour. You also have a stray you adopted, and that cat named Fiona is currently under your home. How's she doing?
I saw her this morning. She came out. I was worried about her all night, but she was okay. But she's a little nervous. I think she's got PTSD.
Yeah, I think we all do in a way.
Yeah.
How has this storm taken a toll on you emotionally? Not only Milton, but also Helene.
It's just like one after another, you know? And I think because this area doesn't usually get a lot, I feel for the people who get hit more.
I want to quickly take you down this street because this is unbelievable. Just check out the damage and the downed trees in this area. It's completely blocking this roadway. You could also see the root of this tree just completely toppled. When you look at this is a massive tree, and the root is just taller than both of us combined.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little overwhelming in a way, you know? I just feel for
Let's ask you one more question. Yeah. You were talking about your neighbor down the street, about his dock. What was the situation there?
This morning, just kind of surveying it about maybe 7, and I noticed that his dock and his boat had flown into a street over and a few houses up. It was crazy.
It was such a wind event. Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining us. We're so glad that you're safe. But this is the situation downtown Bradenton at this hour. This storm has definitely taken an emotional toll on so many people. We'll be out here in Manatee County bringing you the stories of people, Jen, as you mentioned, the resiliency of Tampa Bay residents. For now, reporting live in Bradenton, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side.
All right, thank you. And boy, it looked like a live oak had a fight with a palm, and both of them took a fall.
It took me a minute to figure out what kind of tree it was. It was 2 trees.
Mess.
It was just a mess.
Yeah, as Milton made its way through the Bay Area, many people were able to send us pictures and videos of the damage through our app, Report It.
Yes. We want to show you some of what our viewers sent in. This is video from Tom Barner in Tampa in the moments when a transformer blew. Yeah, you saw that, right? That was during the peak of Milton's crossover Tampa. And in Spring Hill, Gabby Dellery sent this picture of a mangled trampoline. Yep, you can see it right there. Gabby says the winds were so strong. Where she was, it blew the trampoline from her backyard to her front yard.
Boy, those trampolines
they become like
don't have
a
a chance. They take off on you. And we have a picture, it's kind of a shocking picture, really, of a sinkhole that is opened up. I don't know if you can call it a sinkhole, but certainly the road fell out there for whatever reason. This is in Brandon, courtesy of Lisa Reyes.
And lastly, this is video from East Lakeland, courtesy of Kim Kelly Clark. You can see water from a stream still rising hours after the storm moved through. A reminder, you can still send us your pictures and your video. Just head to WFLA.com/reportit.
In Hillsborough County, a 14-year-old boy is safe tonight after having to be rescued during the worst of the storm. HCSO Sheriff Chad Chronister says the boy was leaving a friend's house to go home, but he underestimated the height of the water. That boy was found floating on a piece of a nearby fence, and they eventually got to him and rescued him, got him up in the boat, and again, safe tonight, thank goodness.
Thank goodness, that could have been tragic. Well, Milton was a massive storm with catastrophic impacts across Florida. In Punta Gorda, many boats washed ashore, some even landed in nearby streets. Residents also say docks in that area were heavily damaged. This was the scene in Fort Myers where a tornado touched down even before Milton made landfall. You can see the roofs ripped off, fences thrown around. That tornado was one of at least 45 reported over the course of the storm. And further north in Daytona Beach, multiple sections of the city saw the storm dump huge amounts of rain, and that rain led to this, just complete inundation of floodwaters in some locations.
I want to go to our chief meteorologist, Jeff Barradelli now. I want to talk a little bit more about this because there are milestones in life, and I think a lot of people will look at this one and say there was like everything before Milton, everything after Milton. These are just markers, and this is a storm that will be remembered.
This was a huge rainstorm, and if you remember the past few days, we've been talking about it because oftentimes you hear about the storm surge, you hear about the wind, but you don't often hear about the rainfall. But we've been trying to hammer that point home that we would see a strip of 12 to 18 inches of rain north of the center, and indeed that is exactly what happened. Look at St. Pete, 18 inches of rainfall. In and around Tampa, 12, 13 inches. Even eastern parts of Pasco County around Dade City, around a foot of rain, and that extended well inland. In fact, in some areas, it's about a once in a 500-year event, believe it or not. Very, very rare event in parts of our area. All right, so what I want to show you now is actually, for some reason, this clicker's not working. There we go. I'm just going to use the keyboard there. All right, so this is an interesting graphic. How many October's worth of rainfall did Milton produce? And in Tampa, it was 5 October's worth, actually more than that. In that purple, that's at least 4 times what we would normally see during the month of October in Tampa. Our normal is right around 2.3 inches of rainfall. And the last thing I want to leave you with here is we are going to see, and we are already seeing, river flooding. You saw some of the pictures, video that was just sent in to us. The Anclo River is one river that we want to focus in on. Another river, the Hillsborough River, that is cresting now, but it's going to take a while to go down. In addition, the Little Manatee River, that is still going up a little bit. It will eventually crest and go down as we head towards the weekend. The Manatee River, as you can see, is already falling. And last but not least, the Alafaya River, that is still about to crest. These are all basically in major territory, but that will also go down. So it looks like we're going to be dealing with the river flooding for at least the next few to several days, guys.
That and everything else that goes along with the storm of this size. Thank you, Jeff. Still ahead tonight, we're going to continue our coverage of the aftermath left by Milton.
Stay safe and be prepared this hurricane season with News Channel.
Back here in the Stream Center, power outage map is up, and we know people are experiencing power outages. Eric, it's just one of those things where the waiting game is hard.
It is,
right?
It is. But you know what, though? One thing that we'll notice when that power outage map comes up, Hillsborough, and, you know, I'm very honed in on certain numbers. Hillsborough was 510,000. Now they're 500. I haven't seen anything else change.
These numbers update live, right?
Yes,
okay,
correct.
That's great.
So that means 10,000 more people are with power now compared to just 30 minutes ago. And that map will continue to update throughout the day, throughout the evening, throughout tomorrow, the weekend. And we'll see if these numbers go down. What I'm looking at, 400,000, 500,000. Pasco's huge, 150, and then 190, 180 to our south. Actually, even Hardy was at 8,500. Now they're at 7,500. So we are starting to see the very beginnings of power being restored. But, JB, that's a good sign, right? At least we're trending in the right direction rather quickly. Rapidly intensifying the power restorations, JB.
That's
we love to use rapid intensification, right?
of power being restored is what I can sign up for. Look, I want to show this. What do you call this instrument again? Is it a rain gauge?
Yes,
she's holding
if that's
it
what she's holding. Yeah, my eyes may not be as good. Remember, I'm looking at a smaller monitor there, but it does look like a rain gauge.
All right, so I'll kind of.
It's typically 5-inch rain gauge, but
it has numbers on it, and I believe I would guess that those are. How is it measured? Because it doesn't look like it's inches. It looks like a 1, 2, 3, 4. What?
Yeah, they're inches. 1, 2, 3, 4 inches.
All right,
yeah.
so then that's that it's just the depth of field is throwing me off. But,
yeah.
Then I would guess that that's between 3 and 4 inches in Zephyr Hills.
And I would guess that she's probably standing in over double 3 or 4 inches. So rain gauges are interesting. And it's an interesting point you brought up, because when you look at a rain gauge, boy, it looks like it's a foot tall. And you wouldn't think that's only a 5-inch rain gauge.
Mm-hmm.
But the way they're made, even though it's a foot tall, it's really not a 12-inch rain gauge.
All right, so I have one coming in here from Bella that just dropped and reported. We are monitoring, reported in real time. You got to see this. Look at this.
There's another one.
Road split in
Yep.
half in Orange City. Sewer water was overflowing into it, going down to the hospital.
Yep. And what did we say? When that water seeps underneath that asphalt and it breaks down, what's holding that asphalt up, it's got nowhere to go. It's not just going to levitate and stay there. It needs support from that dirt underneath. And when you get that dirt eroded, whether it's unfortunately sewer water that stinks and is awful, or rainwater, or, you know, flood water from rivers, streams, the bay, whatever, this is what's going to happen. And again, we didn't see it necessarily with Helene. We did along the coast with a storm surge, but not to this extent because we didn't get the rain, right? We didn't have the freshwater flooding. So this is going to be commonplace all across the Bay Area, and even up I-4 and through central and eastern Florida, where they picked up over 10 to 12 inches of rain.
All right, let's get back to News Channel 8.
Police officers say that 15 people were inside the home at the time, 15, and they were met by the officers who were stationed at a nearby shelter.
Well, the storm knocked power offline for millions of people, and tonight we're getting an update on just how many outages remain statewide. According to poweroutage.us, more than 3.1 million people still don't have their power back on. FPL, which services Southwest Florida and the East Coast, has more than 1 million outages. Most of Duke's 958,000 outages are in Pinellas County, while most of TECO's outages are in Hillsborough County.
President Joe Biden says FEMA staff is on the ground in impacted areas of Florida to assess damages and help residents who were hurt from this storm. He also gave a warning for people as the cleanup efforts continue.
More lives are lost today following the storm than actually during the storm itself. There's still very dangerous conditions in the state, and people should wait to be given all clear by their leaders before they go out.
The White House says the president has also spoken with several Florida leaders, including the governor, Rick Scott, the senator, Representative Ana Paulina Luna, and the Pasco County Chair, Ron Oakley, just making a round of phone calls the president has today, just reassuring all of our elected officials here that the government is ready to assist where possible. And now we're going to talk about the weather one more time.
We are. Rebecca Berry is standing by. I know a lot of folks are curious about what the weather will be as they start this cleanup process. They've got to be outside, and they may be without power for several days.
Ironically, this is the best weather we've seen in months. We're looking at cooler, drier air moving in, slightly lower humidity, cooler temperatures, getting into the 60s at night. So for those without power, the weather's really helping things out just a little bit. We have some high clouds looking over our St. Pete camera. Temperatures there in the low 80s, and we are finally starting to dry out across the area. What we're not seeing is much in terms of chances for rain. We have some very tiny light sprinkles in Citrus County, Hernando, and down into coastal Pasco County as well. You can see more of those offshore. But for most of us, it is a dry evening. We don't have a lot of our temperature sensors back online, but those that are online showing upper 70s and low 80s out there right now, and sustained winds around 10 miles per hour, a little gustier at times, but in general looking pretty pleasant. And so it stays breezy for the first part of the evening, especially. The sun sets at 7:05, and that starts our big cool down with the cooler, drier air moving in the wake of that low pressure system moving offshore. It's windows open weather, and so that's really exactly what we needed for so many people without power, is comfortable outdoor air, not as humid, nice breeze out there as well. And so here's how the cool down looks. Just after around sunset, most of us are in the mid 70s, a little warmer along the southern coastline, making it down into the low 70s when you head to bed, and then the 60s start to infiltrate our area. We're in the mid to low 60s to the north of I-4, upper 60s, some low 70s out there early Friday morning. Friday, the northeasterly wind continues around 10 to 15 miles per hour with some gusts slightly higher than that. Temperatures in the afternoon hours, they'll peak in the low to mid 80s, so still really comfortable compared to what we saw pre-Milton. And we have a chance for a tiny shower or two to pop up and move across the state with our northeasterly winds, but it's just not looking like a widespread chance for rain or anything defined, but still can't rule out a passing sprinkle. This is how it looks after sunset. Temperatures working their way down through the 70s, and we're back in the 60s on Saturday morning. Check it out. Mid to low 60s for the Nature Coast, upper 60s elsewhere with some low 70s along the coastline, keeping that comfortable feeling sticking around for the entire weekend. We have small chances for a stray shower here and there, especially late Sunday in our southern counties. We might see a surge of that humidity and a couple of showers Sunday evening, but in general, staying mostly dry, a little on the breezy side, and a lot cooler than we've been
been for the last couple of weeks. And so when we talk about the lows, here they are. Our average low for this time of the year is 71. We're waking up at 66 on Friday and Saturday. We're waking up at 67 on Sunday and Monday, and 68 on Tuesday. So those are extra comfortable temperatures for us for this cleanup process, as well as everything getting moved around. We've got a lot of tree debris. Everyone's going to be outside and exerting themselves quite a bit, and especially without power, it's not looking like it's a terrible forecast. Still a little gusty tomorrow, but our winds settle out over the weekend. Look at these comfortable temperatures, waking up in the mid to upper 60s, warming up into those mid 80s. Now we do get a secondary push of slightly drier, cooler air by the middle of the week, and that lowers our temperatures once again, but it's a dry front. We're not looking for much of a chance for rain with it. The chances for rain this week are very isolated, and we don't even really see them picking up even incrementally until the end of next week. So that's what we're looking forward to in terms of getting back to our more normal routines, is the weather. As much as it didn't cooperate yesterday, it's really cooperating today.
I heard you were saying that that's the one thing you can, the silver lining of the storm is once it goes through, especially October storms.
Yes.
You get that.
Yeah, it pulls down the cooler, drier air. That fall that the rest of the country is feeling, it pulls down a taste of it for us.
We'll take it. We'll take whatever silver lining is available.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you.
And while we still continue to bring the latest information on air, we also have an active digital team working hard behind the scenes and in front of the scenes for you watching online, answering questions.
That's right. Our Tracking the Tropics team is in the Stream Center right now and streaming on WFLA.com. We'll be right back after this.
New look, faster features. Download the upgraded News Channel 8 app today.
I mean, yes, we are streaming.
Yeah.
Thanks for...
We sure are.
Yeah, Keith, Jen, thanks for the shout out. Good to see folks. And we hope that every time that we pop on, I hope that power was restored to somebody new.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it is. We may not see it in the numbers, but right now, I'm not seeing any difference. Although it looks Polk County is down to 150, so that dropped a little bit. Still, I mean, there's over 2 million people in our what we call DMA around the Bay Area, and all of our counties are 10 counties that don't have power, right? And so it's going to take some time, and we will see these numbers slowly start to go down. Looks like Crystal River area, that's down to 30. That was higher, 35. And Hernando was 46, now down to 40. So
Hillsborough County evacuation order lifted. Zones A, B, and manufactured homes as of 2 p.m. It was just a text that went out basically saying that the evacuation order has been lifted.
Which means the floodwaters are receding enough to where it'd be safe to get back to your home. But you know what? It may not be safe in regards to debris. There still may be, and probably is, a lot of debris on the roadways, power lines as well. So just because that has been lifted doesn't mean you're 100% going to be able to get back to your property and your house, because there may be big oak trees, as we've seen, JB, in the middle of the street blocking your way.
Man, I got Lynn in the comment section giving a shout out for Rebecca Barry with her socials. That's great. I just love to see all the love from the moderators and all of our folks in the chat. WFLA.com is a phenomenal resource, folks. We have so many articles. They don't even all fit on our homepage. TrackingTheTropics.tv is another great spot for a lot of resources that could help you out. So, I want to shout out the WFLA.com news team. Let me just shout out some folks going around the horn, right to left. Ashley, Garrett. Okay, so next to Garrett, of course, is, well, we got Rachel, Nathaniel, Kevin, Casey just left, and then also, my goodness,
Sarah's
Sarah.
there. Yep.
Thank you. So Sarah, Garrett, Ashley, Nathaniel, Kevin, Rachel, and then of course you have Colleen and you got Tim. There's a lot of hardworking people producing the article content, folks, helping you be able to read the articles on our website to get you some really helpful information.
Yeah, that's right. Yep.
All right. So we're getting ready to send you back to WFLA News Channel 8. Our coverage from this point on, we have 2 more hours of coverage continuing on from the WFLA News Channel 8 team with the Max Offender 8 weather team. And we'll, of course, be popping in the Stream Center during breaks to just check in with the audience and see how everyone's doing out there. We have one more Q&A segment. You can use hashtag #HeyEric, hashtag #HeyJB, and we'll be answering your questions coming up. So if you have any final questions, the last call for your hashtag #HeyJB and hashtag #HeyEric questions and comments. We'll spotlight them, even if it's just an observation. You have a thought about Milton? Let us know. We're coming back here with that Q&A segment in just a bit.
Reports from Pasco County.
We're joining you from Wesley Chapel at Atonement Lutheran Church, and I want to show you something, guys. Look at that. That's the roof of this church. You can just see all of that debris right next to the roadway.
We're just trying to grasp, the scope of this destruction.
Wind scattering insulation, shingles, wood, and nails all over the ground, but within this damage.
The cross is up there, and it's sticking up a little higher than normal because the roof around it is gone. But yep, that is a sign to the whole community.
Pastor Scott takes us inside, showing us the crosses inside still standing, and a candle. The eternal flame still ignited despite the wind and rain that made it in.
God's hand has been upon us, and even though the storm was long and loud, he has protected us and given us a place to rebuild from.
Pastor Scott is staying faithful as neighbors come together to start picking up the pieces of this congregation. In Wesley Chapel, I'm Brianda Villegas, 8 on your side.
Well, in a word, gone. One word. That's the reaction from Floridians who frequent a popular family business in the Ruskin area. News Channel 8's Shannon Bankin shows us the direct hit that a drive-in theater encountered.
As people in the Ruskin area surveyed damage, many are saddened to see that the Ruskin Family Drive-In was severely damaged. People in this area have been coming here for generations. It is one of the last family drive-ins in the Tampa Bay area, and you can see that the movie screen has been severely damaged. The screen is gone. There's a lot of crumpled metal on the property. There's a lot of flooding in this area as well. We haven't been able to get onto the property or get closer to it because there's flooding around the property. There's flooding at the gate. I can see that there's a couple mobile homes here on the property. People who are caretakers and family members who've run this family drive-in for a long time have been there, have lived on that property. I can tell you that people are already talking on social media about being saddened about this property being so severely damaged, and it's just one of the many things that we've seen damaged here in the South Shore area. In Ruskin, I'm Shannon Bankin, 8 on your side.
Just one more thing you hate to see go like that, for sure.
Yeah. Our teams, though, have been really doing a tremendous job covering a lot of different areas and bringing a lot of stories, important stories for the folks in those communities who just want to know what's happening where I live, what's happening to the places that I care about.
Yeah, or what's happening to those areas around you, too. I mean, because you think, is it just me? No, you're not alone. I mean, you've got plenty of company when it comes to cleaning up and repairing and dealing with loss. So stay with us. We'll be right back with more right after this.
Yep. So once again, we're just monitoring the power outage map. Obviously, it's not going to change every 5 minutes, but maybe every half hour to an hour, we will start to see some of these numbers come down. As for post-tropical cyclone Milton, there's your 5 o'clock update. It's still packing wind to tropical storm force, but it is not a tropical system. Tropical means warm air is through the top of the storm. We call it a warm core storm, but now it's become extra tropical. It's post-tropical. It is what we call a cold core storm. So cool air with a frontal boundary that this is following into the Atlantic. Again, that makes it post-tropical cyclone Milton. Even though you see those tropical storm icons, that just represents the strong wind with the system. So again, in Hillsborough as well as Pinellas County, 900,000 people still without power, and it's going to take some time before things are open, like gas stations, supermarkets. Now, some will be open today. Some are open right now. But again, as we get into Friday, and especially this weekend, I like to say we're going to return to normalcy in a way. In a way, it's going to take a little bit, but we'll get there.
How about, guys, man, I forgot to put up my fader. yes, please, power getting restored. Normalcy is something that I am cheering for. Look, for some folks, it's going to be a long time before things get back to normal. This is going to. I think that the way that Jeff put it was eerie but accurate. Is that this is an inflection point for so many other, for so many areas that have been impacted by this storm. People will remember life before and after Milton, because it will be either the day that that a tree fell into their home, or it was a tree that that came down. There's so many different scenarios, you guys, and we're just hoping that the impact is as minimal as possible, and that people can get back to a normal life as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I think in this case, JB, people are going to remember back to 2024 rather than just one storm, because, boy, the 1-2 punch of Helene, and then you add Debbie's rainfall, and that was in Sarasota. I think people are going to remember, oh, boy, that 2024 summer, man, that was rough.
Yeah. So, you know what? I'm glad to see Milton way off there into the Atlantic. I don't care about the track anymore. Nice to know we don't have to worry about track updates. We can retire the Milton wobble tracker. But in all seriousness, the wobble tracker was such a valuable tool, and we will be activating the wobble tracker, the real-time wobble tracker on WFLA.com for future storms on Tracking the Tropics. We'll send you back, everybody, to News Channel 8 at 5 o'clock with Keith and Jen.
Created a path of destruction across a large part of the state.
Yeah, North Tampa, we've seen a lot of heavy flooding and damaged buildings, for sure.
That's where we're going to find News Channel 8's Ty Russell. And Ty, can you explain exactly where you are in the area and what you're seeing right now?
Yeah, we are not too far away from the University of South Florida, but I'll step out of the way just so you can see. We are on North 28th Street and East 113th. This is right next to busy Fowler that was closed off in several portions because of flooding, but this is a neighborhood right near there that is also inundated with water here. There have been water rescues that we've been seeing since we've been out here. Actually, more law enforcement officers have come out to help some of these folks, especially in the apartment complex that you see to the right of your screen. But as you can see here, what you're looking at is a pickup truck. These were some of the citizens, people, neighbors who live in the area who decided to get their boats to come out here and to help some of the folks who were trapped in that apartment complex. But so far, we've seen Tampa police officers, the Tampa police dive team, along with Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office workers coming out here to rescue people, not only at the apartment complex you see on the right, but also some of the homes you see on the left. And let me put this into perspective for you. If you take a look at the left of your screen at some of the mailboxes, I hope that we can get to some of them. You can see how high that water is. And many neighbors have been telling me, guess what? It is rising. Now, I talked to an official here with the dive team, and he said this water right here has nowhere to go. There was a retention pond right next to here, and that retention pond overflowed, and now this is what you're seeing. All of that water just stuck here, basically. So it's basically unclear when this water will recede. Now, a couple neighbors showed me pictures of this area earlier, and the water was actually slightly lower. And so you are seeing this water rise a little bit. And so that's why there was this rush from neighbors to grab their own boats to try to help get some of these folks out of here. Some of these folks were telling me that they do have flood insurance, at least for some of the homes to the left. But for the folks in the apartment complex, they were saying that they hope their car insurance will be able to help them out because many of these cars are damaged. There was, of course, flooding. Water that went inside some of the apartments over here. Many people just grabbed their belongings, you know, a few shirts, a few pants, whatever they could, a few shoes, and then they got out of here. Many of the neighbors have been going over to University of South Florida. They've been being dropped off there for some help. But listen to this. I've seen the community come together. There were people just showing up here with plates of food as well because they wanted to make sure that they help out because many of these people were telling me that, guess what? Their food is in the fridge. They don't have food. They don't have power. Many people are expecting it to take probably weeks for some of this, for the power to be restored in this area. I haven't seen any utility crews come out because, of course, they're probably just waiting for the flooding to recede in this area. And unfortunately, we've been seeing some pickup trucks try to make it through. They try to go, but then guess what? They have to turn around because you don't want to get stuck and stalled out in this water, just like that pickup truck. But this is what we've been seeing all throughout this area. This is only a small fraction, unfortunately, of the devastation in this North Tampa community. Closer to USF, closer to the VA hospital, this is what we're seeing in some of these neighborhoods. Fortunately, some of the neighborhoods, they have police. They were able to get to it and block off some of the streets. But just like over here, it was kind of hard to block this off when there were still people getting rescued. Now, I want to walk with me around here. Let's see if we can turn. And after we showed up, you see this line, this convoy here. These are Tampa fire rescue workers. They brought out their trucks, and even farther back, about a block down, there are even more trucks here, more first responders over here to try to help some of the folks in these neighborhoods. And now they've been out here for roughly 30 minutes or so. And then the citizens, they've asked the citizens to politely seize what they were doing. They thanked them, but they asked them to go and allow first responders who are trained to make these rescues to continue, because I know that there were some seniors over here especially who they were worried about. For instance, there were 2 seniors that one of the folks told me about who needed oxygen, so they wanted to make sure that they get them out of here, get them to the hospital or to seek medical attention, just to make sure they are able to get their oxygen. Now, some of these folks who live in some of the homes, they've been going to some of the local hotels and motels. And those motels don't even have power, but one guy told me he spent $180 for a night at a motel with no power. So it's just the devastation here that's happening. But I'll send it back over to you guys.
Yeah, Ty, they were saying, I mean, the governor was talking about all of these rescues, and we've seen Hillsborough County out. They need one of those high-wheeled rescue, tactical vehicles to kind of pull people out of there. These Fords and Rams I see going by you there, I mean, they're just not tall enough to go through that kind of water and pull people out. Thank you, Ty Russell, doing a great job out there for us. I want to show you some more video tonight, or at least some pictures too. In Clearwater, a viewer, Des Fuller, captured this moment when first responders pulled up on a boat. They helped save someone at an apartment complex, so there's all kinds of ways to get people out of these floodwaters. You can also see cars as we look at that one stuck in the water as it continued to rise at that point.
There is kind of this preconceived notion that if you're inland, you don't really have to worry about the hurricane so much, but despite being further inland, right in the interiors, much of the center of the state as anyone can be, Polk County still took an enormous hit.
That's where we find News Channel 8's Georgia MacArthur. And Georgia, we saw the sinkhole. We've seen all kinds of things from you today in Polk County. They were hit really hard as well.
And Jen and Keith, Jen, you mentioned it was an enormous hit. It was quite the enormous hit here at this home. There is a giant hole here at this home. Part of their yard completely caved in. I also want to show you this home next door to here that also has their foundation just sliding right off the edge here. Their mailbox is in the front yard. Here, their garage is also ruined. For what we know, the homeowner that we talked to inside this home, his car is actually already still inside of this home here. I also want to show you this yellow truck that was swallowed by here. I also talked to residents in the neighborhood, and they confirmed with me that they said that they don't believe that this was a sinkhole, but preferably a washout. They say last night that water just came rushing in down the street here and then turned into this man's driveway. And before you know it, they heard a loud boom. And when the homeowners came outside, that's when they saw what happened. And just a couple of hours ago, county officials arrived here to this home here and let the homeowners know that this was unsafe and to enter here at your own risk. We talked to the homeowner who lives here. He says that he will be staying in a hotel tonight once he gets cell service. A little bit spotty out here. He's also without power tonight. So, Jen and Keith.
All right, Georgia, thank you. You feel for those people. I mean, you think you're, like you say, you're in the inland and you're thinking you're okay. And
only people who haven't been here a long time, though. The folks who have lived in Polk County for a very long time, 20 years, back in 2004 when they took crisscross, Charlie, Francis, and Jean in one summer, they know what's
it's possible.
But you do become a little bit like, we've gone a long way without having a major storm. And Milton erased all of that.
That's a new one, though. I don't remember seeing the ground fall out from under a home like that during a storm.
We've seen some really strange things from Milton.
Pasco County also seeing some major wind and rain damage here. Multiple homes, businesses destroyed there.
News Channel 8's Eileen Natchik joins us live in Newport Richey with the very latest there. Is it raining, or am I just hearing the water in the background?
A little bit moving in, but as of right now, I am at this flooding here is due to mostly rain from Hurricane Milton. Search and rescue teams have for hours. They got here before us. I'm sure they'll leave.
Okay, with Eileen Natchik, we're having a little difficulty hearing you there. We heard nice engines in the background going for a second there, but obviously some flooding in Newport Richey.
No question about that. We do want to go right now to our chief meteorologist, Jeff Baradelli. People still want to know what's up next. Are we in the clear, and where's the storm now?
We are in the clear, as you can see behind us. This is really, really nice weather. All right, what I'd like to do is switch that over to the traffic source, the Weather 3, and we're going to talk about basically making history, not only in the Bay Area, but all across the Gulf Coast. We've seen a lot of hurricanes in a very short time here in the Bay Area. In fact, we're averaging one per month. We had one in August, we had one in September, and we had one in October. Of course, the most, they were all very impactful, but the biggest and most impactful was probably Helene along the coast, and for inland areas, it was this storm. So if we can go over to Weather 3, the traffic source, there you go. All right. So these are the three storms that we've seen, and we're averaging, unfortunately, one a month. We've had 3 hurricane landfalls in the last 3 months, tied for the most Florida landfalls in a year. Of course, there's Milton, there's Debbie, and there's Helene, a Cat 4. When you zoom out, the Gulf of Mexico has been peppered with a lot of storms. In fact, this year we've seen the second most Gulf landfalls in a year. You remember Beryl, it was very early in the season, the earliest Cat 5 ever that weekend, but it became a Cat 1 as it moved on shore in July. And then after that, Francine hit September 11th. Of course, Debbie hit even before that our area and produced tremendous flooding in Sarasota for weeks. That went on. Then, of course, Helene made its way northeastward and just dumped a lot of surge on our coast, record surge. And then, of course, Milton right behind that. And take a look at the last 10 years. It has been a tough one in the Gulf of Mexico. We've seen 10 major hurricanes in just the past 8 years. We do not hope this trend continues for sure.
Exactly. Knock on something.
Ooh, it's a lot of storms coming our way. All right, and we'll be right back with more right after this commercial break.
Red Hoagland Hyundai Winter Haven, where great deals are more than low prices.
We treat you right before, during, and after the sale.
You'll get the best vehicle at the lowest possible price. If you bought without any drama or haggling,
then you got a Red Hoagland deal.
Nobody beats the Red Hoagland deal. They can't.
My brother Peter and I aren't ones to brag or pound the table. Our mom and dad taught us better than that. At Catania, we focus on putting families first, not our egos, and that's the difference. Catania, putting families first for over 30 years.
Most politicians all talk, no walk. But Laurel Lee is a former prosecutor, not a politician. She took down human traffickers and passed the Bipartisan Report Act, holding big tech accountable for crimes against kids. Now Laurel Lee is fighting to
Okay, so you know what? Post-tropical Milton still dealing with a lot of power outages. Pasco has now gone down from 150 to 140,000. So again, the power crews are restoring power, and they're doing it at a pretty good clip. So we still have well over 3 million people in Florida without power, and here in the Bay Area, over 1.5 million when you account for Pasco, Hillsborough, Pinellas, Manatee, and Sarasota County. So still going to take time. I do think by tomorrow we're going to see these numbers really, really low. But again, it's going to take at least through the weekend to really restore the great majority of us in regards to power because of the debris on the road. Floodwater is receding right now, but we just saw Eileen Natchik shot up in Wesley Chapel, JB, so we still have some standing water on the roadways.
Yeah, that shot breaking up. You know, cellular infrastructure, folks might not know, this might be inside baseball, but most TV live shots these days are done over cellular. They're like super antenna, pieces of equipment that can latch on to multiple networks at once to get a lot of bandwidth reliability. But even those, super packs, if you will, they I mean, the infrastructure is so taxed right now.
Yes.
There's just so much, look, phone calls. There's a lot of communication happening right now in Florida, and cellular infrastructure, no doubt, is being burdened by all of that back and forth communication.
Yeah, that's true. Citrus County now down to 28,000 people. That was previously at 30. Yeah, you know, JB, we saw that yesterday at our backup location. There's really so much that goes into it, right? So much setup and preparations that go into it. And once a storm gets close, the microwave communications, whether you're talking about cellular communications or whatnot, it's not easy during a storm to really stay up. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you lose power, if you're on a generator, and if you don't have that full impact of what you need.
Yeah, so it's interesting. I'm seeing some people talking about cellular infrastructure right now. You know, cell towers up or down. I haven't seen any physically down towers. You know, like a cell phone tower that comes down. They are very modern structures and usually can withstand significant wind gusts. However, also, we're talking about a major hurricane. Let's get to Rebecca Barry, see what she's got on News Channel 8.
It's a nice light breeze. Temperatures there in the upper 70s. They did get a stray shower or two. We've just got a couple of sprinkles in Hernando as well as Pasco and up in Citrus County, but they're on the move. I don't think they're going to account for much. In terms of what you can expect out there temperature-wise, not a lot of our sensors are working in post-Hurricane Milton, but they'll get back up. Anywhere from the mid to upper 70s, couple of low 80s in St. Pete right now. The winds have generally been in between 10 and 20 miles per hour with gusts in between 20 and 30 miles per hour. Still pretty breezy out there. After the sun sets at 7:05, the temperatures start to dip. It is windows open weather, cooling really nicely this evening down into the 60s. So the coolest that we've been in months on the wake of Hurricane Milton here. Here's how it looks around 7 p.m., which is sunset in those mid 70s. The 60s start to enter the area at 11 p.m. and they spread across the area by 7 a.m. with the exception of the coastline. St. Pete and Venice still could be in those low 70s. Not much of a chance for showers tomorrow, and temperatures only making it into the mid to low 80s. A stray shower can't be ruled out, but we're not looking for much, and we'll generally have some hazy clouds out there. More comfortable and cool mid to upper 60s on Saturday morning, and another nice warm up into the mid 80s. So really beautiful, pleasant weather headed our way. It's actually exactly what we need for those without power, as well as for the efforts to clean up. That's a look at weather. We'll be right back.
Stay safe and be prepared this hurricane.
So once again, JB, I know there's a lot of folks wondering, can this make a turn and come back? Nope, not going to happen. This thing is going out to sea. I've had personal questions on my social media, you know, what's out there for the next week or two, and there's nothing out there. Thankfully, last week, GFS, as it typically does, tends to, you know, play around a little bit here and a little bit there, 14 days out. But you know what? I'm not seeing anything. I don't see any other models showing anything. Even the GFS isn't showing anything. But for now, you know, it's not looking bad. It looks like, is that Pasco County down to 140? It was 150 earlier. So, again, we are starting to see some power being restored.
Let's actually talk about something you mentioned a moment ago. You were hinting at it a little bit. So hurricane season normally peaks in September. This storm and Helene arriving really in late September into early October. So hurricane season was a little late this year, slightly late, more into late September into early October.
Yeah, you know.
No. Why don't you pick that up? But I have a question, but I want to.
Okay, I've noticed over the past several years, even when I was living in Salt Lake City 15 years ago, that it seemed like winter and spring lasted a little bit longer and summer lasted a little bit longer. And I did tell, you know, I mentioned it to Jeff because this isn't a one-year thing. I noticed this year after year in many scenarios. And, you know, I just wonder if somehow the calendar may be a little bit off. You know what I mean, JB? To where, you know, September 21st being the first day of fall, maybe we're still kind of in the beginning of September, so to speak, because it seems like we're still seeing those warm temperatures September 21st. I remember being in New Hampshire about 10 years ago when it snowed in the end of May. And I remember 3 years before that, it snowed the end of May in Salt Lake City. So it just seems like, you know, it seems like the calendar's a little bit shifted a bit. I mean, I'm sure it's not, but I've just noticed that pattern. It's kind of odd.
All right, so look, here's what I'm getting at. Because if you have a big storm like this in the first week of September, you get really nervous because you know that the peak of hurricane season is still ahead.
Right.
Now that we have had the two big storms of the season, Helene and Milton, those are definitely the two of the largest and most significant storms of the season occurring in the last 3 weeks. Look, we're up to M in the alphabet. Up next is Nadine, Oscar, Patty, Raphael, Sarah, Tony, Valerie, and then William. What are the odds that we get to NOPRS, in your opinion, Eric?
You know, I hate to say it, but we figured that this would be a bottom-heavy season, Jeff and I, when we talked about this. And that means that most of the storms would occur after the start of fall, really, the end of September through October. And a lot of these storms had just been popping up left and right, left and right, left and right. Right now, there's nothing out there that, you know, I would see in the next 7 to 10 days that would be a named storm. But I wouldn't be surprised, JB, if we go into November and we start to see the Caribbean and maybe the Gulf of Mexico. It's very, very warm. Remember, record warmth, even though the storm passed through it. Yeah, it cooled it down a little bit, but we're still not quite there into the cool weather to really cool this down to where we're going to eliminate that hurricane risk. So I do think we're going to see several more named storms, and I sure pray that none of them affect the U.S.
All right, meteorologist Eric Stone, that is a wrap for you on tracking the tropics. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
Eric, they need you downstairs. You have 30 seconds. The floor is yours.
Oh, boy. Well, everyone, again, when JB and I first started this, the cone, the track was well to the north of Tampa, Pasco County, the NHC track. I just had that gut feeling that it was going to move south of the bay. And yes, while a lot of people in Sarasota and Manatee County did, unfortunately, get a lot of storm surge, which they would have gotten if this was still 20, 30 miles to the north, Tampa Bay itself was really, really spared, and we can definitely say this could have been a lot worse. Again, pay attention to my social media, especially on Facebook. I love giving updates. I love answering questions just like this. Eric Stone, WFLA as well. And you know what? I love it, JB. I've had such a pleasure with you. Obviously not in a situation like this, but informing people, and I just know that we're saving more lives the more that you and I go on and talk about things to come and even relief efforts at the end of the storm. It's very gratifying, satisfying.
All right, a big thank you to Eric Stone. Eric, I reciprocate. It's a pleasure to tap into your expertise, experience, and your humor as well. It's been great to be here side by side with you on stream. You'll see Eric downstairs in the broadcast studio at 6 o'clock. We'll be right back on Tracking the Tropics for the start of the 6 o'clock show.
At 6 on your side.
Good evening, I'm Stacy Scheibel.
And I'm Keith Kate. Thank you for joining us tonight. Hurricane Milton's destruction is hard to comprehend, and perhaps one of the most shocking scenes to emerge after last night's hurricane passed through is this Tropicana Field with the roof ripped to shreds.
Dramatic video shows Hillsborough County Sheriff's deputies rescuing 135 patients at the Uptown Great American Assisted Living Facility. Sheriff Chad Chronister took us along as they saved people on airboats, including a family, their dog. They're all wading through the floodwaters here.
Rescuers also had to help more than 500 people at The Standard. That is an apartment complex in Clearwater. This is drone video, one building after the other, surrounded by water. Calls came in overnight from trapped residents there, but first responders were not able to safely help them all until today. Well, tonight we have 8 on your side team coverage on all this.
And our crews, of course, have spent the day showing us the devastation left behind by Hurricane Milton. We're going to begin tonight with Brittany Muller. She is in hard-hit Manatee County.
Stacey, Keith, good evening to you both. We've been throughout Manatee County, and it was such a wind event here. Debris scattered everywhere, including 7-Eleven that just toppled over across the street. And this is just some of the debris out here, down power lines. And we're across the street. Joining me right now is 7-Eleven Assistant Manager Alondra. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing? You rode out the storm from inside.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What was it like?
It was a little scary, I'm not gonna lie. I heard all the wind gusts just ripping through the store, ripping through the road.
And take a look across the street. You can see the top, the awning, completely flipped over.
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yes, I did. It was a loud bang. When I heard the wind gust, I was keeping an eye on the cameras, started seeing the lights flicker and all. Sooner or later, all the powers went out. It went pitch black inside, and then I heard just the awning just flip or rip off.
Wow, Alondra, when did you close? Because at some point you ran out of gas.
Yeah, we closed Wednesday afternoon around 1:30, 2 o'clock. We started shutting everything down, sending every customer away because we didn't want anyone else in the weather at that time. We thought it was dangerous and everybody should start getting home and locking up. So,
obviously, it was a wind event. We're seeing down power lines, down trees. Where do you go from here?
I honestly don't know. I really don't. I can only speak for myself, and the only place I know to go from here is home and make sure everybody at home is safe, family members.
2 back-to-back storms, very devastating. You're from Bradenton?
Yes, ma'am, born and raised.
What is it like seeing the impact these 2 storms have had in your community?
It's scary. It's scary, really scary. I'm just glad that everybody that's around and that everybody that I was close to was safe and reporting in, checking in, that they were safe, honestly.
You know, the impact, the devastation is so widespread, and we're seeing it county by county. What would you like our viewers to know about Bradenton, your hometown?
That we're gonna make it out. We're gonna make it out great. I've already seen, neighbors helping each other. My grandparents lived 2 blocks down. We had neighbors all around, coming together, helping my grandparents cut down trees that went down in their yard. Everyone's pulling together. We're gonna push it out. Everyone's safe, or hopefully the majority.
Thank you so much for joining us. I know it's so emotional out here. You're not alone. We're feeling that. We're seeing that. Thank you again for sharing your story with us. Just to see this awning toppled over in the middle of the parking lot. Gas is definitely an issue here. Even for us as we're driving around, we can't really find gas. Another one of our WFLA crew members, Avis, dropped off gas to us. So we know that everyone's in a dire situation. But just to see this is just one of the portions of many devastations in this area. And of course, we've been in Manatee County. We'll continue to share the important stories here in this community as we continue our coverage post and of the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. For now, reporting live, Brittany Muller, 8 on your side. Back to you, Stacey.
All right. Thank you, Brittany. And Keith, so cell service still out to much of the area that took that direct impact. So we haven't seen much of the damage from the areas really hard hit on those barrier islands.
Oh yeah, there was a post by Jim Petronas earlier today. I don't know if you saw that. He was ripping Verizon. It was a harsh one. Oh, actually, I wrote it down. He said, outraged by the lack of pre-staging of assets by Verizon in Polk County, 1 million without cell service. Unacceptable. And then he wrote, can you hear me now? So he was being a little sarcastic there. Now, hopefully they'll get this back, but we all depend on our phones.
We sure do, especially in those hard-hit areas.
Got to be prepared for that sort of thing.
So many people were shocked to see also, even in St. Pete, what happened at Tropicana Field last night.
Oh, the St. Petersburg landmark, as you know, the home of the Rays, losing the roof to the hurricane's powerful winds. News Channel 8's Marilyn Parker continues our team coverage from there tonight. Marilyn.
It's really something to see. Go ahead and take a look behind me. A lot of people are doing exactly what we did. Driving down 16th Street North, pulling over, getting out of their cars, and just taking pictures of the landmark of the city. Tropicana Field, haven't seen it like this. I mean, it is just really something to see. I want to go ahead and play a soundbite from a woman who pulled over and whipped out her phone. She said this is just amazing.
And they were talking about getting a new one. So now I guess they can. It is a real landmark, and it just looks so different, you know? Yeah. I'm just amazed.
Tropicana Field says that this is going to be a long process. Over the next coming days and weeks, they're expecting to be able to assess the true condition of Tropicana Field. But in the meantime, they're going to be working with law enforcement to secure the area. Now, we also did hear from the mayor of St. Pete, Ken Welch, in the last hour. He gave us a big update. I want to get you this information. They say 70% of the city is still without power. That is according to Duke Energy. They have about 405,000 customers without electricity. They say this could be a weeks-long outage, so be prepared for that. Also, what contributed to those outages is the same thing that we're seeing people picked up. Those high-speed winds, knocked over 100 trees throughout the city, and a lot of it landed on power lines. So again, expect the electricity to be out for some time. 100 traffic signals throughout the city are also out. They also say that the city closed 1st Avenue North to 1st Avenue South and 3rd and 5th Street. Why? Because of where that crane went down in downtown. They have to keep that area safe for the crews who are working to clear up those sections. Now, a lot of people talked about the debris from Hurricane Helene being a major concern with them going into this hurricane. Well, city officials say that it did not add significantly to the problem. They did not get many reports of that. However, they did get reports of flooding in some areas, and also city leaders put out information that there was no storm surge flooding. Any flooding to any homes actually came from the 18 inches of rain that came down in a very short period of time. They say this was a significant rain event for the city, one that they have not seen before. And right now, they're working to repair water main breaks. They were able to repair a few of them so far, and they also reported that they had 3 overnight fires that happened when first responders could not get to them. Remember, at some point, the first responders, it was just too dangerous for them to get out into the roads, but they did respond to 3 fires, so we're working on getting more information about that. And also keep in mind that they're going to be clearing out the secondary streets now. They say all of the main streets where the debris was, they were able to get that pushed out, so now they're going to be moving on to the secondary streets. And also, once those streets are cleared, then they're going to send out those crews again to start picking up some more of the debris that we saw from the last storm. All of these updates will be added to our website, WFLA.com, and we're going to continue to bring you the latest information. We know that there are a lot of people out trying to do cleanup. Please be safe while you're doing that. It is a dangerous process, the cleanup process, in the aftermath of these storms, and we want to try and keep everyone safe as best as we can. For now, we are live in St. Pete. Marilyn Parker, 8 on your side.
Outstanding job, Marilyn, packing so much information from Ken Welch, information people need to hear. Brilliantly done. But I'm shocked by what she said there, Stacy. Thank you, by the way, Marilyn. 70% still without power in St. Petersburg, and they were saying 66% in Sarasota, and I thought that was the highest, but that's the first I've heard. That is
and that it
incredible.
Could be weeks for some people.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's going to take time. Chief Meteorologist Jeff Berardelli joins us now, and I hope there's no weather to talk about, but some beautiful weather for a few days.
Thank goodness. Drier air is moving in. The sunshine is returning. At night, it's going to be a little cooler, so that is nice. Now, I'm here to put this storm into perspective, just how much rain fell. Marilyn talked about it. 18 inches of rain in St. Pete. The amount of rain that fell in 1 hour and the amount of rain that fell in 3 hours was a once in 1,000 year event in St. Petersburg, just to put it into perspective. Look at that swath of rain on the north side of the storm. So let's put this into perspective for you. As we zoom in, you can see the areas that had a 1 in 50 year rain event, a 1 in 100 year rain event, a 1 in 200 year rain event, and a 200 to 500 year rain event. And that takes you from St. Petersburg through Tampa, Plant City, and all the way north to Claremont. That means in any given year, you only have a 1 in 200 or 1 in 500 year, 1 in 500 chance of seeing that much rain. That's how tremendous the rain was on the north side of the system. And for the year, now it's the wettest year on record in Tampa with 78 inches. Normal to now is 44 inches. Last year we had 30 inches. Same thing in Sarasota, 78 inches of rain. That is 3.5 times more than we had last year at this time, which was the driest year on record. Wettest this year, driest this year. We call it weather whiplash, and we tend to see more of that as the climate warms, which is what's happening. So just to give you an idea of how rainy it's been a rainy summer, and this just added to that rainfall. Guys.
Thanks, Jeff. And the flooding that arrived last night is still around and causing problems in many, many areas, including Port Tampa. News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson continues our team coverage tonight. He is live there. Jeff.
Good evening, Stacey. I am on West Shore Circle in Port Tampa, and we're seeing scenes like this repeated on street after street, at least with the downed tree. Now, this street flooding is a problem here in the Port Tampa neighborhood. Photographer Joey Capistran and I were trying to drive here last night. We were coming down Gandy Boulevard, and the water just got too deep at Manhattan Avenue and Gandy. The water was rushing so fast, it was just too dangerous for us to proceed. So this is the first time we have been able to make it into this neighborhood. Now, the people who live here tell me it has never flooded like this before on this particular street. We've been driving around West Shore Circle, and the water got very close to being in homes. Sadly, some of the cars here were flooded out. But the people here are very resilient. They do have power here in this neighborhood, which is remarkable. But they're talking about the fact that some of them are having to leave their homes just because they don't have water, so they can't take showers, they can't, flush, they can't do the things that normally you have to do with life. So the street flooding here throughout this area has been a problem, but I do want to get photographer Joey Capistran to pan over if we can, if the smoke is still going in the background. This is one of the most amazing things to me. The people in this neighborhood have gotten together despite all of the problems. They're having a cookout. So they're getting together, pooling their resources, and they are just, having the food all shared together. So even despite the problems here, the people that we've spoken to on the street, remarkably resilient, talking about the fact that at least they have their lives. By and large, their homes were spared, despite the fact we're seeing downed trees everywhere here, some street flooding throughout many of these neighborhoods. People are getting together, helping one another as best they can. We just talked to a couple that did not stay here during the storm, but they had to evacuate today because of what is going on right now. We talked to another couple earlier tonight or today that watched us on streaming last night, and they thanked us because they said that was how they found out what was going on in their neighborhood, so that they knew that their home was still there. So a lot of people, and we appreciate that very much, were able to watch it to be able to know what was going on last night. Stacey?
Yeah, Jeff, you've been doing a great job out there. You were in the thick of it last night. We really appreciate your coverage. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Jeff I used his route home last night. Well, this morning, whenever it was. It's all a blur, but he was out with a storm chaser last night, going from road to road and
Told you where you could go.
And I was like, man, but it still took me like 45 minutes to weave around because there were a lot of roads you just can't get. Everybody's dealing with it.
Yeah.
Well, there's much more to cover tonight as we try to bring you the whole scope of Milton's impact on the Tampa Bay area.
We're receiving a lot of photos and videos of that damage left behind. If you'd like to share with us, it's easy. You can scan the QR code on your screen or go to WFLA.com/report-it.
When severe weather hits, report it. We want to see your pics and videos because they help us do a better job covering the storm. Send them to Report It on the WFLA app or at WFLA.com/report-it. When
We want to remind you once again that News Channel 8 is partnering with the Red Cross and iHeartRadio to help with hurricane recovery. You can make a donation by scanning that QR code you see on your screen, if you can see your screen right now, by the way. Or you can go to the website if you're watching online, WFLA.com/relief. Your money will go to help people in the state of Florida recover. So that money is designated for Florida. It's not going to go elsewhere.
So many people are going to need that help. We just haven't even really begun to hear or see from the areas the worst hard hit, the ones who took the direct hit.
No, because one, they were busy, and two, they don't have reception. You know, the hardest hit areas down in Sarasota and Manatee counties not getting any reception.
So they can't get video or pictures out, whoever is there.
Yeah. Wow. And unfortunately, the aftermath and the cleanup will take a very, very long time. But the only good thing working in our favor is how nice the weather is behind a system like this. Because when we get October hurricanes, they drag down cooler, drier air when they leave our area. And it's actually made for the most pleasant temperatures we've seen in months. And we're actually going to head down into the 60s tonight. We have some clouds in Newport Richey, and it is Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco County that we have the chance for a couple of isolated showers. You can see the sprinkles making their way across Max Defender 8 right now. But in general, we are not looking at big chances for rain, not only tonight, but also into the weekend. Just a small chance for a passing light shower. A lot of our temperature sensors not working because of power and internet issues right now, but those that are working are generally in the mid-70s. And so that's really pleasant. It's the same with the wind. We're seeing most winds between 10 and 15 miles per hour and gusts between 20 and 30 miles per hour. It is a little gusty out there. The sun sets at 7:05, and after that, we're cooling down really nicely. It looks like windows open weather as we head into the low 70s after sunset and eventually into the 60s. And so for those without power, this is really pleasant, a nice pleasant surprise for the overnight hours, because you can keep some of those windows open, keep your house from getting so hot. By 11 o'clock, the 60s are starting to enter the Nature Coast. They spread southward across our area by sunrise, and we're looking at a nice breeze tomorrow as well. So that's also nice for working outside. We'll be in the mid to low 80s for an afternoon high. We also can't rule out an isolated passing shower during the afternoon and early evening hours, but in general, most of us will stay dry. And as we head into Saturday morning, more 60s, mid to low 60s to the north of I-4, mid to upper 60s to the south of I-4. And once again, only warming up into those mid to low 80s with only a tiny chance for a passing shower. The breeze starts to lighten up a little bit on Sunday morning, and we have a small chance for southern showers. But in general, we're looking at extremely pleasant weather, especially when it comes to the overnight lows. We're in the low 70s normally this time of the year, and we're only in the 60s, mid 60s for the next 2 mornings, upper 60s for the next 3 mornings. And we get a secondary push, a weak dry front pushing through in the middle of next week, and that plunges our overnight lows just a bit more. And so when we talked about extensive power outages, the weather's really cooperating, keeping nice fall-like weather around, and even throwing in some lower humidity, especially by the middle to end of next week. And that allows for another dip in the temperatures there and those mostly sunny skies. That's a look at weather. We'll be right back.
News Nation tonight, in the face of a dangerous hurricane.
News Nation will take you through what's going on with Hurricane Milton.
Live on the ground in Florida as Milton makes landfall. Cuomo tonight at 8/7 Central, only on News Nation.
That's on Sunday. The Bucs did this 2 years ago. You may recall they relocated to Miami to escape the impact of Hurricane Ian. And the players say that week actually taught them the lesson on how to handle change better this time around. But more importantly, players say they cannot wait to represent the Tampa Bay area on Sunday.
You know, this could be sort of Sunday to give the people of Florida and especially around our area some hope, and something to look forward to watching, whether it be, you know, not expecting anybody to really have power, but finding out the days later and go from there.
You know, we're not even just playing for, you know, just football now. We're trying to play for something a little bit bigger. So we got to come out with that mindset to really take advantage of these opportunities.
And you know those guys will represent the USF football team, by the way, and the Tampa Bay Lightning also left town to avoid Hurricane Milton. The Lightning's game Saturday, that'd be the opener, would have been the opener. That's been postponed, and we're still waiting for word on the USF game. That is scheduled for Saturday.
I had heard earlier, but haven't checked back, that both Ray J and Amalie Arena had cosmetic damages, but maybe they hadn't gotten to see how deep some of them were, because that USF game rescheduled to Saturday, but now up in the air at the moment. And our extended coverage of Hurricane Milton continues right here with an extra half hour of News Gen Late. Keep it here.
And we'll be right back.
Live, this is News Channel 8 at 6:30 on the CW Tampa Bay. On your side.
Good evening, I'm Keith Cate.
And I'm Stacy Scheibel. Thank you for staying with us for this extended edition of News Channel 8 at 6. And boy, is there a lot of work to do tonight across the Bay Area and including in St. Petersburg.
Especially St. Petersburg, 70% without power still in that area. In addition to the damage, too, at the Trop, we're finding a lot of damage and debris just around the area. News Channel 8's Kenny Morales reports from St. Pete.
Well, folks I spoke with here in downtown St. Pete said it's eerie, almost apocalyptic, to see the roof of Tropicana Field in this condition where it's just torn to shreds. And oddly enough, when we were heading to South St. Pete, down 175, we saw bits and pieces of that roof just laid across the interstate. And little did we know that was just a sign of things to come, whether it was the roof at the Trop, down trees, or flooded streets. Hurricane Milton took a serious toll on downtown St. Pete and the surrounding areas.
Yeah, 51 years right here.
Lionel Hargrove has lived at his home in Roser Park for more than 5 decades. He says the damage caused by Hurricane Milton is the worst he's ever seen.
Really, besides Irma, this is about the third or fourth storm I've seen come through here with major damage.
Yeah?
With major damage.
When you woke up and you kind of assessed the damage and looked around, what did you see? What did you think of what you saw? Because I got to imagine it's probably some damage you've never really seen before because you've never gotten a hurricane like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when I woke up, I did see, just by looking at the trees, I'm just like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Like, what if, like, that was my car, or like what if somebody was in there? It's bad.
Larry Roberts has been living in his home in Lake Magori Shores for about a year. He was here when Hurricane Helene hit, but he says the flooding left over by Hurricane Milton is significantly worse.
This is worse. I stayed here for Helene, but I left last night.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. What made you decide to leave this?
Because it was coming direct to us. Helene wasn't coming straight at us.
What were your initial thoughts when you came back and you kind of saw all this?
I was devastated. I couldn't believe it. And everybody, all morning, people just come here feminists. And I knew some people were stuck down there because I seen National Guards.
In St. Petersburg, Kenny Morales, 8 on your side.
Well, it seems like it would be helpful to be inland when a hurricane hits, but even though Polk County is miles from the coast, people there are still dealing with a lot of problems following that storm. Georgia MacArthur continues our team coverage. She is live in Kathleen in Polk County, Georgia.
Hey, good evening, Stacy. We are here at this home that has completely collapsed here after that aftermath following Hurricane Milton. The homeowners next door just got here a few minutes ago. They're saying they're packing their belongings and getting everything out while they can. But take a look here, a yellow truck just completely swallowed here. Neighbors told us, they said the rush of water came in so quickly last night and rent his front yard here, causing this to collapse here. As you can see, the garage is caved in, their roof is caved in. We're told their car is still inside. We were able to catch up to the homeowner and speak to him about, the experience last night. He told us he heard the loud commotion and thought a tree fell on his home, but he realized it was much more than that.
I thought it was a tree on the house, and I got up and I figured that the ceiling was still there with no rain coming into it. Got up at 5 when it was starting to get a little bit light, and so it was a little bit more than that.
You could have been on that side of the house.
No doubt, yeah, we're lucky that, or having a little more water would have taken both these houses in the swamp.
And county officials did arrive to his home here. They put orange stickers on the door marking it unsafe. They say do not enter at your own risk. So we caught up with the homeowner and we asked him what does he plan to do for the rest of the night. He says once he gets some cell service and power, he is going to hopefully call a tow truck to get his car out and call family or stay at a nearby hotel. Reporting live in Polk County, I'm Georgia MacArthur, 8 on your side.
Boy, that is one of the worst scenes we've seen there. That's going to take a minute. All right, Georgia, thank you.
When I first saw Georgia there, I thought she was leaning, but it was the house. It's just so odd. It's weird. Wow. The water still has not receded for so many communities around the Bay Area. News Channel's Ty Russell found one neighborhood where they are still struggling tonight. He's joining us live in Tampa. And, man, there was quite a rescue effort underway. Is it still going on there, Ty?
It is still going on, Keith. At this hour, we have law enforcement officers down this street here. This is not too far away from University of South Florida, along North 28th Street and East 113th Avenue. This is a tow truck you're looking at right now, Keith. They are towing this stalled pickup truck. This has been here for several hours when they tried to drive through this flooded roadway here. But as you can see, You're not supposed to do that, but law enforcement officers have been going on boats. We've seen Hillsborough deputies along with the Tampa Police Department dive team going along the road here. And then you're looking at some video probably of our photographer Pat. He actually got on one of the boats because citizens, neighbors in the area, before law enforcement arrived, they decided to jump into action and go to an apartment complex over here to rescue people. And we talked to one of the women who was leading this effort. Here's what she had to say.
The problem is all these people need to get to shelters. They have no cars. And so we're dropping them off, and these people that live here are taking them to Piso Elementary. And we're calling lifts for them because Uber's not working. And we are running the boat back and forth all day. I think we've been out here since about 9:30 this morning.
9:30 this morning, and people are still being rescued at this late hour. Of course, it looks quiet. That's because most of the boats with law enforcement officers are in the back of this apartment complex. And photographer Pat told me, because he was actually on the boat and went back there, and he said it looks awful. His heart just broke for all of these neighbors. And unfortunately, Keith, this is not just the scene here. This is the scene all throughout this area along Busy Fowler, closer to the VA, closer to USF. Also in neighborhoods adjacent to this. I mean, this is the scene, what you're seeing here. This water here is because of a retention pond, and one official said the water has nowhere to go. We're live tonight in North Tampa. I'm Ty Russell.
Yeah, just had nowhere to go, Ty. And the fact that Pat got in there to see that, kudos to him for going back in there, because I think people want to know what's happening behind the curtain, if you will, because as you say, from where you're standing, it looks bad, but it's nothing like what's happening behind the scenes there, where all these rescue efforts are underway.
Yeah, some people were showing me some cell phone videos on their phones and how that water was gushing into their homes and damaging their furniture, damaging their clothes. I saw some of the folks being rescued, Keith. They were just carrying items on their back. Their clothes were in garbage bags, Keith, and they were just carrying them on their backs, hopping into some of the rescue trucks and being taken to somewhere else. And then I got an email from Hillsborough County just saying how some of the shelters were closing or they're trying to consolidate. And there are so many people here, Keith. They're going to need a place to stay.
Yeah, they're going to have to open a few more of these shelters. I know some are still open. We don't say they're all closed, but I noticed that we were closing some shelters. But
Yes.
You make a good point. They may have to reopen some. All right, thank you, Ty Russell, reporting live for us there in Hillsborough County. And circling back to this rescue effort in Hillsborough County, where hundreds of people needed to be saved.
Yeah, and these weren't people who stayed and who should have left. They weren't in evacuation zones. They have never flooded like this before. Melissa Marino went along with Sheriff Jack Chronister for some of those water rescues.
An incredibly heartbreaking day. We are on East Fowler Avenue near USF. You can see just how bad the flooding is out here. People are riding their bikes in it, their vehicles submerged. Over here in the neighborhoods, families, hundreds of people have been rescued by first responders. They have been here all day long.
This is where the call came, 135 disabled elderly individuals that got evacuated from Bradenton, did the right thing and got transferred here so they would be safe.
Dramatic video shows the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office rescuing 135 patients at the Uptown Great American Assisted Living Facility.
Imagine how difficult of a task it was. They didn't walk. They were, in wheelchairs, sitting in 4 to 5 feet of water.
And this quickly became an even more dire situation as rescue efforts spread throughout surrounding neighborhoods.
Trying to go to?
Anywhere, man. Can you take us to a hotel?
What's behind you?
Sheriff Chad Chronister took us along as they rescued people on these airboats, including this family and their dog found wading through the floodwaters.
Come on, boy, get up there.
Sit. It started coming in, and it just rapidly came in. And
Flooding took Stephanie Hayes by surprise. They are not in an evacuation zone and thought the worst they would have to deal with would be losing power. Now they've lost everything.
everything we've made is gone now. They didn't evacuate us, nothing. Nobody expected this.
And she's not alone.
grab him. Come here, come on.
This heart-stopping video shows the sheriff rescuing a 14-year-old boy struggling to stay above the water.
It was literally like out of a Castaway movie, him laying on some type of a fence, waving us, out of breath, gasping for air as we pulled him up, took him up to up where it's a lot drier, got him off so he could finish walking home.
Throughout the day, hundreds had to be rescued.
We have 3 amphibious vehicles, multiple John boats, Zodiacs, and the airboat like we're on now, and they've been nonstop since they deployed here. We never expected this. We have our usual suspect areas, but Plant City, here.
Those pulled to safety incredibly grateful for these first responders. That woman we spoke with went to a hotel and is now safe and dry. Many of the other folks here tell us they're either going to stay with family members or going to a nearby shelter. In Hillsborough County, I'm Melissa Marino, 8 on your side.
Wow, and that's something. Well, now it's time to go to our chief meteorologist, Jeff Baradelli.
Boy, our team over there has been doing great work, Jeff. What's the latest?
Yeah, we certainly have. My team has been working really, really hard, that's for sure, for a good reason, because we've been tracking an extremely strong storm in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, Milton became a Category 5 twice in the Gulf of Mexico, the strongest October hurricane ever in the Gulf of Mexico with a textbook eye. And as it moved across our area, it produced obviously those really strong winds and extremely heavy rainfall. In fact, take a look. One of the reasons why it was able to become a Cat 5 in October is water temperatures were at record levels in the Gulf of Mexico. In fact, 2 to 3 degrees Fahrenheit higher than they would typically be. And this is called the Climate Shift Index from Climate Central, and they determined just how much more likely climate change made these particular temperatures, this warmth of temperatures. And they found that climate change made the water temperatures 400 times more likely today than, let's say, back in 1900, and that obviously fuels stronger hurricanes. So let's talk about the connection between climate change and hurricanes. Warmer air and warmer water amplifies rainfall. A study came out and found that in Helene, it was up to 50% more rain because of climate change. Hotter water leads to more rapid intensification. In fact, storms are more rapidly intensifying about 20 miles an hour more than in the 1980s. And lastly, it is now 2 times more likely that a run-of-the-mill hurricane becomes a major storm than it would have back in the 1980s, and major storms cause 85% of the damage. All right, I want to bring in my weather team, who has done a wonderful job, and one by one, I want to thank them. Justin Mosley right behind me. He's the chief meteorologist in SNN. Thank you for coming up and helping us.
My pleasure. It's a great thing to be here.
I appreciate it. Eric Stone, who has been on the stream. I don't even know how you're talking. I lost my voice right away. Eric's done an amazing job, and he weathered the storm yesterday.
Yep, sure did.
There's Val Simpson. Val is doing such a great job here in our weather department, helping out so much. Say something in Spanish real quick.
Puedes sintonizar para ver nuestro noticiero esta noche a las 10:30 por el CW.
I have no idea what she said. And that is Rebecca Barry, who saved me yesterday. She is a wonderful partner at night. I lost my voice yesterday. Rebecca really took one for the team and carried our weather team. Rebecca, thank you so much.
Thank you. And we also want to thank Amanda, Holly, and Lee Span, who are finally getting some rest. They carried us through the morning hours.
Why couldn't they be here? Oh, that's right. They worked like 100 hours in a row. Okay. Thank you, weather team. And we are so honored to serve the community here in the Bay Area.
Well, thank you.
That's a good picture.
Yeah, it was
Get all of them together.
Photo op right there. You got Lee and Amanda.
Thanks, you guys. Yeah.
Our team coverage of Hurricane Milton continues after this.
The power is out. You're hot, bored, and the food is bad.
That has to be at now nearly 100. You're ranging from the elderly, families, teenagers, cats, dogs, and you look at their faces and there's a lot of tears, there's a lot of concern on their faces because obviously their house is being destroyed from this flooding, mostly due to rain. But I caught up with a few of those residents and it's been a very emotional day for them.
The emotions are high for Paula Hepner. However, she had her best friend by her side through Milton, Dulce, who's been her hurricane buddy for the last 15 years.
I leave no one at home. She came right with me.
Yeah.
And that's why I stayed at home, was because of her. She is my family member, and a funny story to kind of enlighten what's going on is my son is in the military, and when he got her and left for boot camp, Mama stepped up and took her. So she's 15 and I still have her, so she is family. I would never leave her behind. She comes with me.
Other residents like Regina Story fled her home in Palm Harbor. She stayed at an off near Thousand Oaks, hoping it would be safer.
But this morning, I saw how deep the water is in the parking lot, and hence the reason they're all here. And we didn't know how to get me out. I've never seen one like this, especially when they were threatening the big surge.
I did get word from the PIO of Pasco County, and she told me that approximately 100 people have been rescued. And yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done, guys. We're tired. I know you're tired, but the most important thing is that people are safe, and that's exactly what the search and rescue team did here today here in Trinity. I'll send it back to you.
Nice job. Thank you, Eileen. And we want to have some, take a look at some more pictures here, Stacey.
Yeah, this is, of course, from Milton, farther from the Bay Area. Marinas actually in Punta Gorda sustained a lot of damage in the hurricane last night. Look at that. Boats littering the ground mixed with debris from docks and trees. Big task ahead for the cleanup there.
Somebody's going to need a bigger boat, better boat. It's rough down there. Further south in Fort Myers Beach, Milton tore homes apart. And they are dealing with a familiar problem that we've experienced on our beaches here closer to Tampa Bay after Helene. Sand in yards, on the roads, pushing it around. Work is underway there to haul all of that away because that sand is not going back where it was.
And before making landfall, we saw all of those tornadoes, likely many of them in South Florida. This is a look at some of the damage left behind in Wellington, Florida, west of Palm Beach. That tornado flipped cars, uprooted trees, damaged homes in that area. Nearly a dozen people injured in that one alone.
Those tornadoes are something else, and we know that at last check, and I haven't checked recently, but 5 people were killed in that mobile home park over in Port St. Lucie, where early on, long before the hurricane made it landfall, it was
yeah, those outermost rain bands were deadly with tornadoes.
Literally. They were just loaded with tornadoes. I think you had like 9 warnings at once, it felt like, even in our area.
Yeah, we had 98 total warnings in the state with this storm. Wow. So really
and many of those were legit.
Absolutely.
Turned out to be real.
Sometimes we see weak rotation. That was not the case. These were confirmed tornadoes, and they were large tornadoes on the ground. We have seen the weather make the turn for the better. When we have late fall storms, a lot of times this is exactly what happens. We see the rain, we see the wind, we see all the damage, and then right behind it, it's the nicest weather we've seen in months because that low pressure system is dragging down that cooler, drier air. And so certainly looking beautiful out over our microlumen camera right now where we're sitting at 70 degrees. We haven't been this cool at this time of the day in months. We have tiny sprinkles pushing through Pasco County into northern Pinellas County, but fading as they do so. And these are the chances for rain that we have moving forward over the next 48 hours. Just a little tiny shower or two pushing across, and as our winds shift to be more northeasterly tomorrow, they'll continue to push across the state. Not many of our temperature sensors are working in the aftermath of Milton, but as the electricity starts to come back on and internet gets restored, we'll start to see more of these. But in general, we're in the mid to upper 70s right now, and in terms of wind, we're between about 10 and 15 miles per hour with some gusts between 20 and 30 miles per hour. So it's remaining a little breezy for the evening hours. The sun setting at 7:05 and cooling really nicely nicely after that. That's the silver lining to this, is that for those that are without power, it is windows open weather this evening, and that will make it feel more comfortable inside those homes. It's not like those hurricanes where we're just sitting sweating it out all night long, because the temperatures, they're going to cool nicely. Here's how it looks by 11 p.m. The 60s starting to enter the Nature Coast, trickling down across the area overnight. We're all waking up in the 60s, mid to low 60s to the north of I-4, mid to upper 60s to the south of I-4, some low 70s along the southern coastline. We build up into the low 80s during the afternoon hours. Still a really nice breeze out of the northeast. We see a tiny chance for showers between 5 and 8 p.m. pushing across the state, but they don't amount to much. We wake up in the 60s again, mid to low 60s to the north of I-4, mid to upper 60s to the south of I-4. We only warm into the low to mid 80s again on Saturday, and only a tiny chance to get swiped by a stray shower. Sunday morning, back in those 60s, and so it just looks so nice for the next couple of mornings. Waking up in the mid to upper 60s, and another push of cooler, drier air by the middle of next week lowers those temperatures once again. So not much of a chance for rain. The breeze gets a little more normal by the latter half of the weekend. And here's that secondary push of cooler air by the middle of next week. It means we might not even be in the 80s on Wednesday afternoon. So it's going to be really nice out there.
Has your home sustained fire, lightning,
This is News Channel 8 at 7 on your side.
Down trees, flooded roads, and lots of power outages. We are getting a clearer look at the damage caused by Hurricane Milton. Good evening, I'm Jennifer Lee.
And I'm Josh Benson. Thanks so much for being with us tonight. This storm is thankfully now behind us, but the recovery process is well underway far and wide. Nearly 2 million people across Tampa Bay are still without power because of Hurricane Milton and throughout Florida. Florida Power and Light still has nearly 1 million customers without power, most of the outages in Sarasota County. Now, crews are asking customers to be patient as they work to restore the power.
The death toll from Hurricane Milton continues to climb. At least 12 people across Florida died in the storm. 5 of those people were here in the Bay Area. 2 are from St. Pete, 1 from Polk County, another from Citrus County. And just today we learned death was in Tampa, a woman on North Nebraska Avenue. Officers say they found an elderly woman under a fallen branch. However, police are still investigating the cause of her death. Manatee County residents are in the midst of recovering from not 1, but 2 hurricanes back-to-back.
And News Channel 8's Brittany Muller is in Palmetto to show us what residents are dealing with there, and it has been a lot. Brittany.
Josh, Jen, it has been a lot. Good evening to you both. We are in Bradenton right now in Trailer Estates. It's a mobile home community, and I want to show you roofing from these mobile homes wrapped around down power lines at this time. It is devastation. Every mobile home has some type of damage at this point. Joining me right now, Jim and the unofficial mayor of this mobile home park, Fuzzy. He's known by Fuzzy. Thank you both so much for talking to me. Jim, let's start off with you. I know that your home was damaged during Helene. You come here and now your home is damaged from Milton. It's been just a lot to manage. Talk to me.
Well, my home was more than damaged, completely destroyed with Helene and all the contents. We had to rush out in the middle of the night fast because the water surge was coming in very fast and it was dangerous. Yeah, so 2 weeks later, Milton comes along and we've had to evacuate twice. And you know, look around, you see the incredible destruction and damage. And most of these residents are seniors, too, who, you know, it's harder, I think, for them. So it's overwhelming.
Fuzzy, talk to me. You have been here for how long?
Since 1964.
When you're looking around, you're talking about your neighbors, your community, your friends.
Yeah. I've never seen one like this before in my life. So it's a lot of devastation.
What are the impacts that you've noticed when you returned home after evacuating this morning?
It's like everything. A lot of my neighbors, friends, lost everything. Here comes Matt right now. That's his trailer right there. That's his roof.
Matt?
Yeah. I've lived there since 2019 and sunk a fortune in that place. It was terrible. And me and my mom, she's critically ill now in hospice, and we left, got the last hotel room. We never thought anything like this was going to happen. Now, around the corner, and now they want to throw me and my mom, she's on hospice out because we have our 2 dogs. They said they're not pet-friendly dogs.
Where do you go? I'm so sorry that you're dealing with all of this. I know that it's so devastating. Where do you go from here?
I don't know. I can't get a hold of FEMA. I tried to call the Red Cross, all of them. They're all busy. They just tell me to call back in a couple days.
I think that's what everyone's dealing with. The devastation in here in Manatee County is great. We see the power lines down, trees are down. What would be
We had a loose connection there. We're going to try to reestablish that, but just the stories we're starting to see and hear from people.
And sort of the desperation, too, about, you know, people just really wanting help, wanting to start making those first steps towards recovery and feeling frustrated and isolated tonight. But we're with you.
Yep, we're definitely going to try to help. All right, last night we saw stunning video of damage in Pinellas County.
News Channel 8's Marilyn Parker is back in St. Pete for us. She's surveying the damage. She continues to do that. And behind you is the Tropicana Field, which the damage sustained there has made national headlines.
That's right, and you know, you can look at it from a national perspective, but right here in St. Pete, you know that this is a landmark for this city. Home of the Rays, a lot of memories right there at that building, you know. The roof was it was like a fabric made out of. That's what it was made out of. So, you know, to some people it's not surprising that it was ripped off in the fashion that it was, but it's still amazing to see. I want to play a soundbite from a woman who pulled over in her car just to hop out and take a picture of this.
And they were talking about getting a new one. So now I guess they can. It is a real landmark, and it just looks so different, you know? Yeah. I'm just amazed.
In the coming days, the Rays do plan to start doing assessments there, and they also say the priority right now is just securing the area around the Tropicana Field. So we want to give you just a few updates from city leaders who spoke about 2 hours ago. Basically, they were saying about 70% of St. Pete is still without power. About 405,000 customers are still without electricity. Duke Energy says prepare for this to be a long run. They say it's going to be a lengthy restoration, and we could see outages last a week or even longer. The city was doing a lot of repairs or assessments, excuse me, when it comes to their water mains, because some of the trees that went over, they had 100 trees reported that fell over. A lot of them caused damage to water main breaks. They started doing surveys in the air and on the ground. They have been making those repairs and will continue to do so. It's going to be a lengthy process. The mayor says we're in the early stages of recovery, and we're going to be here to document as much as we can throughout the city as we start to do that. We're live in St. Pete tonight. Marilyn Parker, 8 on your side.
I think a lot of people, as they're scrolling social media and they're sitting through this storm, that was one of the moments where you're like, whoa.
Yeah, this is a powerful storm.
The Trop,
yeah, for sure.
Chief Meteorologist Jeff Barradelli joining us right now. That was obviously a wind event, but in the ramp up to the storm, we were all just holding our breath about where it would actually make landfall because of the surge.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about that right now. Not only how much surge we saw, but how much we could have seen if this system made a direct hit on Tampa Bay. This storm was a Cat 5 twice in the Gulf of Mexico. And had it gone just a few miles north, it would have been a big difference for some or a lot of our viewers. So I want to show you first the preliminary tide. So how high or low was the water? Because we had that wind out of the northeast, look at the water that was pushed out of Tampa Bay. This is called reverse surge. 2 feet lower than it should have been in St. Pete. But look at this up here near Tampa, about 5 feet lower than it should have been. However, in the core of the storm, where this Cat 5, which became a Cat 4 and a Cat 3, pushed all this water ashore, we estimate as much as 10 feet of surge came ashore in Sarasota, about 5 feet in Venice, and also in Fort Myers. Okay, let's talk about what if Milton moved 25 miles north. Well, as Milton moved on shore in Sarasota, it pushed that surge in at 10 feet. However, just 25 miles further north, St. Pete Beach, that would have made this counterclockwise flow, would have pushed all this water into the bay, and it would have magnified it because now it's being forced into a narrow, cavernous area with nooks and crannies near Tampa and Safety Harbor. We would have likely seen 15 feet of surge, and that would have been devastating for St. Pete, Safety Harbor, Tampa, and all communities in Tampa Bay. That's Check Your Weather Forecast. Rebecca will be back with more in just a bit.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff. Hillsborough County experienced high winds and a lot of rain.
Yeah, and today we saw a lot of uprooted trees throughout the Bay Area community. News Channel 8's Jeff Patterson has a look at the debris that was scattered all across these communities.
We are on West Shore Circle in the Port Tampa neighborhood, and we are seeing scenes like this repeated on street after street after street. Huge trees like this are down just because of the incredible wind last night from Hurricane Milton. But the problem here, obviously, on West Shore Circle is this street flooding. I talked to some neighbors here who say they have never seen it like this on West Shore Circle before. This water got up right up to the doorsteps of some of these homes, but people on this street tell me that it did not get into their homes, and in fact they have electricity that is still on inside of their homes, but many of them have chosen not to these conditions. It's rather sad that they have flooded out vehicles that are here, didn't make it out of the storm. A lot of people evacuated, did not stay here throughout the night, and they're not staying in these homes tonight just because of the conditions that exist here today. But the one thing that they do have going for them is just kind of a great neighborhood bonding experience. They're having a cookout because they have food, they have a grill, and they're just getting together to support each other with food. And that's the kind of resiliency that we have seen here in Tampa. In Tampa, Jeff Patterson, 8 on your side.
Thanks, Jeff. Tampa International Airport will be back up and running tomorrow morning. Airport officials say parts of the facility sustained some damage, but the airport is not experiencing any wastewater issues, and the FAA reports the air traffic control tower is ready for full operations. So the airport will reopen at 8 a.m., but be sure to check your flight status you are expecting to travel.
Well, now that Hurricane Milton is out of our area, many of you have sent us some pretty astonishing pictures and videos.
Yeah, and after the break, we're going to check in with the WFLA Now's live stream with JB Buno. We'll be back.
When severe weather hits, it hits fast. That's why you want the Max Defender 8 weather team on your side.
Embedded in that rain, strong thunderstorms.
With Max Defender 8, the most advanced weather radar in Florida.
Seeing lots of lightning on the radar as well.
Max Defender 8 Storm Chaser.
The chance for that isolated severe weather.
Bay Area isolated tornadoes are possible.
To keep you safe and prepared this hurricane season, trust Max Defender 8 on your side.
In Florida, we trust our doctors, and doctors agree the state's abortion ban is dangerous. It puts women's lives at risk, threatening doctors with prison for treating your family. Vote yes to end the ban. Protect patients and doctors.
As a Florida OBGYN, I'm reminded every day that abortion is a sensitive topic. After treating thousands of women, I know Florida laws prioritize women's health and safety. Abortions are available at any point of the pregnancy to protect the life and the health of the mother. No doctor has to wait until a patient is near death before they perform an abortion. Anyone who claims otherwise is lying. Florida is protecting women right now because Florida cares.
Peace of mind, don't delay. Pick up your phone and dial away. 888-40 today. Get it done today with Plumbing Today.
For 60 years, our team of trusted, reliable plumbers has been here to help you with all your plumbing needs. Right now, unclogging any drain is $93 or it's free. That's $93 or free.
Peace of mind, don't delay. Pick up your phone and dial away. 888-40 today. Get it done today with Plumbing Today.
Florida's abortion ban goes too far.
One of the most restrictive abortion bans in the country.
Officials say this could be life or death for some women.
A dangerous ban with no real exceptions, not even for rape. End the ban. Vote yes on 4.
When you see news happening in your neighborhood, report it by sending in your photos and videos. Scan the QR code or visit WFLA.com/report it.
Residents in Highlands County are under a mandatory curfew. Now, the Sheriff's Department says it's because of widespread power outages. That curfew is from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. until further notice. You can, however, drive to work. Extra officers will be on duty to enforce the curfew.
Pasco County leaders have lifted the mandatory evacuation orders for zones A, B, C, and mobile homes. Residents can return home. However, because of historic river flooding, Pasco County is recommending voluntary evacuations in areas including Elfers, Cypress Creek at Worthington Gardens, Thousand Oaks, and anyone living in low-lying areas. Shelters in Hudson and Newport Richey will remain open. We've received a lot of shocking and sometimes heartbreaking video and images of the destruction Hurricane Milton left behind.
That's right, and let's send things up to JB Buno. He joins us now from the Stream Center with the very latest. JB.
Yeah, hey there, Josh. Hey there, Jen. We've been assembling some of the best, or most interesting, I should say, rather, pictures and videos of the day. This one coming in from Renata on WFLA.com/reported. Clearly, in Northdale, this is not where you want a trampoline to be up in a tree. Again, this coming in to report it. We've gotten thousands of submissions. These are some of the ones that just caught my eye, so let's progress through these. So here's a power line. Speaking of things that should are out of place, if you will, Kathy sending this in from Largo. The power, the actual power pole there snapped in half and now is resting up there and elevated. You don't see that every day. Moving ahead, check out the size of this tree. This is from John in the East Lake area of North Pinellas County. This is a great shot that provides some perspective as to how large this tree is and how difficult it will be to get it off of the roadway. Look at this from Josh. As he moves the camera here, you're going to see that this tree has fallen onto the roof of this house, but again, showing the enormity of this tree. A lot of these trees are really old and really big. So this video goes on for a long time, and we don't have time to show it all, but it pretty much spans the entire width of the house. Moving on here, this is Bella in Orange City. This is a road that has been split in half. I don't know if you've seen this yet, Josh and Jen, but this is one of the photos that when I saw it, I could not believe it. My jaw hit the floor. Moving on here, some more road problems in Dade City. The road just giving out in the aftermath of Hurricane Milton. Thank you to Tammy for sending this one in. Another one. I mean, all of these pictures of just the road giving out. I mean, this is the stuff of nightmares. If you're on the roadways, you don't want to see just big gaping holes in front of you, obviously clearly an obstruction. Moving on here on WFLA.com/reportit. We've seen, so this one is failing to play, but it's of a trapped vehicle, and we've seen plenty of trapped vehicles. That one, the water is up to the window line. And then we'll end on this. We started our coverage a couple days ago with a shot on Report-It that said, from Roomba Island Bar and Grill, it said, "We are open till the letters fly off of this sign." Well, after Milton, the letters did, in fact, fly off of this sign. So this was a bit of a moment on social media when we saw the before and after. The letters did fly off. We're still accepting photos and videos on, again, WFLA.com/reportit. You can send in your photos and videos there. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, JB, and for your nearly continuous work on the streaming center.
It's a lot to digest.
I don't know if he slept. I'm not sure he has in the last 48 hours. Well, dangerous hurricane winds caused a lot of damage across the Bay Area.
Yeah, we're going to show you some of the damage in Hillsborough County coming up.
Hello once again to our audience joining us. This is somewhat of an end to our stream coming up here at 7:30. So here is the plan as we wrap up our coverage for the day. We're going to be showing you the end of the 7 o'clock newscast, and that is the end of our wall-to-wall coverage on WFLA. At 7:30, I'm going to do a brief Instagram Live here from the Stream Center to go through some of the best photos and videos from Report-It. There are so many more in the queue. So at 7:30, all of our streams across all platforms end. And then around that time, maybe 7:35-ish, I'm going to go live on the WFLA JB Instagram page just to show some of the reported submissions that caught my eye the most, because some of these are jaw-dropping. It will not be a long Instagram Live. I'm shot. I'm exhausted, to tell you the truth. Jen, yeah, I was right. I have not slept very much. It was just a couple of hours here. I've been on stream pretty much since yesterday morning. And so I do need some rest. But we're going to do a brief Instagram Live coming up at 7:35, maybe for 10, 15 minutes. Maybe we'll just kind of have a little bit more of an informal chat over there. You can ask me any question that you want, just more of a relaxed sort of setting. And then, of course, we will wrap up our coverage. The Instagram Live will be it for me for the day. And I'm going to go try to find a hot meal somewhere. Now, that's going to be tough, but I'm going to try. So the WFLA, Michelle, thank you, the WFLA Instagram, WFLA JB Instagram page. That is where I'm going to be live at 7:30 6:30 to 7:35, we'll get that up and running. I will be taking your questions. We're going to have a little bit of a chat over there. I want to hear how you guys are doing. And I'm going to be showing the best photos and videos that we have received and reported. I don't like, maybe the word best doesn't hit the eardrum right, more like the most interesting. Let's get back to our coverage, and then we'll wrap up here.
Saddened to see that the Ruskin Family Drive-In was severely damaged. People in this area have been coming here for generations. It is one of the last family drive-ins in the Tampa Bay area, and you can see that the movie screen has been severely damaged. The screen is gone. There's a lot of crumpled metal on the property. There's a lot of flooding in this area as well. We haven't been able to get onto the property or get closer to it because there's flooding around the property. There's flooding at the gate. I can see that there's a couple mobile homes here on the property. People who are caretakers and family members who've run this family drive-in for a long time have been there, have lived on that property. I can tell you that people are already talking on social media about being saddened about this property being so severely damaged, and it's just one of the many things that we've seen damaged here in the South Shore area. In Ruskin, I'm Shannon Bankin, 8 on your side.
Max Defender 8, the most accurate weather radar in Florida.
The sun is setting and our temperatures are turning a lot more comfortable. We're sinking down through the 70s. You can see how much more quiet it is over Lakewood Ranch tonight than it was last night. The winds are still decent, though. They're between 10 and 20 miles per hour. We've seen a couple of light sprinkles across the Nature Coast. Most of those are wrapping up at this point. And we don't have a lot of temperature sensors that are working right now because of power outages and internet outages. But the ones that are working are generally showing temperatures in the 70s and dropping. And the winds around 10 to 15 miles per hour, getting a little calmer overnight tonight, but not completely calm. We're cooling nicely. It is windows open weather, and that couldn't come at a better time on the heels of Hurricane Milton. It's dragging down cooler, drier air from the southeast across our area, and it is making for actually better weather than we've seen in months for overnight hours. And so for those without power, it's a really nice break in the humidity and the temperatures, since we will be making our way down into the 60s for the first time in months. And so here we are this evening after sunset, the temperatures starting to get into the 60s in the Nature Coast by 11 p.m. and those 60s moving down our coastline throughout the overnight hours. This is what we're waking up to: 64 in Brooksville, 66 in Newport Richey and Tampa, and upper 60s in Lakewood Ranch and Wauchula. We'll have a nice breeze out of the northeast tomorrow. There's a tiny chance for a stray shower, but not many people will see one. That chance for a stray shower is mainly between 5 and 8 p.m. And then we're getting back into the 60s for early Saturday morning, even a little cooler on Saturday morning. The northeasterly breeze continues on Saturday, so does that infinitesimal chance for a stray shower. And as we head into Sunday, the winds do get a little bit calmer and the temperatures remain on the comfortable side. And so your overnight lows lower than average for the next couple of nights. We're waking up in the mid 60s tomorrow, upper 60s on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, as well as Tuesday. But look at that dip in the middle of the week there. That's because we're going to see a reinforcing shot of cooler, drier air, and that's going to lower our temperatures once more. So really no hot days in sight. It gets warm. It'll be warm working outside in these mid 80s under mostly sunny skies, but that lower humidity and those nice cool evening temperatures are really going to work out for those without power, and hopefully we can get the power restored, especially with such a nice long stretch of quiet, dry weather. That's a look at weather. We'll be right back.
Year after year, storm after storm, when it comes to weather, accuracy is everything. But you can't just tell them you're the best. You want to be respected and trusted, you got to.
popular venues are feeling the direct impact from Hurricane Milton. Look at this. This is the Mid-Florida Credit Union, the amphitheater there. Look at all the part of the roof sheared off, and an aerial view as well. We saw Tropicana Field earlier today. Same thing. That fabric did not hold up well in this storm.
Yeah. We thank you both for your extended coverage. We appreciate you. And thank you for joining us. We'll be with you as the recovery efforts continue. Have a good night.
And just like that, our wall-to-wall coverage on WFLA News Channel 8 comes to a close. For the entire team here at WFLA, we thank you for watching Tracking the Tropics and WFLA News Channel 8. All right, so here's the deal. We're wrapping up our live stream across all platforms. Our hearts and prayers with everybody out there. This storm has transformed our landscape, has transformed our lives, our neighborhoods, and our futures. However, Florida is resilient. We're a little stubborn, a little hard-headed, and we will rebuild and better than ever before. It's going to be a tough go, but we will get there, folks. Appreciate you watching our coverage. Appreciate you, of course, supporting the Max Fender 8 team, and hopefully we were able to get some really helpful information out to people and try to spread good weather knowledge and good advice and pass along information from the people that you need to be listening to. Folks, this wraps up Tracking the Tropics coverage of Hurricane Milton for this day, October 10th, 2024. Coming up next on my Instagram, WFLAJB Instagram, I'm going to be going live. We're going to have a little bit of a chat over there, a little bit of a, gather around the dinner table, so to speak. Let's all just have a bit of an informal conversation. I'll be shouting out some commenters, but we're going to be looking at the most interesting photos that have come in on WFLA.com/reported. So I hope that you join us over there on the WFLAJB Instagram page. But again, I'd like to pass from the entire WFLA team. Be safe out there, folks. Look out for one another. Be kind. And if there's anything that we can do to help you, shoot a note to our team. We are 8 on your side for a reason. And so we're trying to do our very best to make sure that we're doing right by you, our audience. That's why we try to tailor our coverage to you. But there's a lot of uncertainty out there tonight, but we're doing our very best to provide you with the information that you need to take those very small steps in the right direction towards a better future, and one where we can put this storm and its historic levels of damage behind us, and smile once again. To everybody else out there watching, I really appreciate it. Hope to see you on the WFLAJB Instagram page. For the entire team, thank you for watching Tracking the Tropics on WFLA.com.
Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv. Thank you for watching Tracking the Tropics, powered by Bose Electric. Find Tracking the Tropics on these platforms. And for storm updates, the latest models, and helpful resources, visit trackingthetropics.tv.